The Interpersonal Theory of Psychiatry. Harry Stack Sullivan. Part 1. Introductory Concepts. Chapter 1. The Meaning of the Developmental Approach. After a good many years of effort at teaching psychiatry, I have concluded that either certain appraisals of myself as a good teacher are entirely unfounded, or the teaching of psychiatry is extremely difficult, and I think quite possibly both are the case. But the fabulous difficulty of teaching psychiatry, as I have seen it over the years, is that it is quite easy to learn certain things, that is, to get so you can talk about them, but it is extremely difficult to get any two people to mean just the same thing when they talk about what they have supposedly learned. This difficulty is a result of the fact that psychiatry deals with living and that everybody has a great deal of experience in living. But no one lives in anything like the highest style of the art, and it is very disconcerting to notice how badly one lives in the sense of the extent to which fatigue and other discomforts are connected with one's most important dealings with other people. So it is not very easy to develop that type of objectivity about the subject matter of psychiatry which one can acquire about the works of a clock or the principles of physics or even the phenomena of quantum meruit in law. We interpret everything that we hear in this field of psychiatry on a double basis, and, unhappily, neither of the bases is very helpful. First, on the basis of what one presumes the data mean in terms of what one knows already, or half knows, and secondly, on the basis of how this can be interpreted so that it does not increase one's feeling of discomfort and inadequacy in living, one's anxiety, an extremely important term which I shall later define. Some psychiatrists have had a great deal of training in the area in which psychiatry can perhaps be most easily taught, namely, in the area of describing, as if they were museum pieces, those people who have such great difficulties in living that their situation would be apparent to all. This is the psychiatry of mental disorders, and what one learns about mental disorders by way of descriptive psychiatry is not very meaningful. It does of course provide the psychiatrist with justification for making a living, and he has a feeling of being worthwhile because he knows a good deal about what these ununderstood beings are apt to look like for a long time to come. If the patients manage to change for the better, everybody is so pleased that no one wastes much time condemning the psychiatrist for his mistakes in prognosis. But the kind of psychiatry I am talking about attempts to explain serious mental disorders, and it also is of some use in living in general. How to communicate this particular theory of psychiatry has puzzled and harassed me for a great many years, and I have finally come to the decision that the only approach is by the developmental route. In other words, if we go with almost microscopic care over how everybody comes to be what he is at chronologic adulthood, then perhaps we can learn a good deal of what is highly probable about living and difficulties in living. The success of this kind of teaching has not been impressively great. It has taken the collaborative work of a group of extraordinarily gifted people, including some of my most distinguished colleagues in the Washington and New York areas, to arrive at something of a consensus about one of the central theoretical formulations in the type of psychiatry that I am attempting to teach. In understanding what I am trying to say, you will have to discard the notion that it is something you have known all the time, which just happened to get well formulated or peculiarly formulated by me. We are really up against one of the most difficult of human performances, organizing thought about oneself and others, not on the basis of the unique individual me that is perhaps one's most valuable possession, but on the basis of one's common humanity. Briefly, I shall proceed by examining one hypothesis after another, selecting those which seem to be the best theoretical formulations now available as to how, from birth onward, a very capable animal becomes a person, something very different from an animal, and as to how this transformation of a very gifted animal, who is always there but who cannot be defined because he is constantly being transformed, is brought about, step by step, from very, very early in life, through the influence of other people, and solely for the purpose of living with other people in some sort of social organization. No matter what kind of social organization there is, everyone who is born into it will, in certain ways, be adapted or adjusted to living in it. If the person is very fortunate, he will be pretty well adapted to living in that social organization. If he is extremely fortunate, he may come to know almost by intuition, you might say, which simply means that it isn't clearly formulated, so much about living itself that he can move into a quite different social organization, and fairly rapidly, but by no means immediately, he may learn to live quite successfully in this new social organization. That sort of transfer is practically out of the question for a great many of the people that psychiatrists see as patients. They are not quite able to live adequately as people in the social organization that they have been trained to live in. To repeat, no very simple explanation is adequate to communicate some of the instrumentalities that might be useful for improving one's own life and the life of others. The only way that has occurred to me of providing something more useful is by this careful following of that which is possible and probable from birth onward. When psychiatry is approached that way, it does not become simple, far from it. Since we have 6 or 7, or even more, extremely refined channels of contact with events around us, our experience of various combinations of the functions of these channels becomes pretty complicated. And since most of human life is not by any means concerned merely with events in the physico-chemical universe, but is concerned also with matters of cultural definition, values, prejudices, beliefs, and so on, the actual complexity of the field becomes mathematically rather overwhelming. The best that I can hope to present are dependable frames of reference as a guide in exploring this complex field, and the conviction that I have had personally for many years, that the great capabilities of the human animal do not fail to make sense when given an adequate chance. I would like to say, I think with no material fear of extravagance, that I don't believe many psychiatrists have a very good theoretic framework for thinking about difficulties in living, their origin, their dependable manifestations, or their fairly certain improvements. I do not mean to imply that most psychiatrists are not useful to people, but I am stressing the need for a genuinely scientific approach to cope with the rapidly multiplying inefficiencies, inadequacies, misfortunes, and miscarriages of life which come to the attention of the psychiatrist. When I talk about a scientific approach, I mean something about as far from empiricism as the mind will go, something precise, something capable of formulation, with a varying range of probability. So far as I know, most of the ways in which one goes about being a human being could be very different from anything we have ever heard of. In other words, the human organism is so extraordinarily adaptive that not only could the most fantastic social rules and regulations be lived up to, if they were properly inculcated in the young, but they would seem very natural and proper ways of life and would be almost beyond study. In other words, before speech is learned, every human being, even those in the lower imbecile class, has learned certain gross patterns of relationship with a parent, or with someone who mothers him. Those gross patterns become the utterly buried but quite firm foundations on which a great deal more is superimposed or built. Sometimes these foundations are so askew from what I would describe as good foundations for living in a particular society that the subsequent development of the person is markedly twisted from conventional development, that is, from the average in the purely statistical sense, from the way in which most people live. In those circumstances we recognize the results as psychoneuroses or psychoses. But to make anything useful in the way of thought about these psychoneuroses and psychoses, and to develop any certainly helpful technique for dealing with these warped people, your thinking has to reach very much further back than the presenting situation. The great difficulty is that in this reach back you find that a large part of the person's living is not particularly different from yours. And this apparent identity between your living and his living confuses the fact that this living, while outwardly identical, may not be at all identical in meaning to you and to him. And so you cannot ignore those aspects of his living that seem quite natural or normal to you. In attempting to formulate and teach a theoretic framework for psychiatry over the years, it has seemed to me necessary to avoid as far as possible psychiatric neologisms. Of course, every science has to have its technical language. But since this is the study of living, and since it has the difficulties which I have already stressed, why add to the certainty of confusion and the Tower of Babel phenomena by putting in a lot of trick words? For these trick words, so far as I can discover, merely make one a member of a somewhat esoteric union made up of people who certainly can't talk to anybody outside the union and who only have the illusion that they are talking to one another. Any experiment in the definition of most of the technical terms that have crept into psychiatry shows an extraordinary fringe of difference in meaning. For that reason, I think we should try to pick a word in common usage in talking about living and clarify just what we mean by that word, rather than to set about diligently creating new words by carpentry of Greek and Sanskrit roots. If I succeed then in communicating my ideas, and to the extent that I succeed, I hope that psychiatrists may derive some benefit in formulating their professional and other dealings with people in rather general terms. Such general terms will, I believe, permit further exploration in the direction of getting highly probable statements. There are people who want certainties. They want to be able to distinguish certainly between correct and incorrect propositions. That is a perfectly foredoomed goal in psychiatry. You see, we are not that simple. We have so much spare adjustive equipment that we really live for the most part with only shockingly poor approximations to what might be correct or incorrect. All of us are afflicted by the fact that long before we can remember, certainly long before we can make brilliant intellectual formulations, we catch on to a good deal which is presented to us, first, by the mothering one and, then, by other people who have to do with keeping us alive through the period of our utter dependence. Before anyone can remember, except under the most extraordinary circumstances, there appears in every human being a capacity to undergo a very unpleasant experience. This experience is utilized by all cultures, by some a little and by some a great deal, in training the human animal to become a person, more or less according to the prescriptions of the particular culture. The unpleasant experience to which I am referring I call anxiety. And here I am making the first of a long series of references to the basic conception of anxiety, which incidentally I have set forth briefly in my paper, The Meaning of Anxiety in Psychiatry and in Life. In discussing the concept of anxiety, I am not attempting to give you the last word. It may, within 10 years, be demonstrated that this concept is quite inadequate, and a better one will take its place. But this concept of anxiety is absolutely fundamental to your understanding what I shall be trying to lay before you. I want to repeat that, because I don't know that I can depend on words really to convey the importance of what I am trying to say. Insofar as you grasp the concept of anxiety as I shall be struggling to lay it before you, I believe you will be able to follow, with reasonable success, the rest of this system of psychiatry. Insofar as I fail to get across to you the meaning of anxiety, insofar as you presume that I mean just what you now think anxiety is, I shall have failed to communicate my ideas. Because a great many phenomena in the whole biological field are easier to understand if you trace them from their beginnings to their most complex manifestations, I would like to describe how I think anxiety begins in the infant. I do not know how early in life anxiety first manifests itself. It is not exactly a field that you can get mothers and children to cooperate in exploring. I have no doubt that as a great many other things vary from person to person, so the precise data which have to do with being anxious vary from infant to infant. It is demonstrable that the human young in the first months of life, and I think it is true of some other young, but it is very conspicuous in the human young, exhibits disturbed performance when the mothering one has an emotional disturbance. I am using that term quite loosely to mean anything that you think it means. Whatever the infant was doing at the time will be interrupted or handicapped, that is, it will either stop, or it will not progress as efficiently as before anxiety appeared. Thus anxiety is called out by emotional disturbances of certain types in the significant person, that is, the person with whom the infant is doing something. A classical instance is disturbance of feeding, but all the performances of the infant are equally vulnerable to being arrested or impeded, in direct chronological and otherwise specific relationship to the emotional disturbance of the significant other person. I cannot tell you what anxiety feels like to the infant, but I can make an inference which I believe has very high probability of accuracy, that there is no difference between anxiety and fear so far as the vague mental state of the infant is concerned. Some of you may feel inclined to say, well, do infants have fear? And that, of course, becomes a matter of, well, what do you mean by fear? But I would like to point out that if an infant is exposed to a sudden loud noise, he is pretty much upset. Certain other experiences of that kind which impinge on his zones of connection with the outside world cause the same kind of upset. Almost anybody watching the infant during these upsets would agree that it didn't seem to be fun. The infant didn't enjoy it. There is no doubt that this, whatever you call it, develops, with no break, into manifestations which we in ourselves call fear, and identify in others as fear. I have reason to suppose, then, that a fear-like state can be induced in an infant under two circumstances. One is by the rather violent disturbance of his zones of contact with circumambient reality, and the other is by certain types of emotional disturbance within the mothering one. From the latter grows the whole exceedingly important structure of anxiety, and performances that can be understood only by reference to the conception of anxiety. In this connection, I will venture to say that the sort of experience which the infant probably has as primitive anxiety, or primitive fear, reappears much later in life under very special circumstances, perhaps in everyone, but certainly in some people. These circumstances are fairly frequent in the earlier stages of what we call the schizophrenic disorders of living. In quite a number of people, they are not too infrequent in so-called dreams at disturbed times of life, perhaps more specifically in the adolescent era. In these circumstances, anything from a hint to perhaps a fairly full-scale revival of the most primitive type of anxiety arouses uncanny emotion. By uncanny emotion, which is just a trick term, since it hasn't any divine warranties for existing, I refer to an indeterminately large group of feelings of which the most commonly experienced is awe. Perhaps some of you have experienced it on first hearing a huge pipe organ. Many people experience great awe on their first glimpse into the Grand Canyon. Everybody has had some experiences of awe. I couldn't begin to name all the different sorts of circumstances in which most people experience awe. The rest of the named uncanny emotions are less well known. I would number them as dread in far more than the purely conversational sense, horror, and loathing. All of these uncanny emotions have a sort of shuddery, not of this earth component which is, I believe, a curious survival from very early emotional experience, all of which can be thus characterized. If you think of an occasion in your own early life when you really experienced one of these uncanny feelings, of which, as I say, awe is much the most common, you will realize that it is as if the world were in some way different. If you try to analyze the experience, you may talk about your skin crawling, or this or that. At any rate, you know that it was very curious. I think any of you who recall an awe-inspiring incident will realize it could easily have been terribly unpleasant. True, many of you, perhaps, have never experienced awe to that extent. Awe is certainly the mildest of the uncanny emotions. But if there were a great deal more of such emotion, you would be very far from a going concern as long as you had it. That is the nearest I can come to hinting at what I surmise infants undergo when they are severely anxious. In attempting to outline this whole system of psychiatry, I want to stress from the very beginning the paralyzing power of anxiety. I believe that it is fairly safe to say that anybody and everybody devotes much of his lifetime, a great deal of his energy, talking loosely, and a good part of his effort in dealing with others, to avoiding more anxiety than he already has and, if possible, to getting rid of this anxiety. Many things which seem to be independent entities, processes, or whatnot, are seen to be, from the standpoint of the theory of anxiety, various techniques for minimizing or avoiding anxiety in living. For years and years psychiatrists have been struggling to cure this and that distortion of living as it came up in patients. Some of these distortions have proven extraordinarily resistant. I am inclined to say, when I don't feel that too many people are hanging on my words, that some of the cures have probably just been the result of mutual exhaustion. And why has this been so? Well, the present indication is very strongly in the direction of the wrong thing having been tackled. There was nothing particularly wrong with that which was allegedly to be cured. It was a pretty remarkable manifestation of human dexterity in living. Then what was the trouble? Was it susceptibility, vulnerability to anxiety which called out this alleged symptom? When you begin to look for the anxiety or the vulnerability to anxiety, which from the standpoint of this theory explains the occurrence of the symptoms, then the picture becomes quite different. Much more can be accomplished, much more has been accomplished, from this standpoint. And here let me say that I would not dare to speak in this way on the basis of my own experience alone. The same things that make psychiatry slippery for others make it slippery for me. It is awfully easy to be deceived. But a much more practical psychotherapy seems to be possible when one seeks to find the basic vulnerabilities to anxiety in interpersonal relations, rather than to deal with symptoms called out by anxiety or to avoid anxiety. I would not state this so positively had it not been tested by a considerable number of my colleagues in their work over the years. Although the results have been quite impressive, this does not mean that psychiatry is getting so easy that we can do it for recreation. I will probably be an utterly forgotten myth long before psychiatry gets to be remotely like an easy job for anyone. But I think that a grasp of the concept of anxiety, and seeing where it fits into the development of a person's living, will save a great deal of psychiatric effort if one is a therapist, and prevent a great many commonplace stupidities if one chooses to use psychiatry in other ways. Chapter 2. Definitions. Psychiatry as interpersonal theory. I think that there is no other field of scientific endeavor in which the worker's preconceptions are as troublesome as in psychiatry. To illustrate this, I will give 3 definitions of psychiatry. The first and broadest definition would run something like this: psychiatry is the preoccupation of psychiatrists. It is all that confounding conglomerate of ideas and impressions, of magic, mysticism, and information, of conceits and vagaries, of conceptions and misconceptions, and of empty verbalisms. That is the broadest definition of psychiatry, and, so far as I know, a good many people are very far advanced students of that field. Now there is a second definition which I was moved to make a good many years ago when I was attempting to find out what, if anything, I thought about psychiatry, and this is a polite definition for psychiatry of the prescientific era. This second definition sets up psychiatry as an art, namely, the art of observing and perhaps influencing the course of mental disorders. The third definition of psychiatry, which is the one relevant here, may be approached by considering it as an expanding science concerned with the kinds of events or processes in which the psychiatrist participates while being an observant psychiatrist. The knowledge which is organized in psychiatry as a science is not derived from anything special about the data with which the psychiatrist deals. It arises not from a special kind of data but from the characteristic actions or operations in which the psychiatrist participates. The actions or operations from which psychiatric information is derived are events in interpersonal fields which include the psychiatrist. The events which contribute information for the development of psychiatry and psychiatric theory are events in which the psychiatrist participates. They are not events that he looks at from atop ivory towers. But of all the actions or operations in which the psychiatrist participates as a psychiatrist, the ones which are scientifically important are those which are accompanied by conceptual schematizations or intelligent formulations which are communicable. These, in turn, are those actions or operations which are relatively precise and explicit, with nothing significant left equivocal or ambiguous. With the coming of the operational view, at least in the realm of physics, a certain interest has developed in whether there could be an operational approach to the field of psychology. A very interesting symposium, which includes a discussion of operationalism in psychology, is to be found in the Psychological Review for September 1945. To this symposium, a very restrained contribution was made by the eminent philosopher and physicist, P.W. Bridgman. A term, says Bridgman, is defined when the conditions are stated under which I may use the term and when I may infer from the use of the term by my neighbor that the same conditions prevailed. I have found myself somewhat entertained by this very exact statement. I am going to define terms, you see, but I won't have succeeded, according to Bridgman. All I can certainly do is state what I intend by a term, but long experience has taught me that your intention in using that term may not necessarily be the same. That, if anything, shows how far psychiatry is from being scientific. In a great many of the discourses that I have heard as a psychiatrist, the speaker has not defined his terms, nor have I provided him with any basis for guessing the conditions which covered my use of those terms. Thus when I use some particular word with a rather heavy freight of conditions as to its usability, I hope that you will at least hear me out and see whether you can come to a similar use of that term, so that you will gradually understand fairly well what I have to say. If you do not pay some attention to the way in which I take a word that you are thoroughly accustomed to and tuck it into a particular meaning, instead of a whole dictionary of meanings, then shortly we will be parting company for quite dissimilar goals. Let me quote Bridgman further. Terms used in a scientific context must be subject to the presuppositions of scientific enterprise. One of the most important of these is the possibility of checking or verifying the correctness of any statement, and for all essential purposes the definition may be specified in terms of the checking operations by which one determines that this condition is satisfied. In other words, it is important that the statements which are used can be checked as to their validity, not, needless to say, merely by the person who uses them, but by the person who hears them. Psychiatry as a scientific enterprise should consist of a great body of statements, the correctness of which could be thus checked. It does not come anywhere near that ideal yet. Many statements which will be made in the course of this formulation leave a good deal to be desired when viewed from this precise standpoint formulated by Bridgman. Yet if one is occupied not merely with taking exceptions, with misunderstanding, and so forth, but with studying the actual basis for these statements, it will be found that while many of them do not get past all the requirements of Bridgman's definition, they need but fairly simple operations and inference to come very close to it. In other words, they are not yet satisfactory statements, but they are not awfully far from satisfactory statements, and there are very real difficulties about making entirely satisfactory scientific statements in this particular area. That happens to be the case in practically all statements about, for instance, covert operations. It has to be the case with certain statements regarding the very early stages of personality development. And in these instances you might apply yourself to considering the probable correctness of the inference incorporated in the statement. The history of this field includes two tributaries which I am inclined to mention at this point in an attempt to set up as precisely as possible the reason for the interpersonal approach. Needless to say, behind all this phase of psychiatry are the discoveries of Sigmund Freud. The first tributary is the psychobiology of Adolf Meyer. Both the Freudian discoveries and the formulae of Meyer center their attention emphatically on the individual person, as the central unit of study. Some of you may be well acquainted with the system of psychiatry which Adolf Meyer developed and to which he applied the term psychobiology. By this organization of thought, Meyer made, in my opinion, a very important contribution to the understanding of living. Before Meyer's contribution, the grand divisions of knowledge included, in the upper reaches beyond biology, psychology, and sociology, and psychology was something which pertained to the mind but with the clear implication that the mind rested on concomitant physiological substrates. So psychology was a purely scientific discipline that studied something that rested on something else. Psychobiology, and I will abstract the definition, or lack of definition, of the field provided by Meyer, is the study of man as the highest embodiment of mentally integrated life. In other words, it is a more or less conscious integration, which makes use of symbols and meanings. This embodiment of mentally integrated life includes the peculiar phenomenon of subject organization by which one is able to think of oneself as if objectively. While certain statements of psychobiology may seem somewhat uncertain, Meyer has stated specifically and succinctly that psychobiology is concerned with the individual human organism as a primary entity. He says that although he likes to speak of persons and groups, the person is the agent of contact. The individual has to do the choosing of his interpersonal material. The person is an object with subject capacity. In the days when psychobiology was coming into being as a very important member of the hierarchy of knowledge, to my way of thinking a vast improvement on psychology, another discipline was being born called social psychology, which was the second tributary to the interpersonal approach. Under provocation of some very original thinking by Charles H. Cooley, George Herbert Mead, at the University of Chicago, developed a formula of social psychology which included the development of the self, not too far removed from what I discuss as the self-system, on the basis of reflected appraisals from others and the learning of roles which one undertook to live or which live one, to use a not very closely related statement of George Grodek. The social psychology of Mead was much less vividly and utterly centered on the unique individual person. It showed very clearly that the unique individual person was a complex derivative of many others. It did not quite serve for the purpose of psychiatry as here defined, because there was, you might say, no source of energy presented to account for shifts in roles, the energy expended in playing roles, and so on. I want to refer now to a very condensed comment on the significant work of Mead in founding social psychology. Although Mead's interests were wide and touched fruitfully the history and significance of science, the role of religion, the basis of politics and the claims of metaphysics, his central preoccupation was with the genesis of the self and the nature of mind. Mead took more seriously than most philosophers the task bequeathed to speculative thinkers by Darwin, the elaboration of a purely natural history of the psyche. He early enunciated the thesis that the psychical is a temporary characteristic of the empirical interaction of organism and environment concomitant with the interruption of that interaction. He thus set for himself the task of explaining the development of this discontinuous characteristic of a continuing process into a functional mind or self. The essentially active nature of the organism furnishes the basis for this achievement. The capacity of the human organism to play the parts of others, inadequately described, he thought, as imitation, is the basic condition of the genesis of the self. In playing the parts of others we react to our playing as well. When the organism comes to respond to its own role assumptions as it responds to others, it has become a self. From roles assumed successively and simultaneously there arises gradually a sort of generalized other, whose role may also be assumed. One's response to this generalized role is his individual self. Point 3. Thus one can see a certain very striking convergence of thought in the psychobiology of Meyer and the social psychology of Mead, which is concerned with the evolution of the self. There is another field which is very powerfully tributary to the development of this theory, cultural anthropology, which is concerned with the study of the social heritage of man. I should like to refer, in this connection, to Malinowski. The briefest statement of his extremely helpful views appears in the Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences. While I would like to say a good deal on this subject, I shall confine myself to one short quotation from Malinowski. For in every organized activity human beings are bound together by their connection with a definite portion of environment, by their association with a common shelter and by the fact that they carry out certain tasks in common. The concerted character of their behavior is the result of social rules, that is, customs, either sanctioned by explicit measures or working in an apparently automatic way. Among the latter type of customs are moral values, by which man is driven to definite behavior by inner compulsion, to quote Malinowski again. Without considerable help from the student of cultural anthropology on such massive questions as language, for example, I believe that it is impossible at all readily to pass from the field of psychobiology and social psychology, as defined, to that of psychiatry as here defined. And finally, I believe that there is also an absolutely necessary convergence of social psychology as the study of interpersonal interaction, and of psychiatry as the study of interpersonal interaction, a tautology which I hope you will forgive me. As a psychiatrist, I had come to feel over the years that there was an acute need for a discipline which was determined to study not the individual human organism or the social heritage, but the interpersonal situations through which persons manifest mental health or mental disorder. Approaching it from another viewpoint, Leonard Cottrell V, who has, I think, carried social psychology a long way, came to the conclusion that investigations in social psychology had to be made within the frame of reference of interpersonal situations. In my attempt to outline such a field, I discovered that it seemed to be the field in which the activity, the actions, and the operations of a psychiatrist could be given communicable conceptual schematization, and, therefore, seekable scientific meaning. It is, I believe, perfectly correct to say with Bridgman, I act in two modes, my public mode and in the private mode, in which I feel my inviolable isolation from my fellows. Psychiatry studies, as I see it, activity in the public mode and also that part of activity in the private mode which is not in any sense inviolably isolated. Let me say that insofar as you are interested in your unique individuality, in contradistinction to the interpersonal activities which you or someone else can observe, to that extent you are interested in the really private mode in which you live, in which I have no interest whatever. The fact is that for any scientific inquiry, in the sense that psychiatry should be, we cannot be concerned with that which is inviolably private. The setting up of the psychiatric field as a study of interpersonal relations is certainly necessary if psychiatry is to be scientific. Furthermore, by this simple expedient of so defining psychiatry, we weed out from the serious psychiatric problems a great number of pseudo-problems, which, since they are pseudo-problems, are not susceptible of solution, attempts at their solution being, in fact, only ways of passing a lifetime pleasantly. Let me repeat that psychiatry as a science cannot be concerned with anything which is immutably private, it must be concerned only with the human living which is in, or can be converted into, the public mode. Thus as psychobiology seeks to study the individual human being, and as cultural anthropology, which has been a powerful tributary to social science, seeks to study the social heritage shown in the concerted behavior of people making up a group, so psychiatry and its convergent, social psychology, seeks to study the biologically and culturally conditioned, but sui generis, interpersonal processes occurring in the interpersonal situations in which the observant psychiatrist does his work. Man, the animal and human experience. Man is born an animal. Man, the animal, is known only as newborn. The processes which convert man, the animal, into something else begin to become effective in a very short time after birth. It is safe to infer that man, the animal, if he continued to exist as such, would be found to be an exceedingly gifted member of the biological series, and especially gifted in the evolution of his central integrative apparatus, which has provided unique capabilities of three sorts. 1. In the interrelation of vision and the prehensile hands, the greatest tools of interrelation other than the mouth. 2. In the interrelation of hearing and the voice-producing apparatus, which is so exquisitely refined as to permit that fantastic evolutionary development, language, and 3. In the interrelation of these and all other receptor-effector systems in an exceedingly complicated forebrain, which permits operating with many kinds of abstracts of experience. There is abundant evidence that the human animal is not able to look after himself for a long time after birth, and that the abilities that characterize him are matured serially over a term of no less than 10 to 20 years. The human animal is utterly dependent at birth and, diminishingly but still greatly, dependent on the tender cooperation of the human environment for 5 or 6 years after birth. The human animal is furthermore characterized by a remarkably long period during which various biological capabilities mature in turn. It is likewise clear that the inborn potentialities which thus mature over a term of years are remarkably labile, subject to relatively durable change by experience, and antithetic to the comparatively stable patterns to which the biological concept of instinct applies. The idea of human instincts in anything like the proper rigid meaning of maturing patterns of behavior which are not labile is completely preposterous. Therefore, all discussions of human instincts are apt to be very misleading and very much a block to correct thinking, unless the term instinct, modified by the adjective human, is so broadened in its meaning that there is no particular sense in using the term at all. Excluding the outcomes of hereditary or developmental disasters to which the term, idiot, is correctly applied, the individual differences in inborn endowment of human animals are relatively unimportant in comparison with the differences of the human animal from any other species of animal, however spectacular the differences between humans may seem against the background of life histories in any particular culture area. This problem of human differences is basic to a simply delusional interest in personality and the uniqueness of personality, because this is so troublesome, so preoccupying to some otherwise very capable students of so-called human nature. I wish to put plenty of emphasis on whatever individual differences there are. At the same time, I want to warn you that in psychiatry as a study of interpersonal relations, all these individual differences are much less important than are the lack of differences, the similarities in the arts for instance, the parallels in the manifestation of human life wherever it is found. If we exclude instances of identical twins, we may assume that each human animal is somewhat different from every other one, with respect to matters of organization as a living creature, and with respect to functional activities concerned with living in the biologically necessary environment. I need scarcely remind you of such differences as hair color and texture in its distribution over the body's surface, in the color of the iris, in skin pigmentation, in blood group and type, and in size and shape of sundry items such as fingers, nose, and ears. I could go on almost indefinitely on the differences, which may be described as varying from the obvious to the recondite, between one particular biological organization and another. Rather more impressive for the student of interpersonal relations are the hereditary or at least inborn differences in function of 1. The visual receptor with respect to light frequencies, 2. The hearing receptor with respect to sound frequencies, 3. Anatomical differences reflected in the possibilities of sundry dexterities, including speech, and 4. Differences in the complex of factors underlying the activities which are measured by the Binet type of intelligence tests. It is commonly but quite erroneously supposed by those not really informed in the field that man shows a typical response to light waves of frequencies within the so-called visible spectrum. Although it is true, statistically, that one can apply the visual sensitivity or color sensitivity curve of 1,000 people to the next 100,000, one finds that the color sensitivity of a particular retina, when it is mapped with great care, does not precisely approximate the statistical curve. So there are differences, and for all we know there may be rather notable differences, particularly, for example, in the Chinese. I don't know whether their added kink in the occipital zone does affect vision, but I surmise it does. Most likely it does not affect vision in the area of color sensitivity, yet it may do so even there, we are not too sure. Besides this, there are great individual differences in response to light intensity, for instance, the particular time when the rods take over in dim illumination, and those differences are particularly impressive in that they vary with the health, nutrition, and other conditions of the person concerned. Such variations may be quite significant in certain special circumstances affecting the survival of the person concerned, as, for example, in night flying and even in night driving of an automobile. These variations in the distance receptor for light are trifling compared with the differences in the auditory receptor for air waves. Here too we have a fairly typical curve of sensitivity arrived at by statistical method, and this curve applies to a great many data of individual hearing. Individual variation from these statistical curves is very much greater than is that in the field of color vision. As a matter of fact, hearing is a fairly simple function of age. In most people the curve changes at perhaps an imperceptible velocity up to a certain age, and then there is a more or less steady diminution with time in acuity of hearing. Differences here can be more readily observed so that we know that the heard word is quite notably different for some people than it is for others. Moreover, there are pathological variations, due to early disease and injury, which are much more frequent than is the case in the visual receptor area, and have much more insidious effects on the world as experienced. Dexterity, too, is notoriously variable among different people. We are all aware, for example, of the utility of long fingers if one is to be a pianist, or the handicap of a cleft palate if one wants to be an orator. But the differences that have been most talked about over the past 2 decades, sometimes with great enthusiasm, are the remarkable range of intelligence factors, intellectual endowments, and so on, which vary, as you well know, from the low-grade imbecile to the genius, if genius can be considered a function of intelligence. By genius I mean those people who have really outstanding ability to see the relatedness of events, which seems to be the ultimate of the measurable intelligence factors. We all know that it is much easier to explain things to some people than it is to others, and all too many of us are very free in classifying people as to whether they are bright or dull, clever or stupid. Enough of an indeterminately great number of inborn factors have already been discovered to justify one in feeling that one's own animal substrate is certainly uniquely individual. Moreover, we already know something of the durable effects that may arise from defects of interchange with the optimum physico-chemical environment, as in the case of the deficiency diseases. Another field of difference, which is of even more interest to the psychiatrist, is the differences, the presumably inborn differences, in the rate of maturation of one's capabilities. Then there are differences arising from factors of the character of health, accidental injury, and diseases, already indicated in the case of hearing, but needless to say, applying in many other fields. All these differences which I have so far mentioned are differences in inborn potentialities and individual development histories of human animals as underlying human beings. Now I would like to consider differences in non-genetic factors, elements, circumstances, or influences that determine human career lines in terms of satisfaction or frustration of needs, and the enhancement or depreciation of self-regard. One of these factors is language. And while I shall not at the moment discuss language as determining differences in human career lines, I should like to provide some background for later consideration of this by quoting from Edward Sapire's Language. Language is a purely human and non-instinctive method of communicating ideas, emotions, and desires by means of a system of voluntarily produced symbols, which are, in the first instance, auditory and produced by the so-called organs of speech. The essence of language consists in the assigning of conventional, voluntarily articulated, sounds, or of their equivalents, to the diverse elements of experience. The elements of language, the symbols that ticket off experience, must be associated with whole groups, delimited classes, of experience rather than with the single experiences themselves. Only so is communication possible, for the single experience lodges in an individual consciousness and is, strictly speaking, incommunicable. To be communicated it needs to be referred to a class which is tacitly accepted by the community as an identity. This field of language includes much more than the basic cycle of speech, which insofar as we may look upon it as a purely external instrument, begins and ends in the realm of sounds. The typical course of this process may undergo endless modifications or transfers into equivalent systems without thereby losing its essential formal characteristics. The most important of these modifications is the abbreviation of the speech process involved in thinking. This has doubtless many forms. It is well known what excellent use deaf mutes can make of reading from the lips as a subsidiary method of apprehending speech. The most important of all visual speech symbolisms is, of course, that of the written or printed word, in which each element, letter or written word, in the system corresponds to a specific element, sound or sound group or spoken word, in the primary system. There are still more complex transfers, of which Sapir mentions the Morse telegraphic code and the different gesture languages such as those developed for the use of deaf mutes, of Trappist monks vowed to perpetual silence, or of communicating parties that are within seeing distance of each other but are out of earshot, as, for example, the flag language used in the Signal Corps. Sapir continues. There is no more striking general fact about language than its universality. We know of no people that is not possessed of a fully developed language. The fundamental groundwork of language, the development of a clear-cut phonetic system, the specific association of speech elements with concepts, and the delicate provision for the formal expression of all manner of relations, all this meets us rigidly perfected and systematized in every language known to us. Scarcely less impressive than the universality of speech is its almost incredible diversity. This universality and diversity of speech force us to believe that language is an immensely ancient heritage of the human race. It is doubtful if any other cultural asset of man, be it the art of drilling for fire or of chipping stone, may lay claim to a greater age. I am inclined to believe that it antedated even the lowliest developments of material culture, that these developments, in fact, were not strictly possible until language, the tool of significant expression, had itself taken shape. Here then is a field not biologically given, or the result of accidents to biologically given equipment, but of human transmission. This transmission is from other people and takes place by other than biological genetic processes or by disturbances of the physico-chemical transfer which makes up the basic life processes. This is, as Sapir says, a field almost infinitely diversified, and is a symbolic way of referring to all the classes of experience and all the relationships which man under sundry circumstances has come into contact with. There are also differences which lie in the general field of culture more or less exterior to language, which is perhaps the most important field of culture, but is by no means the exclusive field of culture. I have mentioned the extremely helpful work of Malinowski. I should also like to refer to the work of Ruth Benedict, who has this to say about the nature of culture and its place in living. The inner workings of our own brains we feel to be uniquely worthy of investigation, but custom, we have a way of thinking, is behavior at its most commonplace. As a matter of fact, it is the other way around. Traditional custom, taken the world over, is a mass of detailed behavior more astonishing than what any one person can ever evolve in individual actions, no matter how aberrant. Yet that is a rather trivial aspect of the matter. The fact of first-rate importance is the predominant role that custom plays in experience and in belief, and the very great varieties it may manifest. No man ever looks at the world with pristine eyes. He sees it edited by a definite set of customs and institutions and ways of thinking. John Dewey has said in all seriousness that the part played by custom in shaping the behavior of the individual as over against any way in which he can affect traditional custom, is as the proportion of the total vocabulary of his mother tongue over against those words of his own baby talk that are taken up into the vernacular of his family. The life history of the individual is first and foremost an accommodation to the patterns and standards traditionally handed down in his community. From the moment of his birth, the customs into which he is born shape his experience and behavior. By the time he can talk, he is the little creature of his culture, and by the time he is grown and able to take part in its activities, its habits are his habits, its beliefs his beliefs, its impossibilities his impossibilities. Every child that is born into his group will share them with him, and no child born into one on the opposite side of the globe can ever achieve the 1,000th part. There is no social problem it is more incumbent upon us to understand than this of the role of custom. Until we are intelligent as to its laws and varieties, the main complicating facts of human life must remain unintelligible. From my discussion of all these varied factors of human difference, one might think, at first glance, that these differences should be the subject of our study. We will attempt, however, to study human similarities. And we will not study people as such, but what they do, and what can be fairly safely inferred as to why they do it. One of the most inclusive biological and psychobiological terms with which we have already had several contacts is experience, for which I shall offer the following defining statement. Experience is anything lived, undergone, or the like. Experience is the inner component of events in which a living organism participates as such, that is, as an organized entity. The limiting characteristics of experience depend on the kind of organism, as well as on the kind of event experienced. Experience is not the same as the event in which the organism participates. When I look at and see a frog, my experience of the frog, my perception of the frog, is not the frog. The frog, if he is a real frog, which is by no means necessary, has reflected a particular pattern of light which then existed. My eyes have undergone the impinging of this particular pattern of light. Sundry different internal changes have ensued, including the identification of the inner data with the concept, frog. In other words, there is a relatively outer object, giving rise to something which puts me in contact with it, as we say, and there is a very complex, relatively private or inner bundle of changes of state here or there, to which I may refer as the act of perceiving, which results in the percept. Nothing in the present state of our acquaintance with the universe suggests any necessary correspondence between the perceived characteristics of a course of events like the frog as frog and the ultimate real characteristics of this course of events. Failure to take into account the interpolated act of perception leads to a multiplicity of pseudo-facts and pseudo-problems, as witness the fact that even a competent philosopher, I think it was Charles Morris, in setting up a theory of signs, comments on the fact that we wink, close the eye, before an approaching object strikes the cornea. This is quite typical of a wide variety of approximations in common speech, however allegedly scientific this common speech is, which literally mislead one quite gravely. Actually, of course, a pattern of reduced illumination, moving in a certain fashion which has already been interpreted by previous experience, touches the cornea. Charles Spearman used the word sentience to refer to the primary data out of which we come to have information. I should like to offer here a theory of sentience and any other primary data of experience, and of the phenomenology of memory, as being the totality of significant states of the organism related to the impinging of events. In my example about the frog, I have tried to emphasize the importance of the act of perceiving, which is interpolated between whatever outside reality is and what we have in our minds. What we have in our minds begins in experience, and experience for the purpose of this theory is held to occur in three modes which I shall set up, one of which is usually, but by no means certainly, restricted to human beings. These modes are the prototaxic, the parataxic, and the syntaxic. Point 10. I shall offer the thesis that these modes are primarily matters of inner elaboration of events. The mode which is easiest to discuss is relatively uncommon, experience in the syntaxic mode, the one about which something can be known, but which is somewhat harder to discuss, is experience in the parataxic mode, and the one which is ordinarily incapable of any formulation, and therefore of any discussion, is experience in the prototaxic or primitive mode. The difference in these modes lies in the extent and the character of the elaboration that one's contact with events has undergone. The prototaxic mode, which seems to be the rough basis of memory, is the crudest, shall I say, the simplest, the earliest, and possibly the most abundant mode of experience. Sentience, in the experimental sense, presumably relates to much of what I mean by the prototaxic mode. The prototaxic, at least in the very early months of life, may be regarded as the discrete series of momentary states of the sensitive organism, with special reference to the zones of interaction with the environment. By the term sensitive, I attempt to bring into your conception all those channels for being aware of significant events, from the tactile organs in, say, my buttocks, which are apprising me that this is a chair and I have sat on it about long enough, to all sorts of internunciatory sensitivities which have been developed in meeting my needs in the process of living. It is as if everything that is sensitive and centrally represented were an indefinite, but very greatly abundant, luminous switchboard, and the pattern of light which would show on that switchboard in any discrete experience is the basic prototaxic experience itself, if you follow me. This hint may suggest to you that I presume from the beginning until the end of life we undergo a succession of discrete patterns of the momentary state of the organism, which implies not that other organisms are impinging on it, but certainly that the events of other organisms are moving toward or actually affecting a change in this momentary state. The full implication of these and many other terms cannot appear until I have sketched a series of phases gone through by the newborn human being, in my language, a potentially mature person. I shall therefore shortly begin to trace the developmental history of personality, which, as you will see, is actually the developmental history of possibilities of interpersonal relations. Chapter 3. Postulates / 3 principles borrowed from biology / I want at this point to mention 3 principles which are a part of my logical philosophy or theory and are woven into my system of thought. These 3 principles, which I have borrowed from the biology of Seba Eldridge, are the principle of communal existence, the principle of functional activity, and the principle of organization. It is by dealing with applications of these principles that all basic phenomenology of life can, at the biological level, be thrown into meaningful reference. The principle of communal existence refers to the fact that the living cannot live when separated from what may be described as their necessary environment. While this is not as vividly apparent at some of the higher levels of life as it is at the lowest, because storage capacities somewhat disguise the utter dependence on interchange in the higher organisms, the fact is that the living maintain constant exchange through their bordering membranes with certain elements in the physico-chemical universe around them, and the interruption of this exchange is tantamount to death of the organism. Thus by the principle of communal existence I mean that all organisms live in continuous, communal existence with their necessary environment. I will not develop the principle of organization, since it scarcely needs any particular emphasis, and the principle of functional activity is, of course, the most general term for the processes which literally make up living. From a consideration of these 3 principles, it is possible to think of man as distinguished from plants and animals by the fact that human life, in a very real and not only a purely literary or imaginary sense, requires interchange with an environment which includes culture. When I say that man is distinguished very conspicuously from other members of the biological universe by requiring interchange with a universe of culture, this means, in actual fact, since culture is an abstraction pertaining to people, that man requires interpersonal relationships, or interchange with others. While there are apparent exceptions, which I shall later mention, it is a rare person who can cut himself off from mediate and immediate relations with others for long spaces of time without undergoing a deterioration in personality. In other words, being thus cut off is perhaps not as fatal as for an animal to be cut off from all sources of oxygen, but the lethal aspect of it is nonetheless well within the realm of correct referential speech, and is not merely a figure of speech or an allegory. The one genus postulate. I now want to present what I used to call the one genus hypothesis, or postulate. This hypothesis I word as follows: we shall assume that everyone is much more simply human than otherwise, and that anomalous interpersonal situations, insofar as they do not arise from differences in language or custom, are a function of differences in relative maturity of the persons concerned. In other words, the differences between any two instances of human personality, from the lowest grade imbecile to the highest grade genius, are much less striking than the differences between the least gifted human being and a member of the nearest other biological genus. Man, however undistinguished biologically, as long as he is entitled to the term human personality, will be very much more like every other instance of human personality than he is like anything else in the world. As I have tried to hint before, it is to some extent on this basis that I have become occupied with the science, not of individual differences, but of human identities, or parallels, one might say. In other words, I try to study the degrees and patterns of things which I assume to be ubiquitously human. Heuristic stages in development. I would like at this point to set up a heuristic classification of personality development which is very convenient for the organization of thought. These heuristic stages are infancy, childhood, the juvenile era, preadolescence, early adolescence, late adolescence, and adulthood or maturity. Infancy extends from a few minutes after birth to the appearance of articulate speech, however uncommunicative or meaningless. Childhood extends from the appearance of the ability to utter articulate sounds of or pertaining to speech, to the appearance of the need for playmates, that is, companions, cooperative beings of approximately one's own status in all sorts of respects. This ushers in the juvenile era, which extends through most of the grammar school years to the eruption, due to maturation, of a need for an intimate relation with another person of comparable status. This, in turn, ushers in the era that we call preadolescence, an exceedingly important but chronologically rather brief period that ordinarily ends with the eruption of genital sexuality and puberty, but psychologically or psychiatrically ends with the movement of strong interest from a person of one's own sex to a person of the other sex. These phenomena mark the beginning of adolescence, which in this culture, it varies, however, from culture to culture, continues until one has patterned some type of performance which satisfies one's lust, one's genital drives. Such patterning ushers in late adolescence, which in turn continues as an era of personality until any partially developed aspects of personality fall into their proper relationship to their time partition, and one is able, at adulthood, to establish relationships of love for some other person, in which relationship the other person is as significant, or nearly as significant, as oneself. This really highly developed intimacy with another is not the principal business of life, but is, perhaps, the principal source of satisfactions in life, and one goes on developing in depth of interest or in scope of interest, or in both depth and scope, from that time until unhappy retrogressive changes in the organism lead to old age. I shall try to outline my theory by exhausting the easily conceivable possibilities of each of these stages of development, showing the beginnings of things wherever they are either observable or fairly safely inferable, beginning at birth and moving toward at least chronological adulthood. Euphoria and tension. In our thinking we need, besides biological or human postulates, certain concepts that are borrowed from other fields of human activity, including a few from the field of mathematics. The one I particularly want to mention at this time is the idea of limits, and the notion of the absolute. I use absolute constructs every now and then in thinking about interpersonal relations. That is, I attempt to define something I know does not exist by extrapolation from extreme instances of something that does exist. These ideal constructs or polar constructs are useful for clear discussion of phenomena which fall more or less near one of these polar absolutes. The two absolutes that I want to present at the moment are absolute euphoria and absolute tension. Absolute euphoria can be defined as a state of utter well-being. The nearest approach to anything like it that there is any reason for believing one can observe might occur when a very young infant is in a state of deep sleep. Absolute tension might be defined as the maximum possible deviation from absolute euphoria. The nearest approach to absolute tension that one observes is the rather uncommon, and always relatively transient, state of terror. Now, it is a peculiarity of life that the level of euphoria and the level of tension are in reciprocal relation, that is, the level of euphoria varies inversely with the level of tension. And now I am going to make, partly, I suppose, for my own amusement, a frank and wholehearted reference to mathematics. This reciprocal relation may be expressed by saying that y is a function of x, and the relationship is y equals 1/x. Those of you who remember the conversion of the mathematical formula y equals 1/x into numerical representation will perhaps recall that y has a boundless limit when x equals 0 and that, however much the value of x is increased, y never reaches 0. That is, the limits, 0 for the one and infinity for the other, are never actually observed. This is just another way of saying that absolute euphoria and absolute tension are constructs which are useful in thought but which do not occur in nature. These absolutes are approached at times, but almost all of living is perhaps rather near the middle of the trail, that is, there is some tension, and to that extent the level of euphoria is not as high as it could be. While euphoria need not trouble us very much, tensions are a very important part of our thinking. Point 14 on this matter of tensions. I should like to include here an excerpt from an article of mine. In any discussion about personality considered as an entity, we must use the term experience. Whatever else may be said about experience, it is in final analysis experience of tensions and experience of energy transformations. I use these two terms in exactly the same sense as I would in talking about physics. There is no need to add adjectives such as mental, however mental experience itself may be conceived to be. In the realm of personality and culture, tensions may be considered to have two important aspects, that of tension as a potentiality for action, for the transformation of energy, and that of a felt or wittingly noted state of being. The former is intrinsic, the latter is not. In other words, tension is potentiality for action, and tension may have a felt or representational component. There is no reason for doubting that this contingent rather than intrinsic factor is a function of experience rather than of tension per se, for it applies in the same way to energy transformations. They, too, may have felt or representational components, or transpire without any witting awareness. Yet the undergoing of tensions and of energy transformations, however free the events may have been from any representative component, is never exterior to the sum total of living and in many instances not beyond the possibility of some kind of recall, indication as of the dynamically surviving, actual past, with detectable influence on the character of the foreseen and dynamically significant neighboring future. Returning now to my account of the development of the human animal in becoming a person, I have suggested that euphoria may be equated to a total equilibrium of the organism, which we know never exists, but which is approached in those time intervals or instants when tension is at its minimum. In the very young infant these intervals occur when the breathing cycle has started on its lifelong course, when there is no deficiency of body temperature, of water supply, and of food supply, in the stomach usually, and when no noxious events are impinging on the so-called periphery of what will later be called awareness. The tension of needs. The tensions that episodically or recurrently lower the level of the infant's euphoria and affect the biologic disequilibration of his being are needs primarily appertaining to his communal existence with the physico-chemical universe. Now very early in life we need assume nothing except a communal existence with the physico-chemical universe, but when we make that assumption we must be very clear in realizing that the infant is not himself adequately equipped to maintain that absolutely necessary communal existence. There has to be a mothering one, while I know no inherent difficulty about this being a wolf or an ape, as the historic myths have it. The brute fact is that we have no authentic or verifiable account of anyone who has been raised by wolves, apes, or the like. If we did have, we might know a little more about the human animal. The relaxations of these episodic or recurrent tensions which disturb the equilibrium of the infant's being are, of course, equilibrations with specific respect to the source of disequilibrium, whether it be lack of oxygen, lack of sugar, lack of water, or lack of adequate body temperature. And the relaxation of the tensions called out by lacks of this kind I call satisfaction of the specific need which was concerned. I will mention at this time, and the immediate relevance of this will gradually appear, that satisfactions can be defined by noting the biological disequilibration which actions, that is, energy transformations, of the infant have served to remedy. In other words, a need, while it is in a broad biological sense disequilibrium, acquires its meaning from the actions or energy transformations which result in its satisfaction. When I speak of the actions or energy transformations of the infant which serve to remedy biological disequilibration or to satisfy needs, it may be fairly easy to see how the infant's breathing movements serve to remedy his oxygen needs and how sucking movements serve to remedy his sugar and water needs. It may not be quite so evident how any activity of the infant serves his need for maintaining body temperature, for example. But those who have dealt with newborn infants know that they are quite audible, once they are going concerns, if they are not covered with insulating material that reduces heat loss. The outcry is the initial action of the infant which is directed toward the remedy of the need for reduced heat loss, and the reduction of the heat loss, the experience of adequate internal temperature, is a satisfaction of that need. The alternation of need and satisfaction gives rise to experience or, if you will, is experience, needless to say, in the prototaxic mode. The need, that is, the felt discomfort of the disequilibrium, the specific tensional reduction in euphoria, begins to be differentiated in terms of the direction toward its relief, which amounts to increasingly clear foresight of relief by appropriate action. It need scarcely be said that this foresight is the experience of the neighboring future, and this experience, too, must occur in the prototaxic mode in very early infancy, because there is no other basis for experience. What I am saying in essence is that the first successful activity of an infant, such as breathing to relieve anoxia, begins to define the nature of the need for oxygen, which, before that, is undifferentiated, and also begins to define the nature of extreme tension, or almost complete absence of euphoria. Thus beginning with the first activities of the infant, the first transformations of energy that are associated with the diminution of need and its ultimate extinction for the time being, the personality develops what is later clearly identifiable as the foresight function. A great many truths, which will gradually appear, are wrapped up in that statement, but the one that I wish to note now is that this does imply something of the neighboring future. By and large, any experience that can be discussed, that is, any experience in the syntaxic or parataxic mode, is always interpenetrated by elements of the near past, sometimes even the distant past, and by elements of the near future, anticipation, expectation, and so on. These elements are powerfully influential in determining the way that tensions are transformed into activity, that is, the way in which potentiality in the tension becomes action. The comparatively great influence of foresight is one of the striking characteristics of human living in contrast to all other living. The whole philosophical doctrine of representation might, if one wished, be wrapped up in this statement that successful action creates or is identified with, I might use any number of vague words that don't quite convey what I mean here, foreseen relief. I want to quote next a section by Kurt Lewin on environmental structure and needs. The life space of the infant is extremely small and undifferentiated. This is just as true of its perceptual as of its affective space. With the gradual extension and differentiation of the child's life space, a larger environment and essentially different facts acquire psychological existence, and this is true also with respect to dynamic factors. The child learns in increasing degree to control the environment. At the same time, and no less important, it becomes psychologically dependent upon a growing circle of environmental events. For the investigation of dynamic problems, we are forced to start from the psychologically real environment of the child. In the objective sense, the existence of a social bond is a necessary condition of the viability of an infant not yet able itself to satisfy its biologically important needs. This is usually a social bond with the mother in which, functionally, the needs of the baby have primacy. From recasting similar considerations concerning the relationship of the very young human and the necessary environment, it becomes possible to draw out a general principle which I used to call a theorem. This principle or theorem is designed to be an especially compact and meaningful way of expressing one of the basic derivatives from this approach. My theorem is this: the observed activity of the infant arising from the tension of needs induces tension in the mothering one, which tension is experienced as tenderness and as an impulsion to activities toward the relief of the infant's needs. In other words, however manifest the increasing tension of needs in an infant may be, and we will study a very important manifestation of that tension in the energy transformations of the cry, the observation of these tensions or of the activity which manifests their presence calls out, in the mothering one, a certain tension, which may be described as that of tenderness, which is a potentiality for or an impulsion to activities suited to, or more or less suited to, the relief of the infant's needs. This, in its way, is a definition of tenderness, a very important conception, very different indeed from the miscellaneous and, in general, meaningless term love, which confuses so many issues in our current day and age. The manifest activity by the mothering one toward the relief of the infant's needs will presently be experienced by the infant as the undergoing of tender behavior, and these needs, the relaxation of which require cooperation of another, thereon take on the character of a general need for tenderness. To sum up, the tension called out in the mothering one by the manifest needs of the infant we call tenderness, and a generic group of tensions in the infant, the relief of which requires cooperation by the person who acts in the mothering role, can be called need for tenderness. As I have said, I regard the first needs that fall into the genus of the need for tenderness as needs arising in the necessary communal existence of the infant and the physico-chemical universe. Even though the needs which I include when I speak of the generic need for tenderness are direct derivatives of disequilibrium arising in the physico-chemical universe inside and outside the infant, that is, making up the infant and the necessary environment, nonetheless these generic needs all require cooperation from another. Thus, the need for tenderness is ingrained from the very beginning of things as an interpersonal need. And the complementary need of the mothering one is a need to manifest appropriate activity, which may be called a general need to give tenderness, or to behave tenderly, and this, whatever tensions and energy transformations may be mixed up in it, is again interpersonal in kind, if not in all details. So far I am saying, in what may seem a very complicated way, that because the infant is practically absolutely dependent on the intervention of others, or a particular other, for survival and for the maintenance of the necessary interchange, the mother behaves tenderly and helps in the relieving of sundry recurrent disequilibria. There is a reason for the complexity of the explanation, if only to emphasize that this is not merely a business of the nourishing of the young as if by a good incubator. The tension of anxiety. But now I pass to another broadly important statement, where there is much less chance for confusion over whether things are interpersonal or impersonal. This again I call a theorem. The tension of anxiety, when present in the mothering one, induces anxiety in the infant. The rationale of this induction, that is, how anxiety in the mother induces anxiety in the infant, is thoroughly obscure. This gap, this failure of our grasp on reality, has given rise to some beautifully plausible and perhaps correct explanations of how the anxiety of the mother causes anxiety in the infant. I bridge the gap simply by referring to it as a manifestation of an indefinite, that is, not yet defined, interpersonal process to which I apply the term empathy. I have had a good deal of trouble at times with people of a certain type of educational history, since they cannot refer empathy to vision, hearing, or some other special sense receptor, and since they do not know whether it is transmitted by the ether waves or air waves or whatnot, they find it hard to accept the idea of empathy. But whether the doctrine of empathy is accepted or not, the fact remains that the tension of anxiety when present in the mothering one induces anxiety in the infant. That theorem can be proved, I believe, and those who have had pediatric experience or mothering experience actually have data which can be interpreted on no other equally simple hypothetical basis. So although empathy may sound mysterious, remember that there is much that sounds mysterious in the universe, only you have got used to it, and perhaps you will get used to empathy. Everything that I have discussed before coming to anxiety is a function of the biologically necessary communal existence of the infant, barring only the hint I have given of a need for contact with the living. Now, in discussing anxiety, I have come to something that has nothing whatever to do with the physico-chemical needs of the living young. The tension called anxiety primarily appertains to the infants, as also to the mothers, communal existence with a personal environment, in utter contradistinction to the physico-chemical environment. For reasons presently to appear, I distinguish this tension from the sundry tensions already called needs by saying that the relaxation of the tension of anxiety, the re-equilibration of being in this specific respect, is the experience, not of satisfaction, but of interpersonal security. The tension called anxiety, as early experienced in the prototaxic mode, is differentiated from all other reductions in euphoria by the absence of anything specific. You will recall that, when speaking of tensions of needs, I referred to specific sources of disequilibration, such as the lack of oxygen, water, or sugar. Because of the absence of anything so specific in anxiety, there is a consequent lack of differentiation in terms of the direction toward its relief by appropriate action. There is in the infant no capacity for action toward the relief of anxiety. While needs, as already suggested, begin to be, as it were, recognized or experientially represented in terms of the first of the infant's actions associated with their relief, the relief of anxiety has none of that aspect. No action of the infant is consistently and frequently associated with the relief of anxiety, and therefore the need for security, or freedom from anxiety, is highly significantly distinguished from all other needs from its very first hypothetical appearance. Perhaps I should expand this idea somewhat so that its meaning becomes less obscure. At an indeterminately early age, the tensions which appear in the infant connected with his relationship to the physico-chemical environment tend to be relatively localized and marked with the prototype of what later we call emotional experience. Thus the experience connected with the need for water, or the tension associated with this need, begins to take on specific character. The same is true of the need for heat, the need for sugar, and, as I will develop at very considerable length presently, the need for oxygen. This more or less specific character of the connected experience, this mark, if you please, which characterizes the experience, permits the differentiation of activity suited to or appropriate to the relief of these needs. To leap a great many years of development, as an adult you know, for example, when you are hungry, that is, you can differentiate the experience connected with tensions due to your need for food, or due to the liver's resistance to giving up food until it has a new supply in prospect. You, by the mark of this particular experience, think, I am hungry, and seek a restaurant or consider sponging a meal off of someone. This is the differentiation of appropriate action for the relief of a tension on the basis of the specific character of the experience that you are having. Now my point is that anxiety, in contradistinction to these other tensions, has nothing specific about it. It does not gradually get itself related to hypothetical but reasonably probable contractions in the stomach, or dryness of the throat, or what have you. It does not have any specific characteristics of that kind, and consequently there is no basis in the experience of early anxiety for any differentiation, or clarification, of action appropriate to the avoidance or relief of anxiety. Therefore, I say that the infant has no capacity for action toward the relief of anxiety. As I have said, human beings manifest needs for sundry more or less specific satisfactions. Converted into this language, the need for interpersonal security might be said to be the need to be rid of anxiety. But anxiety is not manageable, it comes by induction from another person. The infant's capacity for manipulating another person is confined, at the very start, to the sole capacity to call out tenderness by manifesting needs, and the person who would respond to manifest need in the situation in which the infant is anxious is relatively incapable of that response because it is the parental anxiety which induces the infant's anxiety, and as I shall explain shortly, anxiety always interferes with any other tensions with which it coincides. Therefore, there is, from the very earliest evidence of the empathic linkage, this peculiar distinction that anxiety is not manageable. Anxiety is a tension in opposition to the tensions of needs and to action appropriate to their relief. It is in opposition to the tension of tenderness in the mothering one. It interferes with infantile behavior sequences, that is, with the infant's growing effectiveness in his communal existence with the physico-chemical environment. It interferes, for example, with his sucking activity and doubtless with his swallowing. In fact, one may say flatly that anxiety opposes the satisfaction of needs. Of all experience of the present, the experience of anxiety is the sort least clearly interpenetrated by elements of the past and the future. It is the least interpretable and productive of foresight. In other words, because of the factors that I have been discussing and various others, the explanatory identifying elements of the past and the foresight of relief in the future, which are so important in accounting for activities or energy transformations in any particular situation, are, in this realm of anxiety, the easiest to overlook and the hardest to find. Everywhere else the differentiation, however fantastic, of needs and the choosing of appropriate actions directed toward their relief, or even very inappropriate actions but allegedly, you might say, directed toward their relief, show the effect of the past and, even at a very early stage, the element of anticipation of the near future. In anxiety, however, because there is no lever with which to begin such differentiation, it is hard to get experience of anxiety in the past to fit into interpreting present instances of it, and anxiety can almost be said to cut off foresight. Now that is very loosely expressed. But at least one can say that the more anxious one is, the less the distinguished human function of foresight is free to work effectively in the choice, as we call it, of action appropriate to the tensions that one is experiencing. The capacity to experience anxiety is not an exclusively human capacity, but the role of anxiety in interpersonal relations is so profoundly important that its differentiation from all other tensions is vital. I shall, therefore, next review the probabilities as to the infant's tensional history up to and including the occurrence of the earliest experiences of anxiety. In this process I shall touch particularly upon the seeming, and perhaps very real, relationship of terror and anxiety. But this will be with the earnest hope that no one will think that I am saying that anxiety is terror. What I am instead attempting to say is that of all the experiences which are differentiated on the basis of specific marking, the only one that comes within gunshot of the experience of primitive anxiety is terror, which, I have already hinted, is the closest approach to absolute tension that one can imagine. Part 2. The Developmental Epochs. Chapter 4. Infancy, Beginnings. Ways of dealing with the tension of fear. The first great danger to the newborn is that of anoxia, deprivation of oxygen in contact with the tissues. This danger becomes acute with the separation of the newborn infant from the maternal circulation and continues, intensifying very swiftly thereafter, until the successful institution of the breathing cycle by which air flows in and out from thenceforth. Recurrence of this danger of anoxia at any time in life is accompanied by an extraordinary form of fear to which we refer as terror. Occasions of danger other than the failure of oxygen supply may call out terror, but from very early in extrauterine life any interference with freedom of the bodily movements which are concerned with the cyclic alternation of negative and positive pressure in the lungs calls out general activity of the infant or older person, which is suggestive in appearance of what we later in life would unquestionably call rage behavior. However, when I speak of activity of the infant which is suggestive of what we later see in people who are enraged, I am not, like the old behaviorists, asking you to picture rage as one of the primitive emotions. I am suggesting that the most certain way of terrifying anybody at any time in his life is to interfere rather quickly with his supply of air. Choking, submersion in carbon dioxide or other oxygen-free gases, and so on, are extremely terrifying experiences. A peculiarity of the danger of anoxia is that not only does anything which impedes breathing tend to call out severe fear which rapidly becomes terror and this sort of behavior which is seen in the infant as screaming and kicking and so on, but, if the oxygen starvation progresses, the organism is so built that there will be general convulsions, convulsive releases of undifferentiated motor impulses, before death actually happens. Fear, from its mildest to its most extreme form, that of terror, is to be considered to be the felt aspect of tension arising from danger to the existence or biological integrity of the organism. Such dangers are, in general, those of anoxia, oxygen starvation, which I have just been discussing, of thirst, water starvation, of starvation for carbohydrates and other chemical foodstuffs, of subcooling, of molar injury to the body, that is, massive injury to the body, and of impairment or failure of sundry vital factors. Circulatory failure is probably the same old danger of anoxia and, if at all rapidly deepening, is very apt to be accompanied by terror. If you think of fear from a rather adult standpoint, you will notice that there are 4 generic patterns for dealing with or relaxing the tension of fear. And if you will forget infancy entirely for the moment and think of yourself in a fear-provoking situation, such as being threatened by an oncoming enemy in a warfare situation, you will realize that one of the patterns for dealing with fear is to remove or destroy the fear-provoking circumstances. Another is to escape from the fear-provoking circumstances. A third, not so immediately self-evident, is to neutralize the fear-provoking circumstances. To describe the 4th generic pattern I shall use a word which is rather misleading. The 4th pattern is to ignore the fear-provoking circumstances. If you consider even the ordinary risks to our somatic organization, such as traffic hazards and other hazards of transportation, you will immediately realize that when I speak of ignoring the danger, I am referring to pretty complicated processes. For example, even if a person knows that the risk incurred in crossing busy streets is fully as great as the risk incurred in traveling in airplanes, it is obvious that he must ignore a great deal of this risk inherent in crossing streets when he is going about his daily business, yet actually to say that the risk is ignored implies, as I say, something pretty complicated. As to the other patterns for dealing with fear, removing or destroying the source of a danger is fairly evident. The classical way of handling fear is to get away from that which is feared, to escape it. In certain circumstances one can neutralize fear. Thus, for example, if you are dealing with a person who is given to violence, you can neutralize the danger of his violence if you can impress him with the equal probability of your successful use of violence, and another way, of course, is to ignore him. The vigorous motor activity which is called out by restraint of the infant's freedom of respiratory movements may be effective in removing or escaping from the restraining circumstances. This effectiveness may be direct, or it may be mediated by way of calling out mothering activity. Now some people have doubts as to the propriety of using so-called teleological arguments in which the goal is supposed to cause, in a certain curious fashion, the phenomena discussed. And so I shall defer, as long as I can, any attempt to make use of so-called teleological explanations. In a great many ways, many of the details of the equipment of the human animal can readily be discussed from this teleological standpoint, but they can also be considered as the result of evolutionary change controlled by survival value. Thus if you will think, not of a human infant, but of a kitten or a puppy, you will realize that one of the encompassing risks to this infant dog or cat is that, when it is under the mother for purposes of reducing heat loss, it will be cut off from communal existence with the atmosphere by the body of the mother. When this happens, the sort of vigorous movement which is called out fairly early in oxygen privation serves to apprise the mother of the danger to the puppy or kitten. In the same way, if a human infant is threatened with anoxia because a blanket is cutting off his oxygen supply, here again vigorous movements, which may ultimately become convulsive discharges, will have a very strong likelihood of calling out mothering activity, of displacing this obstruction, or of displacing the infant to the point where contact with the air can be renewed. Since we store less oxygen than we do water and sugar, very extensive provisions for ensuring a practically continuous contact with the circumambient atmosphere have had great survival value for the human animal and in fact for all the higher animals. As I have said, the vigorous movements which are called out by oxygen hunger, and which look like performances of older children in rage, are effective in escaping from the restraining influences or circumstances bearing on the oxygen supply, either directly, in the example I have spoken of, by getting out from under a blanket, or mediately, by way of calling out mothering activity. The audible vibratory air movements which accompany the institution of the breathing cycle, the birth cry, are the first instance of infantile activity which evokes the tensions of generic tenderness in the mothering one. Crying remains for some time the most effective infantile behavior appropriate to the relief of fear. To the extent that the tender acts of the mothering one are correctly addressed to removing the disturbing circumstances, this crying, which is heard by the infant, is experienced as adequate and appropriate action. In many other instances, while it may not bring immediate relief of the danger causing the tension of fear, it at least brings tenderness in the course of what might be described as random efforts on the part of the mothering one, which are closely, or reasonably closely, identified with the relief of the fear-evoking danger. Since I want to forestall, as far as I can, any possible reservations to these thoughts, I shall here take up the question of the hearing of the infant's crying by the infant. The middle ear and the eustachian tube are filled with fluid, at least in many infants, for a little while after birth, and under those circumstances it might be quite difficult to demonstrate that an infant can hear someone playing a piano 10 feet away. But while air is a comparatively elastic medium which carries sound waves quite nicely, water, saline solution, and so on are relatively inelastic media which carry vibrations still better. Now, since vibration occurs in the neighborhood of the larynx, as in crying, and is reflected and refined in the neighborhood of the opening of the eustachian tube well back in the throat, the only question about an infant's hearing his own crying is whether the auditory division of the appropriate nerve is functionally adequate at birth. Since it can be demonstrated that that nerve is functionally adequate before birth, it seems to me perfectly possible to speak of even the birth cry as being heard by the infant. Certainly very soon after the institution of the breathing cycle, the infant hears himself cry. Thus you will realize that, since we are talking about a very primitive type of experience, it is quite as credible to talk about the experience of the newborn infant as it is, for example, to talk about the experience of an amoeba, and the experience of an amoeba is something that can safely be set up as an hypothesis to account for certain observable facts. From the standpoint of the infant's prototaxic experience, this crying, insofar as it evokes appropriate tender behavior by the mothering one, is adequate and appropriate action by the infant to remove or escape fear-provoking dangers. Crying thus comes to be differentiated as action appropriate to accomplish the foreseen relief of fear. Anxiety as a threat to the organism. Let us now consider the case of the anxious infant, the infant suffering anxiety induced by anxiety on the part of the mother. Anxiety does not arise from danger to the communal physico-chemical interchange or to the organization of the infant's body. It arises by induction from the anxiety of the mother. It is a function of the necessary interpersonal communality with someone mature enough to cooperate in the complex activities needed for the relief of the infant's physico-chemical needs. I would like to repeat that dangers calling out fear can be handled in 4 ways, at least by adults. But if you will now think of anxiety, which is originally induced by anxiety in the mothering one, you will immediately see that, not only in infancy but for the rest of life, the circumstances conducive to anxiety cannot be removed, nor destroyed, nor escaped. Some of you may think that an adult can remove or destroy the source of anxiety by killing the person who makes him anxious, or escape it by leaving town, but later on in my discussion it will become apparent that the source of anxiety is not so easily handled. Certainly there is no possibility of the infant's doing anything to remove or destroy the source of the infantile anxiety, nor is there any escaping it. Crying in relation to infantile anxiety is often ineffectual or worse. It often increases the anxiety of the mothering one, and thereby increases the anxiety of the infant. This is partly because of the direct induction of more anxiety in the infant when anxiety increases in the mother, and partly because the anxiety of the mother interferes with her competence to manifest tenderness and particularly with her competence to do the right thing, you might say, to cooperate in the infant's escaping dangers, and so on. There isn't any right thing to do with infantile anxiety except for the mother to cease to be anxious. Anxiety interferes with both the mother's cooperation and the infant's behavior patterns for the relief of his need, which calls out fear when it is not relieved. Thus if the infant has some need at the same time that he becomes anxious, there is then in the infant a double handicap, because not only is he anxious, but also a need is being left unresolved and is, therefore, presumably increasing. The act of crying itself, that is, the production of the audible vibrations which make up the cry, is a reductive modification of freedom of expiring breath, and, in fact, as the crying becomes violent, may also represent an interference with inspiring breath. Thus any intensification of crying, such as one would expect when the crying reflects both the danger of need and infantile anxiety induced by the mother's anxiety, may incur the danger of interference with the oxygen exchange. And this, added to everything else, rapidly aggravates fear in the direction of terror. Now, as I have said before, this particular type of restraint in the communal existence of the infant, marked interference with breathing, calls out a vigorous type of molar activity on the part of the infant which suggests what is later quite properly called rage behavior. It is an actual fact of pediatric experience that sometimes this combination of unsatisfied need, anxiety in the infant, and succeeding threat to the respiratory freedom progresses to the point that the infant is blue, cyanotic, which means that there is nothing like enough oxygen in the circulating blood, and also progresses into general convulsions called spasms by most people, I believe. Now here is a picture, which, I trust, clearly shows the relative inappropriateness and inadequacy of the infantile behavior for the relief of anxiety. For the source of the anxiety is, at this stage of development, solely anxiety in the mothering one, that is, in the significant, relatively adult personality whose cooperation is necessary to keep the infant alive. This picture may seem to suggest that when this coincidence of needs and anxiety occurs, things rapidly progress in a fashion which becomes thoroughly dangerous for the survival of the infant. To a certain extent that is true, but if this were the whole story, there would probably be no extant specimens of our particular species. I can perhaps best suggest what happens by describing the way the heart is protected from any dangerous or fatal activities of the apparatus which slows and regulates, that is, evens, the cardiac rhythm. This is the so-called vagus influence, which not only slows the heart, but can actually stop the heart from beating, a fatal performance if it were prolonged. In order to prevent this, an apparatus manifests itself which enables the heart to escape from inhibition. Thus, while the vagus influence may stop the heart for a little while, the heart then escapes and hurries to make up for lost time in circulating oxygen and foodstuffs. Similarly, in the development of terror connected with infantile anxiety, we have dynamisms, I shall use this word instead of apparatus, which protect the infant from the otherwise extremely dangerous kind of coincidence I have described. The exact meaning of dynamism I shall exemplify later when we have more to work on. The dynamisms of apathy and somnolent detachment. There are dynamisms which are called out by these emergency situations both in very early life and in later life. In the infant, one of these dynamisms manifests itself particularly in saving the infant from this geometrical progression, so to speak, of disaster called out by unsatisfied need, anxiety, and the resulting interference with breathing which provokes terror, the maximum state of tension. The dynamism which intervenes in the type of situation that I have described, which is quite often aggravated continuously by the mounting anxiety of the mothering one, is part of the adaptive capabilities of man and of some, at least, of the higher animals. It is the possibility of becoming apathetic, of manifesting under certain circumstances the condition which we call apathy. In apathy all the tensions of needs are markedly attenuated. You will remember that I have previously set up a discrimination between two tensions, the tension of needs, which can be satisfied, and which can be experienced as fear of a danger of the need, and the tension of anxiety, which is brought about by the interpersonal situation. The latter can be said to be the need for interpersonal security, and it is very distinct from the need for interchange with the physico-chemical environment, for preserving the integrity of the bodily organization and the smooth working of its vital processes. I have now said that in the state called apathy the tension of all needs is markedly attenuated. I am not too sure about the relationship of apathy and anxiety. It is a recondite problem, and I shall tell you almost at once how I have, at least provisionally, resolved it. But first I want you to consider the anxious and terrified infant, who may be described as a shrieking, kicking infant, and to consider how apathy intervenes to markedly attenuate the infant's tensions, that is, not actually to obliterate them, but to greatly reduce them. Let us say that the tensions were, in this particular example, first, a need for food, then, because feeding was impaired by the mother's anxiety, ultimately a need for both food and oxygen. Apathy reduces the tension of these needs. In states of apathy, however, the needs are not abolished, but are merely markedly attenuated, and there is usually enough of the tension of needs to maintain organic life. That is, apathy does not ordinarily so attenuate needs that one will calmly or apathetically starve to death, die of thirst, undergo devastating injury, or the like. But this is true only in the absence of any extraordinary danger in the physico-chemico-biological sphere. As long as apathy prevails, there is no possibility of an adequate tensional response to an acute or extreme danger. I am adding this not because it pertains immediately to our discussion of the infant, but because I want you to realize that apathy as an escape from this pyramiding of tension, which culminates in terror, an extremely expensive state, is not nearly as charmingly efficient and safe as is the apparatus for the escape of the heart from inhibition. In the latter, the apparatus always works if the person is well enough to survive the stoppage of the heart, as is almost invariably the case, but in the case of the infant, terror when mixed with anxiety might easily lead to death. Thus the vulnerability of the infant in this process of getting to be a person is somewhat greater than is the vulnerability of the heart in the example which I have cited. To get back to my resolution of the problem of the relationship between apathy and anxiety, I would like to set up provisionally the term somnolent detachment as the protective dynamism called out by prolonged severe anxiety, in contradistinction to apathy as the protective dynamism called out by unfulfilled needs. I do not know whether the dynamism of somnolent detachment is manifested early in infancy, and it is impossible, so far as I have yet been able to find, to devise any procedure which would settle that question, but certainly later in life something corresponding to apathy intervenes in anxiety if it is severe and prolonged. The difference in actual appearance between the young when apathetic and the young involved in somnolent detachment is nil. There is no objective difference. But since a good deal of our speculation and inference about the very early stages of life comes from following backward from later clearly discriminable states to their first manifestations, we are, I think, entirely justified in saying that from the beginning these escape or safety devices are entitled to different names. Apathy is called out by unsatisfied, extremely aggravated needs. Somnolent detachment is called out by inescapable and prolonged anxiety. That is, somnolent detachment, since anxiety is induced by interpersonal situations, is the safety device which attenuates the susceptibility to the interpersonally induced tension of anxiety. It suffices, at this stage of our consideration of developmental history, to observe that the intervention of these, as it were, safety dynamisms attenuates the infant's disturbed condition to a point at which a very important change of state of awareness occurs, and the infant sleeps. Tension of the need for sleep. I have spoken several times of awareness without defining it. Let me say that the state of awareness has to be inferred about the infant. Presently we will have some data which will make awareness more than just a given. But one can safely say that from practically the first hour of extrauterine life, there are two phases of existence. 1. Awareness, which anyone should be able to accept provisionally, and the other, the state of sleep. Now sleep as a phase of living is quite as important, and in some ways just as intricate, as is waking. In man and in the higher animals, at least, the phasic variation of living between waking and sleep is necessary for the continuation of life. Apathy and somnolent detachment may from this standpoint be regarded as dynamisms that ensure life despite grave interference with the ability to fall asleep. Most of the life of the infant is spent in the phase of sleep. Roughly the division of life between sleeping and waking varies inversely with developmental age. But this reciprocal relationship, remember that inverse variation is a reciprocal relationship, is a complex function which is by no means as simple as my former example of the inverse relationship between tension and euphoria. We may say, however, that no other significant factor being concerned, the portion of the life of the infant spent in sleep varies inversely with the developmental age of the infant. It should be noted that at the start of extrauterine life, the developmental age and the chronological age are nearly or very nearly equivalent. But this one-to-one relationship disappears quite early in life. In fact, every day the infant lives, there is a less close correspondence between developmental age and chronological age as measured by a calendar or a clock. This whole topic of needs, anxiety, and sleep will come up again and again and will be developed more as we go on. But since I am still trying to set forth a consideration of the developmental epoch of infancy, I shall, after making a few more remarks, defer any further development of the subject of sleep. I have already pointed out that living has two phasic variations, sleeping and waking. But living in the phase of sleep is not a state of tensionless euphoria. The more one needs sleep, the more intense becomes the particular tension state, which is the disequilibrium of being that is relaxed or remedied by sleeping. So sleep has the relation to this particular tensional state that satisfaction, let us say, of the need for sugar has to the need for sugar. By this statement, which I trust has been adequate, I have brought you to the third and last of the great genera of tensions which pertain to human living, in addition to the tensions of needs and the tensions which we call anxiety, induced by disturbance of interpersonal relations. We have here the tensions concerned with the phasic state of living which is called sleep. We shall presently discover that the tensions of needs and of anxiety are oppositional to the tensions of sleeping. None of these tensions are of the same genus, they are very significantly different. I have discussed at some length the differences, which appear very early in the infant, in the tension of anxiety as compared with the tension of needs. The handicaps of language being what they are, I would like to review what I have been saying. I have chosen to use one word, needs, to refer to tensions primarily connected with the physico-chemical requirements of life, with the avoiding of injury, and with the maintenance of internal, if you please, functional activities of various kinds. I have labeled all these tensions of needs and discriminated them from the tension of anxiety, which does not directly pertain to the physico-chemical universe, but pertains instead to the relationship of the infant with the relatively adult person whose cooperation is necessary for the survival of the infant. And finally, I would say that there is a third great type of tensions which pertain to sleeping in contrast with waking. While, as I have said, a certain amount of sleep in a certain span of time is necessary for the survival of man and some, at least, of the higher animals, this necessity is distinctly different from the needs for oxygen, sugar, water, heat, and so on, and it is certainly different from the extremely disturbing tensions of anxiety. So it is that when I use the locution need for satisfaction, I shall be using need as a technical term, because a need in the technical sense can be satisfied. When I talk about the need for interpersonal security, I shall be talking about anxiety, and when I talk about the need for sleep, I shall be talking about a third genus of tension not readily to be related to the other two grand divisions of tension. I am reviewing these points so that we will be secure in our use of language. At this stage of our consideration of the first year of developmental history, infancy, I have, I trust, shown that the infant has physico-chemically conditioned recurrent needs, the satisfaction of which, aside from breathing, requires interpersonal cooperation, which cooperation can be called tenderness. The manifestation of this tender cooperation for the relief of the infant's needs is disturbed, interfered with, by anxiety in the mothering one. This anxiety in the mothering one not only interferes with her tender cooperation with the infant, but also induces anxiety in the infant. That anxiety in the infant interferes, in turn, with his part of the cooperation for the satisfaction of his needs, such as sucking, swallowing, and so on. Now the continuing tension of these unsatisfied needs, along with the tension of anxiety itself, interferes in turn with the biologically necessary sleeping which the infant must do an extraordinarily large part of the time or else die. But this phasic change from waking to sleeping is protected from the piling up of needs and anxiety by the infant's ability to become apathetic. Now, clearly, I have not quite solved the problem of anxiety, but in my discussion of the anxious infant you observed that it was the appearance of terror, or the movement toward terror, that made the situation extremely aggravated. The dynamism of apathy attenuates fear to the point that it does not interfere with going to sleep. I realize that I am leaving the matter of anxiety somewhat at loose ends here. In general, we can say, however, that after a mothering one has had the experience of an infant going into what looks like rage behavior, perhaps becoming cyanotic from screaming, perhaps having spasms, the maternal anxiety is enormously relieved once the infant begins to quiet down and goes to sleep. Since the maternal anxiety has diminished, it is difficult to say anything concrete about the relief of the infant's anxiety. The probability is that even a mother who was made intensely anxious, for example, by a telegram bringing bad news portending most unpleasant consequences for the future, will be so distracted from the threat of mere future trouble by an infant in a condition resembling rage that when apathy spreads over the infant and he becomes quieter and moves toward sleep, the anxiety of the mother provoked by the so-called rage behavior of the infant naturally diminishes quite rapidly. Now there is one more thing I want to touch on briefly here. The physicochemical growth rate, the rate of organizing physicochemical biological structures, is very high in the earlier phases of extrauterine life, as illustrated by the very rapid relative increase in weight of the infant, which means that physicochemical substances have been built into the infant from the outer world. Since this rate is very high in the earlier phases of extrauterine life, any considerable period of lifetime spent in the state of apathy is of grave moment. In this connection, I should like to call attention to the work of Margaret Ribble, who has done some excellent observational work on underprivileged infants and whose data I respect very highly. She has described the syndrome of infantile apathy which, once it is well established, provides a very unfavorable outlook for the infant's survival. In other words, if the circumstances of interpersonal collaboration or cooperation which keep an infant alive are so much disturbed that the infant has to have recourse to apathy during quite a large part of his waking life, then the infant perishes. Thus apathy, while it is life-saving, as I hope I have shown, is something which, if it is used very much, literally starves the infant in all ways, and the infant perishes. Chapter 5. Infancy, the Concept of Dynamism, Part 1. Zones of Interaction. I am now beginning to lead up rather directly to the very important concept of dynamism, although I shall not reach that goal for a while yet. In the meantime, we will learn something more about the concept of anxiety and all that is implied in this concept, which is quite basic to this whole way of looking at psychiatry, and also about the prototaxic, parataxic, and syntaxic modes of experience. We have seen that, from the very beginning of the breathing cycle, the infant has a whole list of needs, activities, and satisfactions, and that delays in satisfactions constitute dangers to early infantile survival and as such are sources of augmented tension to which we refer as fear. Throughout all this list, crying is adequate and appropriate action toward the relief of the fear, because it brings into being the circumstances necessary for the satisfaction of the particular need which is involved. So far as the infant is concerned, in these very early weeks of life, the cry affects 1. The relief of anoxia by starting the breathing cycle, 2. The relief of thirst and hunger by producing, in a certain sense, the nipple in the infant's lips, from which the infant sucks relief-giving substance which is swallowed, 3. The relief of subcooling by preventing excessive heat loss, and 4. The removal of noxious physical circumstances, such as a restraint of bodily freedom of movement, painful local pressures, and the like. The cry is functional activity of the infant, principally appertaining to, besides the breathing cycle, the head end of the alimentary tract. The infant's part in relief of thirst and hunger also centers here, in the sucking and swallowing activity. The receptor-effector organ complex which is here concerned, that is, the audible sound producing and hearing apparatus, the nipple investing, nipple holding, and sucking apparatus, and the neuroglandular muscular complexes concerned in breathing, crying, and the transporting of foodstuffs. All this is an instance of what we call a zone of interaction in the communal existence which is necessary for the survival of the infant. It is evident that the actual interchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide occurs in the pulmonary respiratory epithelium, and that the actual interchange of water and foodstuffs occurs far from the mouth. In other words, the tissues actually concerned in communal existence with the physico-chemical environment only begin in what we shall call the oral zone, or, in the case of oxygen, only begin and end in the oral zone. But, physiologically considered, the oral zone is a remarkable organization which can be divided for purposes of discussion into three types of apparatus. 1. Receptor apparatus, which I have already touched on. Organization of special sense apparatus, such as sight, special tactile sensitivities, gustatory or taste sensitivities, and olfactory or smell sensitivities. 2. Eductors, of which I have not yet spoken, and 3. Effectors, which are ordinarily muscles and glands. Now what are the eductors? The eductors, a word borrowed from Spearman 21, are the elaborate apparatus, a large part of it in the brain, which pertains to the central and other nervous systems, and which, in a sensible and useful fashion, as it were, connects what impinges on the receptors with the activity of the effectors. Now in all the zones of interaction that I shall discuss, it will be possible, from the standpoint of physiology, that is, from the standpoint of the effective functional activity of the organized creature, to observe the functioning of the receptors, the eductors, and the effectors, the eductors making what is received useful for life. The oral zone is a remarkable organization of these three different kinds of apparatus. These apparatuses are concerned with the maintenance of the breathing cycle, the acquiring or rejecting of fluids and solids, and the utterance of those audible sounds basically important in interactions in the interpersonal field. The zone of interaction may then be considered to be the end station in the necessary varieties of communal existence with the physico-chemical world, the world of the infra-human living, and the personal world. Processes in and pertaining to these zones of interaction must have a great deal to do with the occurrence of experience, with the perduring evidence, in other words, of living. So far as experience is, or affects, useful durable change in the functional activities of the living organism, it must relate backward and forward, that is, in phenomena of recall and foresight, to the zone of interaction to which it is primarily related, however much more widespread its relationship may actually be or become. Here is a discrimination of what must be the case from what may be the case. As I have said several times, there is a good deal of evidence to show that all the way down to the level of the amoeba there is actually favorable, that is, profitable, durable change from experience. It must be that experience is related to the particular part of our communal existence and functional activity with the necessary environment from which the experience rose. If experience were not so necessarily related, it would not, needless to say, produce durable and favorable change in the particular functional activity. So I say that experience either is the useful durable change, or that it brings about the useful durable change in the function of the living organism. From the data of later life, I hold that experience takes special color from, or is especially marked with reference to, the zone of interaction which is primarily concerned in its occurrence, and I believe that there is no necessity to make any particular change in this general statement when a very young infant is concerned in contradistinction to a grown person. In other words, the zone of interaction which is involved in a particular course of events gives a particular kind of mark, or color, to the experience which the living creature undergoes. For example, if I put salt in my mouth, or, to say it another way, if sodium chloride impinges upon me at the right place, namely, in my mouth, it tastes salt, and former experiences with salt are recalled to the extent of my identifying this as a salty taste. If there seems to be a good deal of that which tastes salt, I can foresee that I shall presently be thirsty, and therefore take steps to provide water with which to wash it down and otherwise make it useful instead of harmful when it is inside me. Now salt applied to an open wound is an experience, I assure you, but it has no marks in any sense relating it to the oral zone. Therefore, although sodium chloride is still the thing which has impinged upon me, because it has impinged upon a different zone of interaction with the environment, the experience of sodium chloride impinging upon me is an extraordinarily different thing, and instead of my having the experience of the ingestion of an absolutely necessary foodstuff which is identified as such, I have the experience of very severe pain due to a particular problem of fluid distribution, hypertonic solution, and so on, in my wound. I make this rather obvious digression to illustrate what I really mean when I say that experience as experience, whatever else it may be, has color reference back to, you might say, or some special type of marking which refers it to a zone of interaction. Now the place where the real interaction between sodium chloride and my organism takes place is a long way from the place where the sodium chloride impinges significantly upon my organism. Thus even in this simple example you see that the oral zone in connection with sodium chloride, common salt, has much significance for me, although the point at which sodium chloride is of the most vital and absolute necessity for my continued survival begins several feet from there, and exists throughout all the tissues of the body, salt being an imperative necessity for the carrying on of the complex physico-chemical arrangements by which we live. So the zone of interaction, the end station of a particular type of communal existence, has striking psychiatric importance, that is, striking importance for the human organism in a large and total sense. While experience is experience of the living of the organism, and is total rather than local or partial in character, it is primarily the experience of particular events impinging upon one or more of the zones of interaction, which are end stations of the living organism. Note that the zone of interaction is not to be equated with any particular fixed tissue organization. It is not quite as static as the mouth, nose, pharynx, and larynx are in the anatomical person. Thus not alone in man, but well down the biological series, if because of a misfortune in genetic constitution, or an injury or misfortune in development, a creature is born with an unusual defect, or comes to suffer the destruction of part of the apparatus of a zone of interaction with the necessary environment, then quite frequently other apparatus can be modified, chiefly the eductor apparatus, the central nervous system. And so the zone of interaction, defined from the standpoint of that which impinges upon it, becomes functional again, although the biological apparatus, the histological apparatus, if you please, is very different. An internationally famous instance of this is the development in Helen Keller of quite adequate zones of interaction with personal environment, despite very grave and extensive destruction of apparatus which, if you think of zones of interaction in terms of apparatus, you might expect would destroy completely the possibilities for such interaction. The role of anxiety in the beginning differentiation of experience. Crying, as I have said, is adequate and appropriate action of the hungry infant in that it frequently produces the nipple-lips experience and its satisfaction-giving consequence of sucking, swallowing, and so on. Now crying is adequate and appropriate action for the relief of the infant's hunger, not because it invariably gets him fed, but because it frequently, so far as he is concerned, leads to that change which is the nipple between his lips, which is the instituting or initiating step in the procedure of sucking and swallowing, which in the end relieves or at least diminishes the hunger. This lips-nipple experience, which we are sure the infant has, generally produces the fluid sucked and swallowed, the arrival of which is closely related to the relaxation or reduction of the tension of need for water and food. Now one of the things I most detest in the German language is the production of words that take a printed line, by compounding other words. Unhappily, in trying to throw some light on the essentially simply inferable living of the infant, I have had to resort to compound hyphenated words. The one which provokes my distress at the moment is crying when hungry. Crying when hungry has no necessary relatedness, in the infant's experience, with crying when cold, crying when pained, or crying under any other circumstances. If crying when hungry frequently initiates the necessary circumstances for the relief of hunger and thirst, it comes to mean, in a primitive, prototaxic way, something like what I may suggest by the word sequence: come, nipple, into my mouth. It is a vocal gesture with reasonably dependable power of so manipulating what will later be called reality that the nipple complies. In other words, crying when hungry, so far as infantile experience can go, has power to manipulate quite ungraspable aspects of something or other, later lumped as reality, so that the nipple dutifully appears. The most refined study of the sound waves which make up crying when hungry need show no objective difference whatever from the sound waves making up crying when cold, for example. The two may not only sound alike, but in the physical acoustic sense may be the same, may have a one-to-one correspondence in every measurable sense, that is, the pattern of progression of sound waves, if duly recorded on a cathode ray oscillograph, may be absolutely identical in every characteristic that can be measured through such a device. And yet, from the infantile standpoint, crying when hungry and crying when cold will not be in any sense the same thing. The same kind of physical acoustic correspondence often appears when one says whole and whole. The so-called objective facts do not have significance with respect to the meaning, to the speaking person, of the, as we say, two different words. He may never have discovered that his two words are homonyms or homophones. We may say, under these circumstances, that he has not differentiated the homophonous character of the two words. As long as the use of either of these two homophones generally proves adequate to his needs, it is of no great importance to his living to discover that the two words, very different in dictionary meaning, sound alike, that is, are experienced by the hearer as quite exactly the same. Until something has called for such differentiation, our person may well believe that he sounds different, as he might put it, when he utters whole from the way he sounds when he says whole. In general, the matter will never have occurred to him, never have been the subject of what I shall later discuss as observation, identifying, and valid formulation of two different, but acoustically identical, verbal acts. I trust that I have illustrated, by this discussion of two homonymous or homophonous words, how, from the standpoint of the physics of sound, or from the study of linguistic process in actual operation, two very different words are utterly the same. Their difference, which comes out nicely when written words are substituted for them, remember that written words are symbols for spoken words, is a difference in the use to which they are put, that is, their usefulness as tools, their meaning to the user, what they are good for. In the same way, the infant's crying when hungry, however utterly indistinguishable outside, you might say, it is from crying when cold, is an entirely different performance so far as the infant and his experience go. Thus one's actions, however they may impress the observer, are most importantly defined by what they are intended for, that is, they are determined by the general pattern of motivation that is involved, by what is significant to the person concerned, quite irrespective of any impressions an observer may have. A great many mistakes are made in psychiatry as a result of overlooking this fact. Some of these mistakes are very devastating indeed, such as the ancient superstition that the performances of the schizophrenic are essentially unpsychological. Few more sad combinations of words could be spouted. The truth is that however the performance of a Javanese headhunter might look to a clerk in a Wall Street financial institution, the clerk's opinions would have only recreational or conversational value, they would be of exceedingly little importance with respect to headhunters in Java. The infant's experience of crying when hungry comes very early to relate backward and forward, that is, as recall and as foresight, to the producing of the lips nipple experience with its desired consequence of sucking and swallowing. I have said that crying when hungry frequently produces the nipple and the possibilities of relief. I want now to discuss two special instances in which this very early magical potency of vocal behavior goes wrong, as it were. Before I do that, I wish that you could rid yourself of any preconceptions about magic. I would like to suggest that when we speak of magical potency we are likely to mean, I think it may be adequately stated this way, that we have an exceedingly inadequate grasp on all that is actually happening. When you do something that works, it is like turning on the electric lights by flipping a switch. The lights come on magically because you flipped the switch, that is, if you don't know anything in particular about electricity and electric circuits, it seems magical. If the lights don't come on, that's extraordinary, indicating that something must be wrong somewhere. But if you know enough to guess where something may be wrong, you are pretty well acquainted with reality. I might add, perhaps slightly to parallel the relationship of the infants crying when hungry and getting food, that even though sometimes when you flip a switch the lights don't come on, the fact that they generally have will probably lead you to flip switches in the future when you want light, and you will remain convinced that there is considerable potency in flipping a switch when you want light, even though it hasn't always worked. And so it is with a great deal in life. I want particularly now to discuss very early experience of this sort of infrequent event. The first is the failure of the crying when hungry, arising from, as we see it, the absence of the necessary, more adult person who actually, in our sense, is the provider of the nipple. To digress for a moment, it is well to remember that the very young infant has no grasp on those phases of reality which we call independent persons, with or without nipples, and with or without milk to run through those nipples. This is utterly exterior to any reasonable supposition about very young infants. Now let us assume that the infant happens to be surrounded only by male persons, perhaps the mother is out doing some shopping or whatever. Crying when hungry therefore does not produce, in its usual magical fashion, the nipple in the mouth, which is the initiatory stage of infantile activity which satisfies hunger and thirst. In this case crying when hungry is continued until the nipple is produced, or until mounting fear has called out apathy and the infant finally sleeps. Crying when hungry then recurs as soon as the infant awakens. Now this is the beginning of a very important train of events with which we have dealings throughout life. The other special instance which I wish to discuss is that in which anxiety is a complicating factor. We shall take a case in which the crying when hungry has produced the nipple, but this success, preliminary to sucking and the satisfaction of hunger and thirst, is complicated by the interference of the anxiety which has been induced in the infant because of or by anxiety in or pertaining to the person who carries the nipple in actuality. The satisfaction giving consequence on the production of the nipple under these circumstances do not follow. Investing the nipple with the lips, sucking, swallowing, or any or all of these and other parts of the accessory behavior of nursing may be disordered by the coincidence of anxiety in the infant, induced by the mothering one's anxiety, with the infant's crying when hungry. The infant may produce the nipple in the magical fashion that has become frequent enough to be the normal expectation, as you might describe it, the proof of the power of crying when hungry, but this time something is very wrong. The first of the special instances which I have mentioned, that is, crying when hungry when there is nobody to rally around tenderly, is a very early experience of the occasional inadequacy or powerlessness of otherwise generally appropriate and adequate behavior for the manipulation of what later will be called reality. The infant cries when hungry, and nothing happens except the development of processes in the infant which culminate finally in apathy and sleep, with the recurrence of crying on awakening. As I have said, this is a very early instance of a type of situation which recurs more or less frequently throughout life, in which a generally appropriate and adequate series of acts, that is, behavior, proves to be inadequate, and proves to have no power to bring about that which this behavior is ordinarily entirely sufficient to produce. This sort of experience, the experience of unexpected powerlessness, as we may call it, is an event infrequent enough to be quite exterior to expectation. In other words, it is an exception to something to which we are accustomed, an exception to the many times we have done something and the right result has come of it. The accompaniments of these experiences of powerlessness are various. The significance of such experiences of powerlessness probably increases for some time after birth, until one has developed adequate ways of handling such experiences, and by adequate I mean personally adequate in the sense of avoiding very unpleasant emotion. The very early experiences would, if they continued long enough, unquestionably produce very marked effects on the developing personality of the infant, but here the intervention of the dynamism of apathy tones off, as it were, these instances of powerlessness, somewhat after the fashion that the old magic lanterns produced vignettes. You remember, something would fade out gradually, and later something would gradually come in. And so the intervention of the apathy processes, to which I have already referred, prevents a serious complicating effect from the relatively infrequent instances of the infant's powerlessness to produce the nipple by the cry. I hope that I have made it clear that, even very early in life, frequent success has a very powerful influence in determining the character of foresight. I believe that I will not mislead you if I talk quite loosely and say that, given a pressing need which is increasing, it is not strange that the extremely young infant does not accumulate negative instances, and in any case the accumulation of negative instances is less apt to be significant because apathy has a sort of fade-out effect on things, and the chances of success upon the resumption of crying after sleep are pretty fair. Thus the relatively frequent, rather consistent success stamps in the magical power of the cry, and the occasional failures, due to the absence of the mother, and so on, do not greatly impair this growing conviction of what we would much later call a cause and effect relationship, which could be expressed, putting a great many words into the mouth of a very early infant, as, I cry when I suffer a certain distress, and that produces something different which is connected with the relief of the distress. This relief need not absolutely always occur for such convictions of relationship in the universe to become firmly entrenched in the infant. If this seems doubtful, let me say that one of the most conspicuous things we see, in the intensive study of personality, is the fantastic ease with which unnumbered negative instances can be overlooked for years in the area of one's more acute personal problems. It may even be that under certain circumstances, although not in very early infancy, a success which is purely an accident, that is, which is so exceedingly complex that it may be regarded as pure chance, may give rise to firm conviction that there is a vital causal relationship involved, and that if one could only do the right thing again it would produce the desirable result with which it was originally associated only by the merest and most terribly complex chance. So the erasing effect of negative experience is not very impressive, even from extremely early in life. Now what I have said thus far concerns the first of the special instances in which the infant's crying when hungry fails, the instance in which the provider of the nipple is absent. The second of the special instances, on the other hand, the case where anxiety is induced in the infant along with the showing up of the nipple, is to the infant an utterly different sort of experience. The adequate and appropriate crying when hungry has produced the nipple, but in the process has evoked anxiety. I am talking entirely from the standpoint of the infant, who is unable to discriminate anxiety as induced by the mother's anxiety. In fact, all of this is exterior to the clear understanding of the infant. But as mother draws near with her nipple, in other words, as from the infantile standpoint this mighty power of crying when hungry is about to bring results, lo, there comes the very severe drop in euphoria, in the general feeling of well-being, which is anxiety. Thus in this instance, while crying when hungry has produced the first step in the business, the nipple in the mouth, it has also brought anxiety, very severe tension which interferes with behavior activity in satisfaction of the need for water and food. What this must be like an infantile experience is suggested when I say that under these circumstances crying when hungry has produced a different nipple. The nipple now produced is not the same nipple, so far as the infant is concerned. The lips nipple configuration is something new, and is anything but the satisfying lips nipple configuration ordinarily produced. In fact, it is one that will not work, that is anything but relieving. It is, to use an exceedingly broad term in one of its exceedingly early relevancies, an evil eventuality which has arisen in connection with the oral zone of interaction, although we, in contradistinction to the infant, know that the anxiety has no primary or necessary relationship to the oral zone. On the contrary, the first time anything like this happens, it is perfectly certain that the anxiety in the mother which induced anxiety in the infant did not have any relation to the infant's taking nourishment. Afterward her anxiety may have something to do with the difficulties about feeding that characterized the first time she was anxious with her infant. But this is utterly outside the experience of the infant, and a matter of no consequence whatever in thinking about his experience, because the infant cannot differentiate the source of the anxiety. The anxiety is just there, and is extremely unpleasant. Nothing that generally went right does go right, and the experience which unquestionably occurs, that is, the conjunction of nipple and lips, may actually be so clearly different that the infant rejects this particular nipple, will not hold it in his mouth, and therefore does not suck it. Anxiety relates to the whole field of interpersonal interaction, that is, anxiety about anything in the mother induces anxiety in the infant. It doesn't need to have anything to do with the infant or the nursing situation. For example, as I mentioned before, a telegram announcing something of very serious moment to the prestige or peace of mind of the mother may induce a state of anxiety in her which induces anxiety in the infant. The infant's anxiety shows, so far as she is concerned, in this unexpected and exceedingly unsatisfactory difficulty in getting the infant to nurse. Now looking at it from the infant's standpoint, we can infer with certainty only that in this particular circumstance the outcome of ordinarily appropriate and adequate behavior when hungry, namely, crying when hungry, has produced the wrong nipple, a very evil situation with very unpleasant and unsatisfactory consequences. Now oral rejection, in which the infant will not invest and hang on to the nipple, is not an appropriate and adequate way to deal with this particular evil or bad nipple. It does not in any way diminish or favorably affect the anxiety, which is induced by the mother's anxiety. In fact, if the mother is capable of noticing what's going on, and observes that the infant now rejects the nipple, avoids it, and will not hold and suck it, this will probably aggravate the mother's anxiety, adding a new anxiety, which will tend to aggravate the infant's anxiety. So mere rejection, you will remember that when first I spoke of the oral zone, I suggested that it accepted and rejected certain things. Of this bad or anxiety-toned nipple is not adequate or appropriate, it doesn't reduce the anxiety, it certainly doesn't satisfy the need for food, and therefore it is a very perturbing instance of the relationship of anxiety to living. Now let me invite your attention briefly to something which I hope to express better later on. Even though anxiety is experience, and, as such, is total, and even though it has no necessary relationship to any particular zone of interaction, anxiety can be, as we put it, erroneously associated with a particular zone of interaction. For example, it may be erroneously associated with the mother's nipple, and consequently with the oral zone, since the nipple is significant to the infant only in connection with the oral zone at this very early stage. The infant has no interest in nipples except the nipple in the mouth or in the immediate proximity of the mouth. If the circumstances are something like those I have just discussed in my example of the mother made anxious by a telegram, there is no possibility of the infant's discriminating the irrelevance of his behavior in the oral zone of interaction, in rejecting the nipple, from something quite properly related to that zone of interaction as profitable experience, that is, extending backward and forward as recall and foresight. Now if you begin to grasp this aspect of anxiety-laden, or anxiety-colored, details of behavior, you will begin to have a hint of what a devastating complication of development frequent experiences of anxiety can be. Here we have inferred what I believe perfect logical necessity requires, beginning discrimination by the infant of an actual nipple as two very different nipples, one conventional and desirable, the other evil and connected with, you might almost say, unending trouble. The more I talk about anxiety, the more you will see that this first appearance of anxiety which I have discussed is not so very different from an enormous number of the very troublesome results of anxiety in human living. Signs, signals, and symbols in early experience. As I continue to build up data on which to support the statement of the concept of dynamism, we shall find the infant beginning to move out of the prototaxic and into the parataxic mode of experience, and perhaps the meaning of these modes may become more clear. We have seen that recurrent physico-chemical needs in the communal existence of the infant cause tension, the felt aspect of which later will be called the experience of, say, hunger and thirst. The experience of hunger includes the recall and the foresight of experiencing the satisfaction of hunger through adequate and appropriate behavior pertaining to one or more zones of interaction. This satisfactory, satisfaction-giving, adequate, and appropriate behavior can be SAID-23 to achieve a foreseen goal. The foreseen goal in this particular case is the satisfaction of hunger by means of crying when hungry and by means of the nursing behavior sequence which follows when crying when hungry has produced the nipple. The felt tension of hunger calls for crying when hungry. The nipple thus frequently evoked comes to be differentiated as the first significant step in satisfaction. The nipple comes to mean foreseen satisfaction. The tactile and thermal sentience arising from it in the region of the oral zone of interaction, and presently the organization of visual sentience about the nipple, comes to be a sign that satisfaction of hunger will follow. The novel terms I have introduced here are goal, which idea will not be developed for the present, meaning, and sign. The nipple is a sign that satisfaction of hunger will follow except when crying has evoked the evil or bad nipple with its aura of anxiety, and this latter eventuality, which we know is the case when the mother is anxious, comes to mean foreseen increasing distress. At this point I wish to mention the term prehension, which I have used for a good many years. By prehension I mean what might be called the most rudimentary form of perception, in other words, the infant prehends the nipple and lips experience well in advance of his perceiving the nipple as something existing and durable and relatively independent of the lips. Prehension, in this sense of the very most rudimentary sort of perception, is a word that I like to use to remind you always that that which is prehended is important to the prehender, but is not, in any sense, the sort of full-blown experience that we ordinarily mean when we speak of perceiving something. Perception grows out of prehension, one might say, and, for all I know, this rudimentary process is always present behind perception, but as I go on with this idea, you will begin to see why I want a word that is less rich in meaning than is perception. Thus the oral tactile and the oral thermal prehension, the visual prehension, and the increasingly general tension associated with, or coincident with, the evocation of the bad nipple constitute a sign that evil consequences will follow. This sign and meaning aspect of experience is an exceedingly important one. From the study of this aspect of early experience we shall arrive presently in the exceedingly important field of language behavior. A sign is a particular pattern in the experience of events which is differentiated from or within the general flux of experience. At this stage of life, prototaxic experience, and this differentiation occurs in terms of recall and foresight of a particular frequent sequence of satisfaction or of increasing distress. The sign, as a pattern of experience, is a differentiation of frequently coincident elements in prototaxic experience of recurrent needs and satisfactions, and of recurrent anxiety or fear. A not uncommon eventuality in the infant's nursing behavior is the escape of the nipple from investiture by the lips, the incidents when the infant loses hold of the nipple. Experience of the abrupt cessation of oral tactile sentience arising from the presence of the nipple in the lips comes very early to be the signal for cessation of the sucking behavior, and it is the signal for the appearance of behavior which we can call searching for the nipple, with or without a resumption of crying when hungry. Here I have spoken of an abrupt cessation of certain inflowing stuff of sensation, becoming or being a signal for a change of behavior. And let me say at this point that signals are a particular kind of signs. We will later discover that there are two major kinds of signs, of which the first, the one we have just discussed, is the signal. At this point it is necessary for me to make rather a long digression on various matters which may be in your mind, to the confusion of or confounding of what I am attempting to communicate. And so at this point I invite you to notice that we are discussing prototaxic experience, not behavior as a non-represented aspect of neuromuscular glandular organization of the infant. I am not talking about the biology of nursing or neurophysiology when I speak of the abrupt cessation of influx over the afferent channels being a signal for a change in musculoglandular action. Of course, the neuromuscular glandular organization and the degree of its functional maturation at a particular time set limits to the possibility of experience. Such processes involving outer and inner factors are the raw materials out of which is made up the living of the living organism, the momentary states and the succession of momentary states of the organism which are the prototaxic experience of the organism, and the prototaxic experience includes the ultimate elements of all reference to the past and the neighboring future. Of course there are afferent impulses carried over sensory nerves, and the central integrating nervous system and motor and secretory nerves going out to the mouth, and so on, but if you will realize that in addition to all that, there is experience and that we are dealing with experience, then perhaps you will understand what seemed to necessitate this digression. Survival value may be a useful concept for accounting for the biological equipment of the infant. This sort of thinking, however, is exterior to our interest. Our concern is the formulation of psychiatrically significant aspects of human life, to which end we are now considering the processes by which the newborn human animal becomes a person. Our concern is not with the patterns of excitation in the central nervous system, and the abrupt or gradual changes in these patterns. Rather we are concerned with an all-inclusive aspect of the dynamic organism-environment complex, the enduring influence of the tensional history of the organism's living on the present and the near future living of the organism, to which we refer as more or less elaborated experience. The series of significant states of the organism-environment complex, all but the first elements of which include factors of the past and future, factors of history and potentiality, as it were, which make up the mnemic series, includes also secondary elements which are the organization or the elaboration of experience. The sign is such an organization or elaboration of experience, but, as such, it is also a part of living, so that signs, and behavior conditioned by signs, are experience. In the same way, that out of which they were elaborated, from which, we might say, they were evolved, is more primitive, or less elaborated experience. An experience is always the experience of an organism. Signs exist in experience and not outside in objective reality. The comment which I have made, namely, that signs exist in experience and not somewhere else, may seem to be saying that the sign is a subjective rather than an objective reality. In this and in much that I have said thus far, it may seem that I am expressing, however obscurely, the philosophy of idealism, in contrast or as opposed to the philosophy of realism. I suggest that these and all other tangential issues be held in abeyance for the present, and that you observe only that the meaning intended to be conveyed by the term sign is all that is immediately relevant. I believe that you will ultimately discover that discriminations of the nature of subjective versus objective, ideal versus real, and so on, are all quite irrelevant to an understanding of the theory which I am here attempting to set up. Now, returning to our nursing infant, let us consider another frequent eventuality, the failure to get milk out of a particular nipple, that is, failure to produce or to continue the experience of milk to be swallowed by sucking a particular nipple or nipple-like object. This eventuality is a signal for relaxing the hold on the nipple and searching for a different nipple, perhaps with crying when hungry. If the same nipple, now unproductive of milk, is found, it is invested, sucked, but quickly relinquished. There is in this eventuality experience of the kind which will lead to the differentiation of a third class of nipples. So far we have had good and bad nipples, the bad one being the nipple of an anxious mother. The third class of nipples is that of nipples neither good nor bad, but wrong, in the sense of incorrect, in the further sense of unsuitable and useless in the satisfaction of hunger. In the nursing behavior of very young offspring of some of the mammals with more than one pair of teats, such as dogs, cats, cows, and mares, we observe clearly another set of facts which is sometimes indicated in human nursing and occasionally very clearly observable, namely, the differentiation of preferred nipples, doubtless dependent on experience factors which are related to ease or difficulty of investing and holding, or on factors of productivity in terms of returns on the effort of sucking. These are teats good and correct, but better or worse in terms of the oral experience in the satisfaction of hunger and thirst. This is so striking in some instances that, although along with multiple teats there usually go multiple births and there are as many puppies as there are mothers' teats, or close to the same number, some of the teats will be large and blunt, or obtuse, and they will be so neglected that those breasts actually are in danger of caking. Clearly they give milk, as a matter of fact. Not uncommonly they are more productive than some of the others, but, to talk in adult objective language, they are hard to hold, they slide out of the puppy's mouth very readily, and probably they take up so much space in the mouth that they make sucking somewhat more difficult than when only a small area of the lip surface is used in investing the nipples. These sundry experiences with the nipple or teat may be listed as encounters with A1, the good and satisfactory nipple and lips which is the signal, the uncomplicated signal, for nursing, and A2, the good but unsatisfactory nipple and lips which is a signal for rejection until the need of hunger is great enough to make this good but unsatisfactory nipple acceptable. B, the wrong nipple and lips, that is, one that does not give milk any longer, which is a signal for rejection and search for another nipple, and C, the evil nipple, the nipple of an anxious mother which, so far as the infant is concerned, is a nipple preceded by the aura of extremely disagreeable tension, anxiety, which is a signal for avoidance, often even the avoidance of investing the nipple with the lips at all. So the signal might be converted into rather adult words by saying it is a signal for not that nipple in my lips. Groups A and B, encounters with good satisfactory and good unsatisfactory, and with wrong nipples, are experiences primarily of the oral zone of interaction. Group C, on the other hand, the encounter with the anxiety-invested nipple, is experience of anxiety as an evil which has been evoked by the oral zone behavior of crying when hungry. When one keeps in mind the delayed functional competence of the human visual apparatus and the condition of mammalian young which are born blind, that is, without the eyelids being opened, it is evident that experience in groups A and B is built out of the following types of sentience. vibratory and oral sentience arising from the crying when hungry, tactile, thermal, and kinesthetic sentience from the lips area, kinesthetic sentience from the sucking and swallowing performances, and tactile and gustatory sentience from the transportation of the milk across the tongue and through the pharyngeal passage. This is the sort of influx from the impinging events of which the nipple and lips is the prehension. As visual sentience is added to these experiences, and permits clear visual experience of something more than moving patterns of light and shade, nipples good and satisfactory can often be distinguished at a distance from nipples good but unsatisfactory. But there is no visually discriminable difference between the bad nipple of anxiety and the objectively identical nipple which on another occasion is good. Discriminating differentiation of good and satisfactory, good and unsatisfactory, and wrong, that is, useless, nipples, is the first of an exceedingly important field of useful additions to behavior, in this case, behavior in the relief of hunger and thirst. It is peculiarly significant in the elaboration of behavior more appropriate and dependably adequate than the initial magically appropriate and adequate crying when hungry. The important idea to be grasped here is that the infant is beginning to acquire useful additions to his behavior, and that these useful additions are those which are more appropriate because they are less magical and more dependably adequate than the preceding behavior which in the beginning was crying when hungry. And the elaboration of this more useful behavior comes about by the identifying of differences in what we call perceived objects. The extremely useful improvements of behavior in nursing which we are now discussing have as their raw material the discrimination of these sundry kinds of nipples, including the very awkwardly identical, that is, so far as visual sentience can go, good nipple and nipple of anxiety. From our standpoint, which has nothing to do with the infant, it is the same nipple, but carried in one case by a tender mother and in the other case by an anxious one. To repeat, the useful additions to the infant's behavior arise by identifying the difference in what we call perceived objects, that is, important, more or less independent aspects of the infant environment complex, whether objectively of the infant or of the environment. It is necessary in thinking about this stage of human development to realize that while toes, fingers, and so on, can be identified even to the point where one finger is distinguished from another, actually the thumbs are the things that come in for special attention, still these are, to the infant, independent perceptual objects. Even though they, from our adult standpoint, belong to the infant, the probability is that toes, and particularly big toes, are just as independent to the infant as mothers and nipples for some time after the infant's visual receptor has combined its activities with other receptors concerned in the oral zone. If I may digress again for a moment, I would like to comment on the fact that there are some rather startling coincidences in the makeup of the central nervous system, although I do think that biological and neurophysiological terms are utterly inadequate for studying everything in life. The most astonishing example that I can think of offhand is the coincidence in a receptor area of the afferent inflowing impulse nerves from around the middle of the lips in immediate juxtaposition to afferent nerve endings from the thumbs and also the neighboring side of the index finger. Now there is a day coming doubtless, long after we will all have been embalmed in history, when it will be possible in some fashion to translate these interesting and exciting coincidences in, say, the realm of neuroanatomy into some of what we have to learn in a quite different universe of discourse, namely, psychology, so-called psychobiology, and psychiatry. Although it is important to remember that that which is given in structure sets limits to what may be possible in behavior and, even more broadly, in experience, we actually will very seldom be discussing structurally given things. When we are, I will make particular effort to invite attention to the fact that here does seem to be a correlation of somatic organization with psychiatrically important phenomena. I hope that you will not try to build up in your thinking correlations that are either purely imaginary or relatively unproven, which may give you the idea that you are in a solid, reliable field in contrast to one which is curiously intangible. Such a feeling of reliability is, I think, an illusion born out of the failure to recognize that what we know comes to us through our experiencing events, and is therefore always separated from anything really formed or transcendentally real by the limited channels through which we contact what we presume to be the perduring, unknown universe. So if a person really thinks that his thoughts about nerves and synapses and the rest have a higher order of merit than his thoughts about signs and symbols, all I can say is, heaven help him. I shall now return to my discussion of the independent aspects of the infant environment complex, which are identified as similar perceived objects, but among which differences come to be identified. This identifying of differences among perceived objects is the precursor, in two senses, of any recognition. It is a precursor in the sense that it invariably antecedes recognition, and it is a precursor in all acts of recognition, because the differences evoke references to the past, in the process of which the experience of similar differences is effective in causing what we lump under the term I recognize. The infant's identifying eventually progresses to the point where he is able to generalize experience that is marked with the characteristics of several zones of interaction as experience pertaining to one recurrent pattern of sentience from the distance receptors, which pattern is frequently evoked by the infant's crying, whether it be crying when hungry, crying when cold, or whatever. When he has progressed to this point, he has begun to experience living in an elaboration which is beyond the prototaxic mode. We might say that he is experiencing the good mother in the parataxic mode. Generalizing, then, is a particular development in the identifying of differences. It is, we might say, what is left of things that are similar when the differences have been identified. In other words, the forms of experience are generalized so that things in common in them, as well as all their sundry differences, are in perception as useful experience. These influxes of experience are marked by any one of several zones of interaction. Perhaps I can make all this clear by putting it in another way. We know from our ivory tower that the same mothering one, the same mother, produces, for instance, a nipple when the infant is hungry, produces blankets when the infant is cold, produces dexterous manipulation when the infant is on a safety pin that is open, and, needless to say, changes the diapers when that is a most suitable and timely activity. Although we, from our objective superiority, know that the same mother does all this, it is necessary to study what can be inferred with some certainty as to what goes on in the infant. Originally all these needs which the mother cooperates in meeting are marked or colored by the zone of interaction with the environment in which the sentience related to the need and its satisfaction had its origin. Thus, we have already set up the difference, objectively invisible and indetectable, between crying when hungry, crying when cold, and so on. Now we come to the infant's ability to generalize, to detect the factors in common in the cooperating person, who, needless to say, is not perceived in that elaborate fashion. All of this is generalized experience arising from, and distinguished by, more than one zone of interaction. Furthermore, this experience is generalized as pertaining to one recurrent pattern of sentience of the eyes and ears, the distance receptors, which is frequently evoked by crying when hungry, by crying when cold, and so forth, which in turn is generalized as crying. Thus the infant is generalizing also about crying, progressing from all these different kinds of perhaps identical sounding crying, to crying as a generalization of what is identical or what is not different in these various vocal operations of crying. We might speak of this as analytic synthesis because it eliminates differences and finds that which is common to very important aspects of the infant environment complex which are necessary for life. When we come, in living, to the point where this sort of synthesis is taking place, we encounter a degree of elaboration of experience which is removed from what I have thus far discussed, namely, experience in the prototaxic or earliest mode, in which one, as it were, lives one's living. The identifying of differences can make very useful contributions to behavior in the satisfaction of needs, and the generalizing of experience so that the significant common factors mixed in with the differences are identified or connected with one recurrent pattern of experience, primarily mediated by the distance receptors, elevates the complexity or elaboration of experience from the prototaxic to the parataxic mode of experience. I hope that it begins to be clear why I have set up these modes of experience, the prototaxic, the parataxic, and the syntaxic. The prototaxic mode, as I have suggested, is a very early form of, and presently a very strikingly odd form of, living as a living being. On any given occasion, the experience of vision by and large takes place before there is contact with tactile, thermal, kinesthetic, gustatory, or olfactory end organs. The auditory experience takes place in the same way, as soon as the infant develops and hears sounds other than his own crying. In the same way, experience with anxiety, like experience through the distance receptors, begins before there is contact with any of the contact receptors, that is, begins before the anxious mother and her nipple reach the infant's mouth, but not, you remember, before light waves reach the infant's eyes or sound waves reach the infant's ears from the mother. Since anxiety has in common with the function of these distance receptors the fact that it begins before there is any contact with the nipple, any profiting by the experience with the nipple of anxiety must be by wave discriminations, primarily referable to the functional activity of the auditory and visual distance receptors, a process which is more inclusive than seeing the nipple and its immediate adnexa. The nipple and the breast and the arrangement of clothing, and so on, of an anxious mother need be in no physically discriminable sense at all different from those of the tender non-anxious mother. And so, if there is to be any useful addition to behavior with respect to anxiety, it must arise by discriminating something not pertaining to that which really matters at this stage, namely, the nipple, nursing, and so on. Yet the functional activity of the distance receptors, hearing, and sight, gives no gross clues to success or failure of crying when hungry in bringing to the infant the carrier of the good nipple, the good mother, in contrast to the most unpleasant experience of bringing to the infant the carrier of the nipple of anxiety, the bad mother, with her foreshadowing aura of anxiety. Differentiation of the appearance, that is, of distance receptor data, of the bad mother from that of the good mother is a complex refinement of visual and auditory perception which is called into being under the driving force of what we may call a desire to avoid anxiety, an inhering preference for relative euphoria. To give a little hint of what I am talking about here, it may be useful for me to refer to my bitch and her puppies. While it is unfortunately true that dogs are so organized and so reared that they suffer anxiety provoked by anxious or tense people around them, still, by and large, the experience of the evil nipple or the nipple of anxiety by puppies is rare. But there comes a time in the life of the puppy, which in many respects I think is importantly connected with the development of his teeth, when nursing does not seem to be quite the right thing to encourage, and the mother then provokes in the puppy's puppy anxiety. I surmise that this includes very real elements of fear, since the mother has no hesitancy in inflicting pain and discouraging further nursing behavior. I mention this to stress the statement previously made, which I would now like to repeat. Differentiation of the appearance, and I hope you will notice that appearance is not the exact word here because it includes distance reception by the ear, of the bad mother from that of the good mother is a complex refinement, a visual and auditory perception which is called into being by the driving necessity of protecting one's euphoria, one's feeling of well-being, from anxiety, so far as one can. And since there is no gross perceptible difference, this differentiation can only be accomplished by a refinement. Thus there comes into being the first instance of another class of signs of which the current instance is the discrimination of what we may call forbidding gestures, presently to be referred to the perceived mothering one who has been fused into one, by this generalizing process, out of the earlier, separate, perceived objects, the good mother and the bad mother. This matter of the infant's refined discrimination of what we call forbidding gestures first applies to the mother and thereafter applies throughout life to practically all significant people, that is, those people who come to have an important place in his living, in other words, his interpersonal relationships. The discrimination of heard differences in the mother's vocalization and seen differences in the postural tensions of the mother's face, and perhaps later of differences in speed and rhythm of her gross bodily movements in coming toward the infant, presenting the bottle, changing the diapers, or whatnot. All these rather refined discriminations by the distance receptors of vision and hearing are organized as indices frequently associated with the unpleasant experience of anxiety, including the nipple of anxiety instead of the good nipple. As such indices, these discriminations, the organization of the data of these discriminations, become signs of signs, signs for other signs of avoidance, such as the nipple when the mother is anxious. So these discriminations by the distance receptors become signs of categories of signs. One might say, which so frequently follow that it suffices for the establishment of this relation. And signs of signs we call symbols. Thus, while signals are rather simply related to behavior, symbols are more complexly related, in that they refer to sundry signals which affect behavior. And those symbols which we call forbidding gestures mean anxiety interfering with behavior in the satisfaction of a need. To the mothering one, the heard crying of the infant is a sign that the infant is experiencing a need or is anxious. It signalizes the infant's generic need for tenderness, for someone or more of the sundry procedures required as cooperation in the satisfaction of the infant's needs or for the relief of his anxiety. The audible components of a whole series of different magic acts of the infant, his crying when hungry, crying when cold, and the like, evoke tender behavior of the mothering one and mean to her the infant's need for tenderness of one kind or another. To be more exact about what the infant's crying is and does, one may say that his heard crying is physically a special pattern of sound waves which are emitted by his mouth and received by the mother's ears, and that this crying communicates the infant's need by, as we may say, being thus interpreted by the mother. The single generic meaning which might be phrased as baby needs tenderness exists not in the infant but in the mother. This illustrates the relationship of a sign and its interpreter. In the language of Charles Morris, any organism for which something is a sign will be called an interpreter. The expression organism for which would be more suitably expressed, from my standpoint, as organism in which. The sign interpretation evoked by experiencing the sign is adduced by the experiencing organism from the present or actual encounter with the sign, on the basis of past and foreseen experience. Living with road signs, red and green lights, telephone bells, and the like makes it easy to overlook the absolute dependence of signs, as significant details of human experience, on the persons who thus interpret their encounters with the corresponding non-signatory physical events. Thus I would like to wean you somewhat from the very easy idea that a sign can exist irrespective of any organism to, for, or in which it is a sign. That is all right if you are trying to arrange automobile traffic on a chart, or by means of laws and statutes. But in developing a theory of personality you must remember that signs are signs only when there is an interpreter to attach meaning to a body of otherwise physical phenomena. The infant acts to relieve a particular need, and the audible component of his act is experienced by the mother as a sign that he needs tender cooperation in satisfying some need, or for the relief of anxiety. Now as the infant's ability to prehend visible aspects of his surroundings grows, he comes to differentiate two signs in this connection, the sign of impending satisfaction, the appearance of an approach of the good mother, and the sign of trouble, the appearance of an approach of the bad mother. As the organization of his experience progresses, the infant comes to foresee that by his crying in general he will accomplish the appearance, approach, and satisfying cooperation of the good mother, or the appearance and distressing approach of the bad mother, in which latter eventuality, he will then cry to be rid of her and of her attendant anxiety. Now here I am discussing how any crying of the very young infant is a sign to the mother, if she hears it, that the infant needs tenderness. From the infant's standpoint, as he gets his visual and auditory receptors into good working order by developmental process in his organization, he begins to differentiate two signs of what is about to happen, namely, success or disaster, and as this progresses a little further he cannot fail, from mere frequency of instances, or absence of frequent negative instances, to notice that any crying he does brings either the sign of forthcoming satisfaction or relief, or the sign of the disaster of anxiety. So his crying can in a way now take on sign aspects, in that he is using it in, or it is fitting into, a pattern of adequate and appropriate behavior, which he observes. His own heard crying is coming to mean that he is experiencing a need and is acting to evoke the sign that satisfaction will follow, or perhaps the unwelcome sign of anxiety and increasing distress which calls for a different act of crying, crying to be rid of the bad mother. To the infant, the prehended, that is, primitively perceived, good mother is the symbol of forthcoming satisfaction, and the prehended bad mother is the symbol of anxiety and increasing distress. Generically, tender cooperation is meant by the good mother, urgently increased need for tenderness is meant by the bad mother and by the forbidding gestures which are gradually differentiated as her distinguishing perceived characteristics. I have already attempted to indicate that there is no visual difference between a good and satisfactory nipple on the mother's breast and the same nipple when the mother is anxious. But so far as the infant's experience is concerned, these nipples are extremely different and call for entirely different treatment or behavior, and because they cannot readily be distinguished by vision, as in the case with some other things, there is, owing to the particular evolutionary history of the human animal, a distinct need to find some clues by which one can be oriented. Now I am using very adult language. If, to speak now of my puppies, their mother has one teat which is very large and also has a lot of black on it, whereas some nice handy teats are just pink, that makes it doubly simple for a puppy, when he can see, to recognize the unsatisfactory character of this large nipple, which is hard to hold although it is otherwise good. We are very strongly oriented by vision, when we can use it, that being a characteristic of the human animal beyond doubt. Where the visual sentience is grossly the same, but the objects concerned are terribly different, in that the one is a good thing and gives satisfaction, while the other is a minor disaster and must be avoided. Under those circumstances, other clues are looked for. As I have said before, all this discussion of nipples applies, of course, a little later to the carriers of the nipple, the good and the bad mother, who, however, again are visually grossly identical. More refined discrimination is called for and becomes possible, including the discrimination of differences in the audible aspects of the good and the bad mother, as well as discriminations in the facial expression, that is, the results of postural tensions in the face, of the good and the bad mother. Now speaking objectively, which is charmingly simple and very apt to be misleading, we would say that the mother sounds and looks different when she is anxious from the way she sounds and looks when she is not anxious. These differences are the possible distance clues, we might say, to whether one has got what one wants or whether one has got the wrong thing, namely, the bad mother. This discrimination of good and bad mothers, like the discrimination of good and bad nipples, is, at this particular developmental period, just as real as is your discrimination of a person sitting next to you. I particularly want to note here that the forbidding gestures are, so to speak, pared or peeled off from the bad mother, and become occasional characteristics of an unspecified mother at a later stage of development. By that time these forbidding gestures, these audible and visible differences in the mother, are becoming signs in themselves of impending anxiety. This is a hint of how entities originally quite different to the infant, different because their functional significance is quite different, although we objectively say they are the same thing, are gradually fused in the infantile perception as the same or similar things. But that can happen only when there is a refinement of differentiation so that the infant is able to separate out the very important functional differences of the different nipples, for example, from his experience with the common carrier of the nipple. I am here attempting to set before you a course of development based on what must be, to account for the useful and necessary things that are done by the infant. Even though many of us as adults spend most of our time doing things that seem, at least to our friends, utterly useless, nevertheless it is an extreme and, I believe, completely unjustifiable use of inference to reach a conclusion that the infant does a great many useless and troublesome things. Chapter 6. Infancy, the Concept of Dynamism, Part 2. The Integration, Resolution, and Disintegration of Situations. We shall now consider the infant's success or misfortune in bringing about the appearance, approach, and cooperation of the good mother in connection with the satisfaction of a need. To start again with the conception of euphoria disturbed by tension, it is evident that the recurrent tension of a physico-chemical need, felt, say, as the need for food, may be considered as a tendency to bring about juncture of the good and satisfactory nipple and the infant's lips, which juncture is in turn a situation necessary for nursing behavior and the satisfaction of hunger. Since the nipple is a thing that is only there now and then, I shall turn that statement around, and say that the nipple and lips situation, originally evoked by crying when hungry, is the concatenation of events which is required for beginning and continuing nursing behavior until hunger and thirst shall have been satisfied. Work, in physical terminology, not in the popular or personal sense, is done in affecting the nipple and lips situation, in maintaining it, and in remedying more or less accidental interruption of it until hunger is satisfied, whereupon the transformations of energy which make up this work cease. Now work, or transformations of energy, is actually functional activity, which is one of the three fundamentally important aspects of all living. We may say that the tension felt as hunger tends to integrate the nipple and lips situation and to maintain this integration of the nipple and the infant's mouth as long as the tension itself continues. Considering the infant's hunger and certain other needs as the generic need for tenderness to the extent that their satisfaction requires the cooperation of an older person, we may say that the sundry tensions underlying this need for tenderness generically tend to integrate, and to maintain the integration of, sundry interpersonal infant-mother situations which are manifestly necessary for the survival of the infant. From this standpoint, the satisfaction of a need is the ceasing of an integrating tendency to manifest itself in work. I am now reviewing from a different standpoint all the elements, ideas, and facts which I have touched upon, needs and their satisfaction, signs, and their meaning, and the whole story of the very early behavior of the infant beginning with the simplest thing, namely, the nipple and lips situation brought about from the infant's standpoint by crying when hungry, in order to shed more light on what I am presenting. Thus I say that from this standpoint of the interpersonal situation, we have to consider attention, which includes the felt tension of a need, as a tendency to integrate a situation necessary and appropriate to the satisfaction of the need, and since the infant in the early months is practically wholly incapable of getting along without a mothering one, his needs manifest themselves, even from his very earliest activities, as tendencies to integrate particular types of necessary situations with the mothering one. And from this standpoint the satisfaction of a need, the relaxation of the tension underlying the felt aspects of a need, can be said to represent the ceasing, the ending, the temporary abeyance of an integrating tendency manifesting itself in the work of maintaining the interpersonal situation. The situation brought into being by the integrating tendency lapses with cessation of the work done in its maintenance, and since the situation was necessary and adequate for the satisfaction of a need, we may say that the satisfaction of this underlying need has resolved the related interpersonal situation. Now you will come presently to see why I talk of situations being resolved when there is no longer any integrating tendency to maintain them. I have been discussing the tensions of needs from the standpoint of there being integrating tendencies to integrate appropriate and necessary situations which happen to be interpersonal. Consider now the case in which the mother is or becomes anxious, thus inducing anxiety in the infant. It is evident that anxiety generically tends to interfere with the integration of the interpersonal situation necessary for the satisfaction of a need, and that if anxiety appears at any time in the course of a situation toward resolution, it will tend to disintegrate any such situation. Now I make a careful distinction in using the term resolution of an interpersonal situation. It is something very different indeed from the disintegrating of that situation. When a situation resolves itself, it ceases to exist for the time being, and actually ceases to exist at all, because it will be a new situation when the same need integrates something very like it again. This resolution or ending of an interpersonal situation comes about by the relaxing of the tension of need, by the achieving of satisfaction of the need, whereas the situation may be prevented from being integrated, or may be disintegrated, torn apart, by the occurrence of anxiety. If anxiety comes, instead of a suitable object for integration, it makes impossible the integrating of a suitable situation. Let us assume, for example, that the infant is nursing away right merrily when something makes the mother notably anxious. That anxiety, as I have long since mentioned, immediately induces, in some fashion, anxiety in the infant. Then all sorts of difficulties occur, such as letting go of the nipple, cessation of search for the lost nipple, actually repelling the nipple if it is brought near the infant's lips, and even regurgitation instead of the swallowing of milk. Now there is an important fringe of behavior connected with nursing to which I have not previously referred. I shall hint at it by saying that in certain circumstances the infant may even, on the eventuality of anxiety, act as though he were being restrained when he is held in the necessary proximity to the breast so that the nipple can be invested. This may lead to the kind of miscellaneous activity, which can in a vague way be regarded as phylogenetically evolved, by which the infant escapes situations imperiling the oxygen supply. Now, if we consider all that can follow on the occurrence of anxiety in the mother while the infant is nursing, we will have a better impression of the difference between the resolution of an interpersonal situation when, as it were, there is no earthly reason for its continuing, and the disintegration of that situation while there is still plenty of reason for its continuing. The fact is that the nipple of an anxious mother will still give milk, and that even though anxiety appears in the midst of nursing there is still a need for food. In other words, there is plenty of tension to keep up the nursing behavior, but the interpersonal situation is destroyed, it breaks up. Here is the difference between the disintegration of an interpersonal situation and its resolution by ceasing to have any rationale, any reason for existence, for the time being. I have already discussed needs as integrating tendencies. I now invite attention to the fact that anxiety is a disjunctive or disintegrative tendency in interpersonal relations, which opposes the manifestation of any integrative tendency in the work of creating and maintaining an interpersonal situation. Anxiety so modifies the transformations of energy making up the functional activity of the infant that work is now done to escape from, or to avoid, the interpersonal situation which corresponds to the significant need. Anxiety opposes the type of work which reflects the activity of an integrating tendency. Anxiety opposes those transformations of energy which manifest themselves in the investing and holding of the nipple, in the sucking activity, in the transporting and swallowing, and in sundry accessory activities which I will deal with presently. All these things are, as I say, opposed by a disjunctive tendency, of which anxiety is the present outstanding instance before us. We shall see later that, so far as interpersonal relations are concerned, anxiety is almost always, but not quite always, an outstanding ingredient in breaking up interpersonal situations which otherwise would be useful in the satisfaction of the needs of the person concerned. It is evident that the eventuality of anxiety in no way relaxes the tension of need, but only opposes it. If we think of a particular need as a tendency to integrate a situation in which activity is directed toward the goal of satisfactory resolution of the situation, we are considering a vector quality in the conception of integrating tendency. We can then picture anxiety as exactly opposed to the directional component of any need with the satisfaction of which it collides. I would like to remind you of the conception of vector, which might be defined as magnitude plus direction. Now the element of direction is the very significant thing in the conception of vector. My justification for talking about vectors at this time is that an interpersonal situation is not to be considered as something static, like, for example, the situation of objects on the table before me. Statics hasn't very much to do with living. The interpersonal situation integrated by the infant's hunger plus the mother's need to express tenderness is characterized by a direction toward the goal of satisfying the infant's hunger, and the situation manifests this direction toward the goal by the fact that activity goes on which clearly achieves that goal. Now this directional element applies to the type of consideration of need which is implied by describing the need as an integrating tendency, that is, a tendency to bring about and maintain a situation, which in turn implies change toward the resolution of that situation, which happens, from another viewpoint, to coincide with the satisfaction of the need which started the whole business. If you think of this direction of activity toward a goal, which is implied by the tension of need, then you can think of anxiety as exactly, that is, at 180 degrees, opposed to the vector quality of the need. If you think in terms of vector addition, as it is used in physical theory, you will remember that in the parallelogram of force, one vector goes off in one direction, and another goes in another direction, and the resultant vector is accurately depicted as the diagonal of the completed parallelogram. If you think in these terms, you will realize that anxiety, which complicates, by exact opposition, the manifestation of an integrating tendency in some particular direction, can mean only a reduction of, or a reversal of, the transformations of energy concerned in the action in the situation, that is, anxiety results in less activity toward the goal of satisfaction, or it results in activity away from the achievement of that goal. Anxiety added to, let us say, hunger during the nursing situation means therefore not that something new, a diagonal, comes out of these two things. Instead, the net result is either that, although nursing goes on, there is much less activity, or that something which is diametrically opposed to nursing, to the satisfaction of the need for hunger, occurs. Now we will come later to many situations in life where two opposing vectors do add up to produce a third, where there is opposition to a certain type of activity, and, somewhat in accord with the physical pattern of the parallelogram of force, a new direction of the activity results. This new vector represents, from the physical standpoint, the discharge of both integrating tendencies, which occurs, however, by the integration of a different situation, in which action toward resolution, the achievement of a goal, is again evident. But in the very early situation where the infant is, at least for our purpose of discussion, activated by a single need, the need for food, the appearance of anxiety results, not in a new direction of activity, but in either a reduction of nursing activity, or in the complete disintegration and avoidance of a situation suitable for nursing. And this, as I have said, can be represented in physics by drawing two vector qualities 180 degrees apart, the resultant being either a reversal of motion that was previously present, or a very marked reduction in its acceleration. While this collision of a need, which may be thought of as an integrating tendency, with anxiety has but two possible outcomes from this standpoint, very much reduced velocity, you might say, or a reversal of direction. At the same time there is more tension now involved than was concerned in the need alone. In other words, vector considerations are perfectly all right to account for activity, but a much more intricate field, namely, tensor considerations, applies to the disturbances of euphoria which are, needless to say, much greater when two opposing tensions collide than when only one of them exists. I have now begun to talk in terms familiar to the physicist, a course which I shall pursue somewhat further in discussing the terms work and energy. You may recall that energy is sometimes defined as the capacity for doing work, or, more carefully, as that which diminishes when work is done, by an amount equal to the work done. You may be wondering whether I shall presently be considering something like a special mental energy. The answer to that question is this: energy, when I mention it, is energy as conceived in physics, and as such has two basic forms, potential and kinetic. And work, as I use the term, is conceived in its physical meaning, not something you detest but have to do for a living. I think that it might be useful to mention at this point one of the simplest illustrations of the discrimination of potential from kinetic energy in the realm of physics, since my use of the term potential in any of these discussions is pretty close to the physical meaning of the term. Imagine a simple pendulum, such as you can make by attaching a plumb bob or a watch or something or other to a string and tying the other end of the string to a nail so that the watch, plumb bob, or whatnot, is in free space, as it is called. If you then set it to swinging, you will find that at the end of its lateral motion it stops. For an instant it stands still. It swings in one direction, pauses instantaneously, and starts swinging back. All of the energy of the pendulum is potential at the moment of its fullest swing, when it is still, but if you should ever let such a pendulum hit you on the head, you would realize that there must have been quite a good deal of potential energy in it at that moment. So potential does not mean imaginary, or something of that kind, any more than electrical potential, which is another use of the same term, is imaginary, as putting your finger on a 33,000 volt circuit would clearly suggest to you by its consequences. The concept itself, background and implications for psychiatry. Review of tributary concepts. By blend of the various considerations which I have now discussed, I have arrived at the point of being able to set up, I hope with some clarity, an exceedingly important conception in this theory of psychiatry. This conception is the conception of dynamism, which is, I think, a vast improvement over the ancient idea of mental mechanisms and the like. First, I would like to review some of the conceptions we have discussed which play their parts in my conception of dynamism. We have held that any living organism may be considered in terms of three ultimate factors: its communal existence with a necessary environing medium, its organization, and its functional activity. We have said that man, the person, may be considered as an organism requiring in its necessary environing medium other persons, with whom functional activity occurs, and some part of the world of culture which is implicit in personality, and which becomes organized in the person himself. We have introduced as fundamental terms in the analysis thus far the concepts of experience, of euphoria, and of recurrent tensions of two kinds, tensions of need and tensions of anxiety, with some mention of a third kind of tension which we will discuss in extenso later, tensions of sleep. We have discussed these recurrent tensions as manifest in awareness as felt components, and, in relation to the environing medium, as integrating or disjunctive tendencies with respect to situations in which activity, that is, behavior, addressed to the satisfaction of needs can occur. We have indicated that the relaxation of tensions, with the relief, that is, satisfaction, of their felt components requires, in the early phases of postnatal life, tender cooperation, additional to the behavior of the infant in crying when hungry, crying when cold, and the like. We have generalized the infant's needs as those for oxygen, for water, for foodstuffs, for body temperature, and, more vaguely, for bodily integrity and freedom, an adequate physiological process, these latter perhaps being susceptible to statement as the need to be free of pain and the need to be free of restraint of bodily movement. We digressed at this point to consider the fact that delayed relaxation of naturally increasing tension, which endangers life, is attended by the appearance of the felt tension of fear, which has its particular type of crying, crying when afraid, and that this tension of fear could reach a maximum with the felt component called terror and activity of the sort which later in life would appropriately be called rage behavior. We have indicated that, since the satisfaction of all the infant's needs requires tender cooperation of another, all of them may be considered as implying, at the interpersonal level, a need for tenderness. But the satisfaction of this need for tenderness, and the concurrent satisfaction of the particular tension primarily concerned, is definitely interfered with by anxiety. We have considered in some detail the relation of the infant's crying to the occurrence of tender cooperation necessary for the satisfaction of the infant's needs, and subsequently, the breathing and nursing activities, which, as it were, begin in and around the mouth. This introduced us to the conception of the zone of interaction in the communal existence of the infant with environments physico-chemical and interpersonal, with particular emphasis on the oral zone, including the hearing of the infant's audible productions. The meaning of the infant's perhaps objectively identical crying when hungry, crying when cold, and the like, was mentioned. All of the infant's crying communicates to the mother the infant's need for tenderness, but has no such initial general meaning to the infant, as these various forms of crying are experienced by him. That is, in the infant's experience, his various types of crying initially have no general meaning of a need for tenderness, although they all mean that to the mother. I have said that we have considerable reason for believing that experience in its simplest, least elaborate form, that is, prototaxic experience of some momentary state of the organism, carries, as an inevitable feature of the experience itself, indication of the zone of interaction where whatever was experienced has impinged. Thus, experience from the lips is definitely marked with its origin in that area and is inherently different from experience from the fingertip. Prototaxic experience is, in a way, an enduring record of the total state of the organism, including the impinging events, or rather their effects on the zone of interaction impinged with. We then considered a number of practically inevitable eventualities in the infant's early nursing behavior, and inferred from a number of these something of their meaning in the development of the infant's experience of living. From this came a consideration of the very important conception of signs in their two basic types, the signal and the symbol, the latter being a sign of other signs, or of whole categories of signs. In addition to the previously suggested signal character of crying when hungry, crying when cold, and the like, as heard and otherwise experienced by the infant, we inferred the occurrence of 4 different signals which must evolve from experience of the nipple in conjunction with the lips, or, in the case of the 4th signal, in forceful disjunction with the lips. These 4 signals are the good and satisfactory nipple in lips, the good but unsatisfactory nipple in lips, the wrong nipple in lips, and the evil nipple in lips. The differentiation of signs of other signs or categories of signs, that is, symbols, was illustrated by reference to the early prehension of the good mother and her anxiety-evoking counterpart, the bad mother, with subsequent differentiation of the forbidding gestures which significantly characterize her. We stressed at this point the basic relationship of a sign and the possessor or interpreter of the sign, warning against the error of objectifying the observable characteristics of anything as identical with, or necessarily related to, its signatory reality as a particular pattern in the infant's, or other organisms, experience of events. In this connection you may recall my comment about road signs, which objectively are pieces of tin on stakes, presenting patterns of reflection, but which are seen by the eye as patterns to which meaning is attached, particularly if your previous experience has included learning to drive a car and to avoid the police in so doing. The piece of tin on a stake which is stuck along the road is a sign in the police sense, but that piece of tin on a stake, and the letters on it, is a sign in our sense only insofar as it evokes its appropriate meaning in the person who perceives it. The person has the sign. This point of the relationship of sign and the interpreter of the sign was developed by reviewing the communication to the mother of the infant's need for tenderness by the audible components of several different actions of the infant, which are experienced by him as behavior in the satisfaction of several needs, and for the relief of anxiety, and which are only presently to be generalized by him as evoking the good mother, or exorcising the bad mother when she unfortunately is produced by crying or other activities. The nipple and lips was then considered from the standpoint of its constituting a situation necessary for the occurrence of nursing behavior and the satisfaction of hunger and thirst, the tension of which underlying needs could be conceptualized as recurrent forces which integrate these necessary, actually interpersonal, situations, and which perform work in maintaining them for the duration of their recurrent utility. We then reviewed anxiety from this dynamic standpoint and saw that it is not an integrating tendency, but a disjunctive one which, when coincident, exactly opposes, in the vector sense, the force of any integrative need. Having thus come to a useful statement in the realm of the transformation of physical energy, which is the only kind of energy I know, and the vector characteristics of two of the three genera of basic tensions, sleep not yet concerning us, I shall proceed now to a statement of the concept of dynamism. Statement of the concept of dynamism. Let me begin by saying that the present view of the universe, as held by a great majority of mathematicians, physicists, and other scientists, makes the discoverable world a dynamism. This is implied in the fundamental postulate that the ultimate reality in the universe is energy, that all material objects are manifestations of energy, and that all activity represents the dynamic or kinetic aspect of energy. A doctrine in which force and the conception of energy, which underlies the conception of force, is the ultimate conception or postulate would naturally be a conception of dynamism, a dynamism of the universe. Whitehead, among the philosophers, has conceived the universe as an organism 27, and certainly there is no difficulty in seeing living organisms as particular dynamisms. Living organisms are often multicellular organizations, and the sundry kinds of living cells which in a sense compose the organism are themselves usefully conceived as dynamisms, or as subdynamism, one might call them, which are dynamically regulated in their living in accordance with the living of the organism as a whole. Malignancies, the sarcoma 2 and the carcinoma 2 evils which befall some organisms, may be regarded as instances of the escape from such dynamic regulation of some cells of the organism which, because they have escaped this regulation, become capable of destructively independent living. They become, as it were, destructively independent dynamisms, which invade the regulated cellular structure and organization of the host organism, or the host dynamism. The unnumbered subdynamism, the individual cells, are organized into numerous systems of dynamisms such as the kidneys, the excretory secretory structures of the intestines, the lungs, the heart, the blood, and whatnot. These systems of cellular dynamisms are in turn integrated into the total dynamism of the organism so that the whole thing makes up a vast unitary system, as it may be called from the standpoint of unregenerate biology. This total dynamism of the organism cannot, however, be separated from its necessary environmental milieu without ceasing to be a living organism. This consideration of the organism as a dynamism and made up of subdynamism is, to some extent, illustrated by the fact that the cornea of the eye, and even the heart and other organs, can in many cases go on manifesting living, and can be perfectly capable of transplantation elsewhere without dying, even though the carrying organism has died. Thus, the total dynamism, may come to an end, but some of the subsidiary dynamisms making up, in a very dynamic sense, this totality do not necessarily expire immediately. In general, we can say that the ultimate entities usefully abstracted in the study of the morphology, or organization, of living organisms is this living dynamism, the cell. Similarly, the ultimate entity, the smallest useful abstraction, which can be employed in the study of the functional activity of the living organism is the dynamism itself, the relatively enduring pattern of energy transformations which recurrently characterize the organism in its duration as a living organism. That is perhaps the most general statement that I can make about the conception of dynamism. It reaches far beyond the realm of psychiatry, certainly throughout the realm of biology, perhaps in the thinking of some people much further. The sundry dynamisms of interest to the biologist are all concerned with energy transformations making up functional activity in the communal existence of the organism with its necessary environment, through factors of its organization. The dynamisms of interest to the psychiatrist are the relatively enduring patterns of energy transformation which recurrently characterize the interpersonal relations, the functional interplay of persons and personifications, personal signs, personal abstractions, and personal attributions, which make up the distinctively human sort of being. The definition of pattern. I spoke, just now, of relatively enduring patterns, and since this term will be repeated time and again in this presentation, it may be well at this point to say a few words about the word pattern itself. I shall give you a definition of pattern for which I believe I am the sole authority, a situation which always awakens very great suspicion on my part. A pattern is the envelope of insignificant particular differences. Taxonomy, the science of classification, which is particularly important in the biological field, deals chiefly with patterns. A particular fruit may properly be called an orange if the differences in characteristics of the specimen under consideration do not, when compared with the defined ideal orange, differ in a significant degree from the defined characteristics, size, shape, varicosity, or wartiness of the skin, surface reflectance of light waves, and even such morphological details as septation, that is, how many parts it is divided into by septa in the pulp, thickness of the rind, and number and viability of contained seeds. Yet all these may vary within fairly wide limits and still their variation, or any combination of variations, does not significantly extend beyond the defined pattern, orange. Physicochemical characteristics which underlie the taste of the fruit and the smell of the fruit have a place in the pattern of its characteristics. These too may vary considerably, and you still have an orange. But significant variation in some of these characteristics, that is, variation which goes beyond the pattern, orange, makes the specimen under consideration some other member of the botanical world, such as a lemon or a kumquat. Another example of insignificant particular differences may be found in the realm of hearing, which is exceedingly rich in patterns. For instance, Mozart's quartet in F major is experienced as that particular pattern of music despite many errors which may be made in a particular performance of it, and despite the fact that the instruments may not be very well tuned, or may, in fact, be rather strikingly out of tune. The quartet in F major is a pattern of musical experience, and as such can exist in spite of a good many insignificant variations in a particular performance. But the experience of these variations may become more pronounced as the result of that peculiar misuse of human ingenuity called swinging the classical compositions. Even here one can sometimes recognize the musical pattern of a beloved masterpiece, although the current atrocity may have varied from the pattern to a point where it is not, in any musically significant sense, the masterpiece, but is a vulgarism somewhat related to it. Now here is an instance where, in my opinion, the changes deliberately introduced by the recomposer have in a very significant way destroyed that which existed before, so altered its pattern that it is ridiculous to call it what an earlier composer did. But even under these circumstances, sub-patterns in the masterpiece will often stand out so vividly that they evoke a recollection of the pattern as a whole, and it suddenly dawns on us, if we have not been warned in advance, that the dubious aesthetic pleasure that we are undergoing is someone's tortured revision of some particular composition. Heard language is entirely a matter of sound patterns. The phonemes out of which spoken words are composed or compounded are patterns of sound which do not differ too much from a culturally defined mean. The sounds out of which we build up our English words, for example, are a certain set of culturally defined areas in the continuum of possible sound variation, which can be conceived to have a certain mean which could be determined by research as, I suppose, the statistically most common area of sound that speakers of that particular phoneme in English used. But in the continuum of sound one can get a considerable distance away from this mean without causing the average hearer any difficulty whatever in spotting exactly what phoneme you were using. Culture establishes what areas of this continuum of audible sound shall be a phoneme of a particular language, and if I knew all about the phonemes of all the languages, now used or unearthed from the past, I wouldn't be vastly surprised to discover that an indefinitely large number of articulated sounds have been utilized in the establishment of the patterns which make up the phonemes of one language or another. Not only are phonemes sound patterns approximating a culturally established norm, but words themselves are patterns of phonemes which adequately approximate a culturally established pattern. For example, I suppose many of you have a certain amount of appreciation, if not respect, for the word psychiatry, but I wonder how many of you are equal to PSCHIATRY 28. My venerated colleague, Adolf Meyer, during a visit with a European colleague, caught on to the fact that when this man, who spoke excellent English, spoke of PSCHIATRY he was referring to their common preoccupation. The joy that the old man had in this correct pronunciation of a word derived from the Greek fixed this example of a variation in word pattern in my mind. I am harping on this to invite your attention to the great significance of the pattern of phonemal succession, and the stressing of some part of this pattern, which together make up the word. And incidentally, words, contrary to naive impressions, do not exist in dictionaries, any more than road signs exist by the side of the road. A word, that is, a word per se rather than a symbol of a word, exists, like a sign, in them that have it. Since these words are acquired by hearing them, in finding that one can imitate them, and so on, they prove to be fantastically useful in producing the illusion, at least, of communication, and in some cases, and particularly, I hope, in the present case, communication by words is not too bad. But it is patterns of sound, stress, and so on that make up the words. It is quite probable that an acoustical recording would show your pronunciation of any word relatively commonly used in your speech to be quite different in the morning, once you have fully wakened from sleep and are feeling very fresh and energetic, from your pronunciation of that same word late in the evening, when you are much in need of sleep and are feeling fairly fatigued, if not somewhat alcoholic. These acoustically recordable sounds that you emit in saying commonplace words would be astonishingly different in the details which can be recorded by the use of physical apparatus. Yet, unless fatigue was quite extreme, or the alcoholism was marked enough to interfere with the fine movements of your throat and mouth, these pronunciations, different as they were, would sound no different whatever to you, and would be equally and precisely of the same intelligibility to the hearer. Of course, it is possible for fatigue to be sufficient to seriously impair the production of words, so that their articulation would be considered defective, and their intelligibility impaired. This happens when the words, or the syllables, or even the phonemes, especially in the case of a person who originally learned some other language, cease to fall within the limits of insignificant variation. From this very long discussion of taxonomy, music, and words, I trust that you see that there is something, at least, in my defining a pattern as the envelope, the limit in a tridimensional or multidimensional sense, of insignificant particular differences. As long as the congeries of particular differences is insignificant, then whatever is being discussed fits the pattern, which pattern, you might say, gives it its meaning, its authenticity, or its identity. Dynamisms in psychiatry. Organisms begin by reproduction, grow, mature, resist, or repair the damage caused by some of the noxious influences which they encounter, reproduce themselves, and, in the higher manifestations of life at least, degenerate and come to an end in death. The patterns of energy transformation which characterize their lifespan are only relatively enduring. These patterns appear, in the higher forms of life at least, by maturation. They are changed variously by growth and by favorable or unfavorable influences, and perhaps in no two recurrent manifestations are they identical in all discoverable particulars. The dynamisms which interest us are relatively enduring patterns which manifest, in some cases at least, postnatal origin by maturation, and in all cases change by experience in the occurrence of which they are a significant factor. To put this very crudely, we might say that dynamisms grow or degenerate as a result of their recurrent manifestations, but that is really a pretty mystical idea. We can be more sure of what we are talking about when we say that dynamisms are modified by experience, which has in a significant sense been brought about by their manifestation. The thing I particularly want to emphasize about dynamisms at this point is that their manifestation in the living of the organism is, in the sense that we originally used the term, experience of the organism. And in a sense which will later become a little clearer, this experience of the organism is particularly related to the manifestation of the particular dynamism at work and is striking, although the change in the dynamism is insignificant from the standpoint of a pattern. It will presently appear that while these changes are insignificant so far as the pattern is concerned, they can be very significant so far as living is concerned. I reiterate this notion of a pattern to emphasize the idea that a conception such as pattern can remain valid, even though, in a long stretch of duration, the objectively observable manifestations may be quite different. We have commented somewhat on the growth of the infant's experience by the differentiation, from the general flux of his prototaxic experience, of particular useful patterns of sentience, which is the crude stuff of perception. These patterns, which I call signs, soon come in most instances to generalize various items of experience, marked or colored by various zones of interaction. To explain further, while a given experience in the early infant is not ordinarily marked by more than one zone of interaction, although sometimes it may be, the signs come quite frequently to generalize various experiences marked, respectively, by various zones. This generalizing of experiences marked by various zones, often including vision and hearing, becomes experience in the parataxic mode. For example, when sentience arising from vision and hearing is, in a certain sense, combined with experience arising, let us say, in the tactile or thermal perceptive or kinesthetic organs of sentience around the lips, then we have an elaboration of experience which extends beyond what is meant by prototaxic experience, the earliest type of experience, and is, in fact, experience in the parataxic mode. The usefulness of the earliest signs resides in their facilitating the satisfaction of needs, which they accomplish by functioning in recall and foresight. These signs modify the integrating tendency responsible for their occurrence in the subsequent integrating and maintenance of particular interpersonal situations, and these situations include the activity toward satisfaction which is implied in the conception of a situation integrated by an integrating tendency. The dynamisms of particular interest to psychiatry are of two genera, those conceptualized with primary reference to the sundry recurring tensions which manifest themselves as integrating, disjunctive, and isolating tendencies, and, on the other hand, those conceptualized with primary reference to the energy transformations characteristic of particular zones of interaction. Dynamisms of the first kind will be exemplified in our subsequent consideration, for example, of fear, of the anti-anxiety system which is called the self system, the system involved in the maintenance of felt interpersonal security, and of lust, which is my particular term for certain tensions of or pertaining to the genitals, and which has an excellent historical background. Dynamisms of the second kind will be exemplified in the discussion of, for example, the oral dynamism. Any observable behavior may be said to manifest concomitant activity of dynamisms of both sorts, as does the phasic change in awareness concerned in sleep. I have already stressed the pattern element of dynamism, and the fact that a dynamism is a relatively enduring pattern of energy transformation. I have attempted to hint that even though such a pattern is relatively enduring, there is nothing static about it, but that change, however insignificant, is brought about by each recurrent manifestation in living of this recurrent pattern. I have tried to get at how this change in a dynamism, its growth, or degeneration, if you please, can be conceptualized. I have talked about the very early signs adduced by the infant in connection with the infant's living, and have shown that these signs are useful in that their function in recall and foresight facilitates, makes easier, hastens, depending on what the significant criterion is, the integration of situations in which an underlying need can be satisfied. Thus I have hinted that dynamisms can and do include, I am dubious about this use of a geographical word, signs and symbols, and I have attempted to give you some notion of how the accumulation of signs, the elaboration of experience into signs, facilitates life and also affects the dynamisms concerned. I have brought forward for your consideration two grand divisions, two genera, of dynamisms that are useful conceptions. One conceives the dynamism with primary reference to the tensions which recurrently disturb the euphoria of the living creature and manifest themselves in interpersonal relations as integrating, disjunctive, or isolative tendencies of a particular sort. The second concept of the dynamism, which is equally important, is on the basis of primary reference to the energy transformation characteristics of particular zones of interaction. We shall consider these dynamisms further as we go along. Chapter 7. Infancy, Interpersonal Situations. The concept of personality. We shall now extend somewhat our consideration of the communal existence of the human being with the necessary environments, the physico-chemical environment, the environment of infrahuman living, and the environment of other people. The concept of zones of interaction as end stations in this interaction or interpenetration has already been indicated at the start of our consideration of the concept of dynamism, and we may now say further of these zones of interaction that they may be conceived, in part, as molar physiological structures, in which there occur transformations of energy specifically concerned with the functional activity of the organism in maintaining its necessary communal existence. But these structures are structures in the activity of which there arises specific experience of the organism, always in the prototaxic mode, although it is sometimes elaborated, as, for instance, in the occurrence of signs. This experience in turn influences the subsequent manifestations of the integrating tendencies concerned in the particular functional activity, and thus introduces factors of recall and foresight, of functional history and adaptation to a foreseen goal, which is commonly meant by anticipation. These factors of recall and foresight, of functional history and adaptation to a foreseen goal, can scarcely be called details of physiological structure, but they are, nonetheless, certainly important details of the actual organism as it goes on living, and, when the organism concerned is a human being, we call them details of personality. In the present particularist sense, when we are talking as if the infant were a complete discrete entity, personality is the relatively enduring pattern of recurrent interpersonal situations which characterize a human life. The concept of interpersonal situation necessary for the occurrence of activity in the satisfaction of a need is of fundamental importance in psychiatric theory. The nipple and lips, our first example of such an interpersonal situation, is integrated and maintained by the infant's need for water and food and the mother's need to give tenderness in this connection. The infant's oral zone of interaction and, generally, the mother's mammary zone of interaction are the details of the two personalities which are principally concerned in the integration of this nipple and lips situation. The infant's experience of the relevant oral behavior, and the mother's experience of nursing the infant are just as significantly a part of any particular nursing situation as are the physiological structures which are involved. In the ever-expanding world of the infant, it comes to be the nipple, which is a discernible characteristic of the good mother, with which he is orally integrated. In the world of the mother, it is the lips of the more or less personified particular infant with which her nipple is invested. The infant's personification of the good mother is the prehended pattern of her participation in recurrent nursing situations and integrations of other needful sorts which have been resolved by satisfaction. She, the infant's personification of the good mother, symbolizes forthcoming satisfaction of the sundry needs, that is, she symbolizes in turn the integration, maintenance, and resolution of situations that include her, through appropriate and adequate activity on the infant's part. The organization of personifications. In what I have just said, I have introduced the idea of personification, which derives its importance from the fundamental importance of the interpersonal situation in understanding the phenomena with which psychiatry deals. Here, in discussing the personification of the good mother, which is formed early in infancy, we start out on the long course of attempting to understand personifications and their dynamic role. As I have said, the infant's personification of the good mother is the pattern that he in a primitive way perceives as the pattern of her participation in recurrent nursing situations and other sorts of integrations called into being by his needs, which situations have been resolved with satisfaction. Foresight, as I have said before, pertains to that which has happened, and foresight about the good mother pertains to things that have gone well. Thus the infant's personification of the good mother symbolizes the forthcoming satisfaction of the sundry needs, or, to say the same thing in a different way, symbolizes the integration, maintenance, and resolution of the situations that are necessary for the infant's appropriate and adequate action in satisfaction of his needs. Now this personification is not the real mother, a particular living being considered as an entity. It is an elaborate organization of the infant's experience. The mother's personification of the infant is not the infant, but a growing organization of experience in the mother, which includes many factors only remotely pertaining to dealing with this particular real infant. It is important to understand that the infant's personification of the mother is composed of, or made up from, or organized from, or elaborated out of, what has occurred in the infant's relation to what you might call the real mother in satisfaction-giving integrations with her. And the mother's personification of the infant, which was sometimes rather rudimentary in the days when it was thought that the soul joined the infant at the age of 7 months or so, before which I presume the infant could be called it instead of he or she, is not the infant and is not merely an abstract of the events that the mother has encountered when integrated with the infant. It includes also much that is only remotely related to dealing with this particular baby. The mother's personification of her infant may, if he be her 7th offspring, have much less to do with experience with this infant than with the first and second of her babies. Her previous experience, in any case, would influence her experience arising in sundry dealings with this particular baby. The mother's personification of the infant includes experience when the infant is anxious as well as when he is not. It includes experience when the infant is sleeping as well as when he is awake. It includes the observation of growth changes in the infant, and a perhaps richly formulated expectation of changes yet to come. That which the personified infant signifies to or symbolizes in the mother is clearly more than forthcoming satisfaction of the need to give tenderness, or to participate in the integration, maintenance, and resolution of situations integrated by the infant's immediate needs. The mother is, as we say, a carrier of social responsibilities with respect to her child. Part of what he symbolizes to her is her recognition of these responsibilities. What these responsibilities are varies somewhat from one family group to another in any particular community, or in any particular culture area. The degree to which these social responsibilities are effectively discharged may vary greatly in the same mother with respect to different children and with respect to the same child at different times. That these responsibilities will have no effect on the rearing of the child is, if not inconceivable, at least extremely improbable. Thus when I speak of the factors which are only remotely related to dealing with the particular real infant, but which nonetheless enter into and are a part of the mother's personification of the infant, I include the very extensive, very important element of the mother's responsibility to the social order of which she is a member or in which she has a part. The recognized social responsibilities which the personified infant symbolizes for the mother have something, often a great deal, to do with the situations in which the infant prehends the bad mother, and out of his experience in such situations he organizes his personification of the bad mother. Anxiety, as a phenomenon of relatively adult life, can often be explained plausibly as anticipated unfavorable appraisal of one's current activity by someone whose opinion is significant. When it is apparent that someone is anxious in talking with us, we might ask, "What would I think were you to speak freely what is in your mind?" And very often the other person might say, "You would think less of me," or "You would be shocked at me," or something of the sort. Now that is a typical rationalization of anxiety. By rationalization we mean giving a plausible and often exceedingly inconsequential explanation. And so I say that anxiety in relatively adult people can often be explained plausibly as anticipated unfavorable appraisal of one's current activity. A mother loaded with these social responsibilities which inhere in her from her membership in a social group may come to expect criticism of her mothering activities by her husband, his mother or sister, her mother or sister, the nurse, or anyone else who observes her handling of the baby. In many instances this known or presumed disapproval, this real or fancied fault-finding with respect to her care for her offspring makes her anxious. Unless, for instance, I have very considerable and well-founded esteem for something that I do, another person's criticism of what I do, or even the suspicion that the other person feels critical toward me for what I do, is tantamount to my being anxious. Therefore, unless the mother is very clear on the social responsibilities she is undertaking to discharge, certain that she is doing at least an averagely good job at it, and clear on the reasons why other people might differ about it and criticize her for it, any criticism of her handling of the baby, any suspected critical attitude toward her handling of the baby, is apt to make her anxious. And when you remember that anxiety in the mother induces anxiety in the infant, you will understand that the induced anxiety of the infant makes him more difficult and worrisome to care for, so that his behavior may seem to justify disparagement of the mother's work with him. The implications of this sort of vicious circle underlie the psychiatrist's interest in the dynamic composition of the family group in which a patient's infancy was spent. When I was a young psychiatrist attending conferences of very capable staff members, I would hear accounts of mental patients which sometimes went back to the great-grandparents of the patient. These accounts included details about which ones of the ascendants had gone to mental hospitals, and which ones had gone to jails, and which ones had gone to posts on university staffs, and so on. And it all ended rather nicely in a woman who married a man and bore this patient, and had a difficult or an easy labor. And the infant had or had not had a feeding difficulty. That preoccupation didn't show up when I was such a young psychiatrist, but shortly afterward, and then after a while the infant learned to walk and talk and ceased to wet himself. And presently all this wonderful array of rumor and data evolved into his being before us as a mental patient. In subsequent years we got more and more interested in doing something for this mental patient so that he might cease to be a mental patient and become a member of society, to his chagrin or delight as the case might be. And then we found that we could omit the study of a good deal of this inscrutably complex heredity, about which, at best, the patient would probably have very few useful views, because out of all the rumor and data there was very little which would help us to find out why he had curiously distorted views on a good many people in his environment. Eventually we got to the point of guessing that anxiety had a lot to do with the patient's problems. But then the question was how to explain the peculiarities of anxiety. And it is from experience with the difficulties in this work of cure or treatment, a much more satisfactory concern than the mere chronicling of the patient's family history, that we finally got back to studying the development of the anti-anxiety system in human personality. Now in this presentation I am attempting to suggest how anxiety begins, what factors are influential in the beginning of anxiety in the natural history of a given person. It reaches back very, very far, and this is the reason why it is important to know the composition of the family group in which the infant spent his first months. Consideration of the composition of the family group may indicate that persons other than the mother have exerted great influence on the earliest phase of developmental history, long before these other persons enter into significant, direct, interpersonal relations with the infant. Moreover, in a good many instances some person other than the mother does have recurring, significant, direct, interpersonal relations with even the young infant. Occasionally there is a so-called wet nurse, and not infrequently there is a nurse or an older sister who does part of the work of caring for the infant's needs and situations integrated by the nurse or sister. Any such surrogates in the mothering function also personify the infant to some extent, and these personifications of the infant include as important factors the surrogate's experience and expectations with regard to infants as a class and this infant in particular. It may be that one of these surrogates in the mothering function will have come to manifest the peculiar expectations with respect to others to which I shall presently refer as malevolence. This malevolent person may behave toward the infant in ways quite other than giving tender cooperation in satisfying the infant's manifest needs. She may instead hurt and otherwise provoke fear in the infant. Since the malevolent behavior is also apt to be accompanied by anxiety and to induce anxiety in the infant's prehensions of such a surrogate come to be organized as experience of the bad mother. Let us take, for example, the situation of our mother with 7 children, of which the 7th is the baby now under discussion. Let us suppose that the firstborn and the secondborn were girls, and that the firstborn girl, after a fashion not uncommon in eldest children, is very difficult and is out of the house a good deal. The second-born girl is mother's helper, has had plenty to do, has felt very much rebuffed and neglected for years, and has come to be mischievous, as her aunt might call it. And now with the arrival of the 7th baby, mother's helper takes over a good part of the absolutely necessary relatively adult cooperation in looking after the baby. Now that will not include giving the baby pap, but it may certainly include keeping the baby covered, and changing the diapers, and so on. Insofar as mother's helper is malevolent, something that we will come to understand presently, the tenderness theorem will not apply in simple fashion to her dealings with the baby. And frequently or occasionally, in looking after the infant's needs, mother's helper will be rough, sound unpleasant, hurt the baby, and generally discompose him. But she will not do these things with a feeling of complete sweetness and light, because mother's helper will know quite clearly that if any of these minor atrocities to the infant were observed by mother or by someone else who told mother about them, mother's helper would get her ears boxed, or something of that kind. Now the anticipation by mother's helper of possible retribution for these little mischievous acts toward the baby is, in a sense that will presently become clear, tantamount to her being anxious as well as malicious. Under those circumstances, what the baby gets in the way of experience includes anxiety as well as fear, and that experience is, very early in infancy, the same experience that the infant has in his relation to his mother when she is anxious. Therefore all such experience is organized in the rudimentary infantile personification of the bad mother. When compelling circumstances necessitate the delegation of an important part of the mothering to a malevolent surrogate, some considerable number of the infant's contacts with the mother are also apt to involve anxiety, for she can scarcely be at peace with herself about the mothering which her baby is receiving. There thus come to be 2 or more persons who recurrently induce anxiety in the infant, his prehensions of whom are organized in a single early personification of the bad mother. It is also evident that a surrogate in part of the mothering function may be both tender and relatively free from anxiety, as may be the mother herself. In this case the infant organizes prehensions of 2 or more people in his earliest personification of the good mother. And in such cases, where the mother has a very good mother's helper, good in the sense of having no serious interference with the manifestation of tenderness toward the baby, then the mother will be reasonably comfortable about the mothering which her baby is receiving, and both the mother and her helper will be relatively free from anxiety. Therefore, when one or the other of these people is with the infant will have considerable experience of tender cooperation in the satisfaction of his needs and relatively little experience of anxiety. Under those circumstances, at the very start of the personifying process in early infancy there is a personification of the good mother in which the experience, from our point of view, comes from experiences with 2 people, but is not so differentiated by the infant. These 2 of several not too uncommon instances should suffice to indicate the possible complexity of the infant's beginnings of personification, out of which beginnings will evolve his sequential personifications of the significant people who are visually and audibly differentiable within the flux of his experience. I have hinted several times thus far that as the data from the visual and the hearing receptors grow in utility in foreseeing and integrating satisfaction-giving situations, and in foreseeing and avoiding anxiety-provoking situations, differences in the persons concerned tend to appear. I have not yet said so, but I presume that differences in actual persons associated with anxiety are noted by the infant before he notes differences in people involved in his getting satisfactions. The reason for this is the extremely undesirable character of anxiety and the importance of getting away from it. Perhaps in middle infancy or toward the latter part of infancy, as the infant progresses to the point where this distance data obtained by sight and by hearing, begins to be differentiated, its differentiation with respect to people who make the infant anxious, the mother, or the mother in a malevolent mother's helper, is on the basis of characteristics which are identical in kind, in functional significance, with those which we later call forbidding gestures. These forbidding gestures consist of tonal and other modifications of speech, and differences in facial posture and so on, of the mothering one. Now I have emphasized in my two examples, first, of an anxious mother and a malevolent mother's helper, and, second, of a calm and tender mother and mother's helper, that since experience objectively related to two people may be combined in the infant's beginning personification of the bad mother, or of the good mother, this personification might be called complex. From our standpoint, it is complex in that it has one personification for characteristics that we would attribute objectively to two people. The meaning of this complexity deserves more than passing consideration. There is no reason for supposing that useless signs are organized within the infant's experience. The organization into one sign of experience with two people who regard themselves as distinct is an early instance of an exceedingly important ability which is by no means restricted to man alone in the biological series. And this organization into one sign of experience with two, to themselves, different people is anything but an instance of an unfortunate something which one might call confusion. To think that the infant confuses, in one rudimentary personification, details of his experience with two people, the mother and the surrogate, is literally to foreclose any possibility of understanding personality development. On the contrary, the infant differentiates experience arising in his encounters with one, from our point of view, identical person in organizing two rudimentary personifications, those of the good and the bad mother. Some of you may wonder how I know this, in other words, what higher source of information I have as to what the infant of, let us say, less than the age of 6 months experiences. I only hope that you have been patient in your anticipation, strong in the belief that perhaps I would eventually give you a clue, which I will now attempt to do. The probable correctness of this particular inference, that the infant differentiates his experience with a real mother into two personifications, that of the good mother and that of the bad mother, is suggested by the course of developmental events in which we can participate with increasing sureness from late in infancy onward. In other words, from later data, the implication of which is quite certain, I make inferences regarding what can be observed in the young infant that seems closely and logically related to these later data, even though the actual events at this early stage are beyond participant observation, and therefore beyond a type of knowledge which is very convenient to have. It may seem that such use of inference is dangerous or even bad, but it would be exceedingly difficult to explore any new field if one did not use inference which extended from what is reasonably certain, both as to datum and implication, into the unexplored periphery of the new field. And so, in setting up this doctrine of the very earliest events in personification, I have to extend inference from what can be participated in later, backward to where it, to my way of thinking, can reasonably be inferred to begin. The infant's differentiating and organizing of what is primarily prototaxic experience into the more complex elements of experience that I name signs, arises from a combination of two sets of factors. One of these factors is the possibility of thus organizing experience. It is always well to be that rudimentary in your thinking. There has to be a demonstrable possibility of something before it is reasonable to do very much with it. That there is a possibility that an infant under 6 months can organize signs can be, I believe, validated from careful observation of almost any 6-month-old infant. So I believe that the possibility of thus organizing experience is demonstrable. I may say that it is not confined to the human, but extends, to my knowledge, as far as colts and puppies. Besides the possibility, which must be present, there has to be the factor of functional utility of such signs in the integration of situations necessary for the securing of satisfaction and, very soon after the beginning of life, the avoiding or minimizing of anxiety. This is the implication of my reference to useful and useless, terms which can easily be misleading. But keep in mind that when I say that a sign is useful, and that useless signs are not organized in the early phase of life, what I am referring to is functionally useful, in the sense of facilitating some functional activity which is vital in the business of satisfying needs or avoiding anxiety. It is solely in this connection that these two dubious words, useful and useless, get into our thinking here, and I trust that the great number of other possible meanings will not creep into your thought. The point is that what the infant differentiates and organizes out of his primarily prototaxic experience is useful additions to his integrating tendencies, and as I have said before, these useful additions function in recall and foresight. To repeat, there is no reason for supposing that useless signs are organized within the infant's experience. Thus there is no differentiation of a tender real mother from a tender mother's helper in the situations in which the infant satisfies his needs, for the very reason that such differentiation would in no way facilitate the satisfaction of needs in the very early months of life. And in the same way, in these earlier months of life no facilitation of the avoiding or minimizing of anxiety, mainly avoiding at this stage, would be accomplished by differentiating between an anxious mother and an anxious and malevolent mother's helper. What happens to the infant is, to all intents and purposes, identical, whether the mother or the mother's helper is involved. The only objective which makes any sense is to avoid anxiety, and since anxiety is induced, it makes very little difference what the person who induces it looks like or thinks herself to be. The young infant does not differentiate insignificant details of experience, but only the pattern, beyond whose limiting envelope events are significantly different. Forthcoming satisfaction is most significantly different from anxiety, and in the earliest months the identity of the particular person who signalizes the forthcoming satisfaction is of no moment whatever in the integration by the infant of the necessary interpersonal situation and the infant's activity in its resolution. And here I would like to remind you of the start of this discussion by noting that even our initial example of an interpersonal situation, namely, the nipple in lips, is integrated and maintained doubly, in a duplex fashion, by the infant's need for water and food, and by the mother's need to give tenderness in this connection. And here I am saying that, in the earliest months of life, the infant's part in forthcoming satisfaction, his part of the integration of the nipple and lips, and his activity in maintaining this integration and in resolving it by having secured enough water and foodstuff for the satisfaction of his needs, has no use for, is in no way facilitated by, the inclusion of data which might seem quite significant to you or me in looking at the situation. If the carrier of the nipple gets it in the right place, within the prehensile ability of the infant's mouth, this, provided that the situation is free from anxiety, is tantamount to the complete integration of the satisfaction-giving situation. And that is the case in the earliest months with all the interpersonal cooperation which is necessary for the survival of the human young. There are no significant differences at the beginning, unless the carrier of whatever is needed, the relatively adult person, is anxious, in which case, as I have already stated, action and satisfaction are impaired or reversed and the infant suffers the misery of anxiety. And it is for this reason that I infer with considerable security the initial organization of two complex signs in the infant's experience, the good and the bad or anxiety-carrying mother. Thus I have now set up for our consideration the idea that the infant is bound to have two personifications of any mothering person, barring the most incredible good fortune, and that the infant in the earliest stages of life need have only two personifications for any number of people who have something to do with looking after him. So far as the more adult persons in the infant's unknown world are concerned, each one of them is bound to have a different personification of the infant. By this time, I trust it is completely clear that personifications are not, in some metaphysical sense, the organism or the person that is personified. Nursing is an interpersonal experience. The experience involved in becoming a person may be said to begin as a function of the first nursing. Prototaxic experience connected with the institution of breathing and the maintenance of body temperature probably precedes this, but it is in connection with frequently recurring activity of the oral zone that sentience, presently to be elaborated into primitive personifications, has its origin. The extraphysiological factors in the nursing situation are a growing personification of the good mother by the infant, and one or more personifications of the infant by the mother. The good mother begins as a discrimination or differentiation of the good and satisfactory nipple. That is, it is differentiated as a pattern of experience, very significantly different from the nipple of anxiety. The personification grows by the discrimination of the sundry classes of nipples that I have talked about, other than the anxiety-invested nipple, and sentience originating in distance receptor apparatus is added to the initial, more purely oral data. And by this I refer to the oral dynamism, which more or less pertains to the mouth but at this very early stage also includes the auditory channel, because all that is heard is the infant's production. Very early in life the auditory zone begins to split off as a zone of interaction in its own right. In the course of events, the sundry classes of nipples become an important part of the pattern of experience which is the personification, good mother, but even this part of the personification has expanded to include sentience from extra-oral zones as remote as the prehensile hands, the buttocks, and the feet. The nursing situation still includes as its central detail the nipple and lips, its oldest core, as elaborated by additional data with discrimination of various classes of nipples and so on, but it now shows patterning of activity by the hands and so forth. There may be evident discrimination between what we might call nursing when recumbent and nursing when erect. Observable accessory movements show relatively durable differences in the two cases. I am now talking of the development of personality in the infant, let us say, under 6 months of chronologic age. By this time there have already appeared ways of using the arms and hands, the legs and feet, and so on, in connection with the mother's body, clothing, and so forth, when nursing, which we call accessory movements. In the human, these do not, so far as I can guess, have very much to do with the getting of milk out of the nipple, but they do tend to fall into pattern, that is, they get to be, as we can very recklessly say, habitual accompaniments of nursing. And even at this early age the accessory movements, which presumably supply sentience that is organized into the personification of the good mother and makes up part of the infant's experience of the nursing behavior, show certain differences when the mother happens to be nursing while lying down in comparison with when she is nursing sitting up. And these accessory movements, particularly those of the arms and hands, are not merely something that coincides with nursing, but actually are details of behavior which may persist as patterns of activity years after a person has ceased to nurse at the breast. Some of these movements show up in states of fatigue, preoccupation, and so on, as curious manneristic movements. More than the infant's oral zone and the mother's mammary zone is now significantly concerned in the integration of the nursing situation. And more than milk, the warmth of the mother's body, some olfactory sentience, and so forth, which were concerned in the earlier nursing, enter now into the recurring nursing experience. There are now several other important factors of sentience. For example, there is that of the infant's hands. The good mother as integrated by the infant in the nursing situation now includes elements to be grasped, pushed, pulled, rubbed, and otherwise encountered by the sensitive palmar and plantar surfaces, that is, the palms of the hands and the soles of the feet, as well as the elements of what is seen and heard in connection with the nursing situation. Insofar as all of these are sentience recurrently associated, for the infant, with the nursing situation, they can be presumed to be items in that which is personified as the good mother, which, you will remember, is anything but an appreciation of the mother as an adult human being as another adult might see her. In some of the mammals with accessory nursing behavior, this behavior has very striking relationship to the breast, but where human beings are concerned, I think it is quite as common for a nursing infant to be toying with some of the mother's hair as to be toying with the mammary zone of her body. The fact that the accessory movements of the human infant may have very little to do with the actual mechanics, you might say, of getting milk into the mouth does not, however, lessen the real contribution of these movements to the growing personification of the source of milk, the good mother. Zonal needs and general needs. Factors of biological organization which provide energy for transformation in the several zones of interaction now manifest themselves in these zones as dynamisms, and there are manifest needs to suck, to feel, to manipulate orally and with the hands, and so forth. We have already spoken of two genera of dynamisms which are of peculiar interest to psychiatry. The second of these consisted of dynamisms conceptualized with primary reference to the energy transformations characteristic of particular zones of interaction. Up to now, that is, through, let us say, the second or third month of the extrauterine life of the infant, we have considered the need for water and food which is satisfied in the nursing situation as a dynamism, an integrating tendency, which, so far as the infant is concerned, is manifested in the appropriate and adequate action. But now we have progressed to the point where we are speaking of the oral zone itself as a dynamism, and as a dynamism it manifests needs to suck, just as the hands manifest needs to feel, and to manipulate, and so on, and incidentally the oral zone also does considerable manipulation. We can speak of the oral zone and the manual zone as being in the service of another class of dynamisms, namely, the needs, but these zones, themselves considered as dynamisms, show zonal needs, of which the need to suck is a particular instance. Now it is true of these zonal needs that they must suffice quantitatively for the resolution of situations which are integrated by general needs, that is, needs for oxygen, for water, for food, and so on, but it is equally true that the zonal needs often, if not always, exceed this necessary quantitative aspect. And the quantity concerned here is the quantity of energy which is provided in the zone of interaction for transformation in the shape of doing the work of interchange which is centered in this zone. In other words, quite early in development, the partition of energy to be transformed in the oral zone, for example, may be greater than the energy needed for the satisfaction of the needs for water and food, and this excess manifests itself in the maintenance of activity which is not needed for the satisfaction of the great general need for food and water, but begins to be the need for exercise, we might call it, of the particular zone of interaction concerned. Thus, quite early in life, the energy provided for transformation in the act of sucking may be in excess of that which is transformed in sucking for milk, and the surplus manifests itself as a need to suck which is in no sense necessarily associated with a nipple, much less with getting milk from the nipple. Years ago a very important contribution to the probability of this whole approach to psychiatric theory was provided by the work of Dr. David M. Levy dealing with this very point, which appeared first in his study of the relation of thumb sucking to the ease with which milk was obtained from the nourishing nipple. If it was very easy to satisfy the need for food by sucking, then there was a great deal of sucking of other things, and the upper extremities particularly and the lower extremities to some extent provide the infant with things that can be invested by the lips and sucked. Further development of Dr. Levy's basic research in this connection was extended as far as the pecking behavior of chickens. There again it was found, under an experimental setup, that if it was extremely easy for these little birds to get a sufficiency of food, then they pecked themselves and each other, and, in fact, in some cases practically denuded each other of feathers in order to discharge the zonal need, that is, to transform the energy provided for the securing of food by activity of the oral zone, which was in excess of the needs for food. Thus quite early in life the zones of interaction begin to be conspicuous as dynamisms in their own right, with more or less fixed partitions of the total vital energy for transformation in each zone, and energy is transformed only in doing work. Therefore, there is a zonal need to suck, and so on, which is quite supplementary, you might say, to the general need for food, even if necessarily related to it. If the zonal need is not adequate to the provision of food, that is a very serious business. But if the zonal need is in excess of what is required for the securing of food and water, then there is behavior for the discharge of the tension of the oral zone which is in excess of that required for the securing of food and water. The oral zone, parenthetically, is very well provided with energy for transformation, and the oral needs, in contrast to general needs, have very considerable importance in understanding personality development. So much for this consideration. The anal and urethral zones in interpersonal experience. Now let us look at two other important zones of interaction in the communal existence of the infant, namely, the anal zone and the urethral zone. These end stations pertain to the expulsion of food residues and excess water. The general need concerned may be called the need to be rid of more or less solid and of liquid waste products concerned with the communal existence and functional activity of the organism. The tensions underlying these needs are felt as the recurrent need to empty the rectum and the urinary bladder, and in the experiencing of these felt needs, tensions in two systems of neuromuscular organs are of central importance. Now, you will note that there is somewhat of a distinction here in the method of development of thought. When I spoke of the need for food and water, I did not specify any organ as of central importance in the felt need, but perhaps because the anal and urethral zones are eliminatory zones, where waste is thrown out, and because of various other considerations that will be discussed, these zones and their felt needs can actually be broken down into meaningful reference to neuromuscular apparatus. Perhaps chiefly by virtue of improved survival value, the mammalian bodily organization has come to provide for the intermittent discharge of these waste products, and, especially in the case of the less fluid and much more viscous feces, for their spatial separation from the body integument. At this point I am introducing into this discussion a group of inferences derived from my own observations, not, so far as I know, supported by observations, investigations, or experiments by anyone else, and certainly not supported by an adequate body of observation and experiment by me. I wish particularly to stress the element of provisions for the spatial separation, the separation in space, of the organism and the expelled feces. As in the case of the food and water needs of the infant, so also in the ridding of himself of the urine and feces, there is requisite the cooperation of a relatively mature mothering agency, to convey the infant away from coverings wetted by the extruded urine, and to remove the feces from the infant's body surface and from his proximity. The removal of feces entails the cleaning of soiled areas, particularly the mucocutaneous junction at the anus. The character of the covering tissue on what we often think of as the inside of our body is, in general, very different from the covering of what we ordinarily think of as the outside of our body. Now when I speak of what is thought of as the inside, I am not talking about the actual, beyond any perchance inside. The nasal spaces, the mouth, and the gastrointestinal tract are in a very practical sense outside the body, but they are so circumscribed by and contained in the body, for such very special purposes of the body, that the covering or membrane which separates them from what is not of the body is quite different in character from the skin and nails and hair and so on, which appear on the unquestionable outside. The particularly significant details that I wish to mention as characterizing these quasi-inside coverings are that they secrete mucus and that they have ciliary apparatus for moving things, and so on. The mucous membranes join the skin, and the place of joining is always a zone of interaction in the communal existence of the organism, although there are zones such as the ear where no such mucocutaneous junction is presented to the outer world. Where there are mucocutaneous junctions, there are really extraordinary risks to the integrity of the organism, owing to peculiarities of joining blood supplies, and one thing and another, and almost invariably there is a rich supply of receptor organs, as if to aid in protecting these comparatively delicate carpentries of two different kinds of covering membranes. The mucous membrane lining the alimentary tract ends in the anus, that is, its distal part is the anal orifice, the anus, and there, as at the lips, is a junction of mucous membrane and skin. And it is in connection with this anal end of the alimentary tract that there occurs a peculiar segregation of receptors which, while they are not in a strictly technical sense distance receptors, might be called anti-contact receptors. As I have said, the removal of feces through cooperation of the mothering agency entails the cleaning of soiled areas, particularly this mucocutaneous junction in the anus. End organs of afferent, that is, receptor, nerve channels carrying intelligence, or the basis of intelligence, inward in this anal region provide a peculiarly important part of the sentience which is marked or colored by origin in the anal zone of interaction. And this particular component of the anal sentience has this aspect, which I have just mentioned, of a quasi-distance quality, in that it determines the separation of the organism and the actual fecal mass, and by determines I do not mean that it brings it about, but that it shows whether this separation is or is not the case. In the intervals between their elimination, the feces are accumulated in a section of the alimentary canal, the tension of the muscular walls of which exert pressure against the innermost of three anal sphincters, and this pressure gives rise to the felt need to defecate. Sphincters are more or less ring-shaped muscular organs which appear where it is necessary to close a canal, and the sphincters of interest here are this set of three anal sphincters and two urinary sphincters. Incidentally, the upper end of the alimentary canal has an organization of muscle that is quite like a sphincter, which is called the orbicularis oris. This again is a sort of ring-shaped assembly of muscular tissue, although its precise shape is concealed by the refinements of the mouth form. Its functional activity is very much more refined than that of the other sphincters and is combined with that of other muscular structures, because there is seldom occasion for any sphincter action at the oral end, except possibly when you are blowing brass wind instruments. As I have said, the pressure of the muscular walls of the rectal part of the alimentary canal against this inner of three sphincters gives rise to the felt need to defecate. Now we must distinguish between the rectum, which is a storing space primarily, and the anal canal, which runs from the innermost sphincter through the middle sphincter, past the outer sphincter to the anus. This canal is so organized that it has to be emptied of any feces admitted into it, and gives rise to vivid sentience as long as this emptying has not been accomplished. This vivid sentience, arising from the end organs with which this canal is provided, is a particular type of discomfort, occurring when that canal is no longer being merely traversed by fecal matter, but has some in it that has to be expelled. In later life, the expulsion of feces other than those actually in the anal canal tends to cease unless the extruded mass actually leaves contact with these quasi-distance receptors in the anus, and the detachment of each fecal mass from contact with these receptors favors the admission of another mass into the anal canal until the act of defecation has been completed. Now this is the area of data which may be proven by investigation to be erroneous, but about which I believe I have adequate basis for this presentation. It is literally true that the separation of a fecal mass from contact with the anus is necessary for ordinary completion of the act of defecation. This may seem to you a very trivial matter, but it is actually vastly more significant for theory than is a great deal that has been taught quite solemnly. Appropriate and adequate activity of the infant in satisfying the need to defecate consists in the relaxing of the anal sphincter apparatus and the coordinate increasing in the tension of the muscular walls of the rectal canal as the anal canal empties itself. Indefinitely early in life, perhaps from the very beginning, the factor of separation from the feces begins to be important and contributes something to the experience of tenderness which is organized by the infant in his personification of the good mother. The urine is handled by a somewhat similar combination of a cavity with muscular walls, the pressure from tension in which is exerted against the innermost of two sphincters. The canal from this first to the second sphincter must, like the anal canal, be emptied, and gives rise to vivid sentience until this has been accomplished, excepting during the actual flow of urine. Now this sentience is suspended during the actual transfer of masses which have passed the first sphincter en route to the last, and becomes significant only when that normal, functionally perfectly useful process is interrupted or is about to end. At those times, these intersphincter parts of the eliminatory canals cause vivid sentience which has the pattern of arising from their non-empty state, and disappearing when they are empty. They have ample muscular provisions for bringing about the emptying, which automatically happens unless something materially interferes. The most striking difference in the apparatus for being rid of the urine and the apparatus for being rid of the feces is that in the former there is one less sphincter. With respect to the urinary excretory apparatus, there are important differences in the morphological organization of the male and the female, arising from the fusion of some parts of the more external reproductive apparatus with a part of the urine channels. These differences are of no special moment in the earlier stages of developmental history, and may be ignored in the stage of infancy. The urethra, the canal for the urine from the bladder to the outside, ends in an unusual mucocutaneous junction, respectively at the end of the erectile penis in the male, or in the vulva in the neighborhood of the erectile clitoris in the woman. The lining of the urethra joins with a specialized epithelium which is supplied with peculiarly characterized receptor end organs, the great import of which will appear only later in life when the development of the lust dynamism has begun through appropriate maturation. The more significant components of sentience pertaining to the intermittent discharge of the urine arise from, first, the deeper, intersphincter part of the urethra, secondly, the distal part of the urethra, and thirdly, the surfaces closely associated with the urethral orifice. You will notice that I have not mentioned any component of pressure against the inner sphincter, which is another area of significant difference from the anal apparatus. It is the increasing pressure of the fecal mass forced by the walls of the rectum against the inner sphincter of the anal canal which is ordinarily recognized as the need to defecate. So far as the need to urinate is concerned, however, this is, so far as I know, quite unexceptionally related to the permitting of a small amount of urine to pass the inner sphincter, whereupon it strikes this peculiarly sensitive intersphincter region and gives rise to an urgent desire to urinate. To what extent pressure against the urinary sphincter may be a component of experience in this particular, I do not know, but it is very much less striking than in the anal situation. There are significant differences in the earliest manifestation of these two excretory functions, such that the need for cooperation with respect to the urine, that is, for tenderness in connection with the satisfaction of the need to urinate, may be chiefly an aspect of body temperature protection, quite different from that assumed to be the case with regard to the feces. The urine is an aqueous saline solution, rich in dissolved nitrogenous waste products, of which urea is very conspicuous. It is usually sterile so far as bacteria and other lower organisms are concerned. In other words, it is not, as you might put it, infected with bacteria, yeasts, molds, and so on. It is entirely an excretory secretion, its quantity and contents being determined by such vital factors as the electrolyte balance of the body fluids and the nitrogen metabolism. The feces, on the other hand, consist of excretory secretion and unassimilable material taken in as, or with, food. Its composition, even its consistency, varies between wide limits. It is an excellent pabulum for the growth of a great variety of lower organisms, bacteria, fungi, and yeast, the metabolic products of which may be thoroughly noxious, not only to the infant, but to adults. This becomes increasingly true with the introduction of food substances other than the mother's milk and the corresponding dilution of the previous excretory secretions. In other words, when alimentation is proceeding perfectly in the infant, that which comes out does not include cellulose, and so on, but is only mucus and the secretion of the excretory elements of the alimentary canal. But as soon as alimentation goes wrong, incompletely digested milk and so on is added to this, and later on, when eating consists of more than milk, and indigestible substances are mixed in with the digestible, these in turn are mixed with the excretory secretions in making up the feces. The alimentary canal is a digestive, absorbing, and excretory channel. Enzymes secreted into it at several points bring about chemical transformations productive of substances which can be usefully absorbed in aqueous solution and otherwise. Chemical changes of the kind that are here significant are a joint function of time and temperature, as is the absorptive function itself. The rate at which the food mass is transferred from the oral to the anal zones is of very real importance for survival, and the extent to which this permits adequate absorption of the useful products of digestion is a complex function of motility, water content, and osmotic tensions. In general, the intestinal contents, after the first weeks of extrauterine life, tend to be formed masses by the time they are ready for expulsion, but fluid stools may be produced under certain circumstances throughout the whole span of life. The mothering functions necessary for the survival of the infant are, with respect to the urine, relatively simple. Besides attention to the continued excretion of this waste matter, there is chiefly the requirement that the infant shall not remain in contact with the urine long enough to interfere with the control of his internal temperature, or the damage of his integument, his neighboring skin, by maceration or soaking. Mothering with regard to the feces is quite another matter. Its prompt removal is indicated. The anal orifice needs to be cleaned, and the feces need to be inspected for the indices which they provide as to the adequacy of the alimentary function, necessary indeed to life and growth. This discrimination between the mothering function regarding the urine and the mothering function regarding the feces is important. Suppression of the urinary excretion would be a very grave problem, but beyond making sure that this does not occur, the mothering function is only to see that the infant is not wet, which would interfere with the maintenance of body temperature, the radiation of heat in one thing and another, and, if prolonged, would lead to unfortunate change in the skin. But with the feces, which are extraordinarily apt to undergo bacterial putrefaction, fungus growth, and so on, it is quite another matter. I have already mentioned that there are some facts which suggest that for completion of fecal expulsion, ideally the removal of the extruded feces from contact with the anal orifice is indicated. And because the very swiftly growing body of the infant is chiefly made up of what comes to him through successful working of the alimentary function, any hints of disturbance of that function are timely warnings of what may be very serious trouble, among the hints which anybody can discover is the character of the feces. The anal zone of interaction thus necessarily comes to involve factors of an interpersonal character from very early in life. The functional activity centering in the anal zone often becomes involved in the manifestations of infantile anxiety, especially when the mothering one is made anxious by these details of her mothering function. By this I refer to those who find it extremely difficult to deal with the infant's soiled diapers, and so on. Here, as in the case of other needs which we have considered, anxiety manifests itself in direct vector opposition to the satisfaction of the need to defecate. Its occurrence tends to bring about retention of the feces, with increased tension of need to be rid of them. Now it is quite true that the vicissitudes of evolution have protected us from the possibility of complete suppression of the expulsion of feces because of anxiety. But the presence of anxiety tends to prolong the retention. At the same time, the more there is in the rectum, the more the pressure that is normally expressed against the internal sphincter, and the greater the need to be rid of the rectal contents. How anxiety interferes with the whole field of sentience in these two activities and the elimination of waste will become more evident presently. But we should note at this particular time that the water content of the feces is in large measure a function of the time which the food mass is retained in the alimentary canal, and the water content is the principal factor in determining the consistency of the feces. In other words, the longer the feces are retained, other factors being equal, the firmer is the consistency of the feces, and there is a point at which the feces may become so firm, and there may be such a quantity of them coalesced into a mass, that the expulsion is actually an occasion of pain, so that there may be very real suffering in connection with their transit through the anal canal. Therefore, insofar as anxiety tends to bring about retention of the feces, anxiety connected with recurrent needs to defecate may come to be, in, let us say, the 4th, 5th, or 6th month of infantile life, associated with pain in the procedure which would normally be the satisfaction of the need to defecate. Now this pain does not remove the satisfaction of defecating, but pain is never attractive, crazy ideas about sadism masochism notwithstanding. And so one of the striking influences of anxiety, in connection with this particular zone of interaction with the environment, is that it can lead to actual physical suffering in connection with the satisfaction of the need to empty the bowels. Chapter 8. The infant as a person. The infant's differentiation of his own body. The oral zone, as I have already suggested, is an independent dynamism in the sense that while it is the principal zone of interaction in satisfying the infant's need for water and food, it also manifests an excess over needs of the energy partitioned to it. This excess appears as a need to suck, to manipulate with the lips, and so forth, quite irrespective of the need or satisfaction of hunger and thirst. In this case, there occurs what is somewhat uncertainly called pleasure in the various activities which characterize the zone. By the age of 6 months the infant is manifesting a variety of zonal needs and some related sign processes. Maturation has been proceeding at a great rate. The eyes, for example, converge in the way that is necessary for binocular vision and the visual appreciation of distance. That does not mean that by the age of 6 months the infant is particularly good at judging distance. But by the age of 6 months, that particular coordinate activity of the two eyeballs has matured so that the fovea centralis, the center of most acute vision in each retina, is pointed at the particular object being looked at. In addition, coordinate activity of two or more zones of interaction is now frequent. For some time the eyes have been turned toward sources of sound, and by the age of 6 months the whole head is turned in that direction quite frequently. Hand and arm movement is well developed and serves to convey to the mouth anything that is grasped. This coordination of hands and mouth is a very outstanding aspect of early coordination of two zones of interaction. The infant in these early months literally moves in such fashion as to carry anything that he can retain in his hand to his mouth, where it is tinkered with, sucked, and manipulated generally. Thus thumbs, fingers, toes, and all manner of portable objects have been explored and exploited by the mouth. As a consequence of this manual oral coordination, the discrimination of an exceedingly important pattern of experience begins. The differentiation of the infant's body from everything else in the universe. Perhaps this will become clearer if we compare this experience to the infant's differentiation of nipples into good and satisfactory, good and unsatisfactory, and wrong nipples. This differentiation of the nipples is primarily an intrazonal discrimination, that is, an organization of sentience which arises primarily within the oral zone. The eyes gradually contribute, although in the beginning they are not yet differentiated as an important zone of interaction. But in manual oral coordination we are talking about differentiation that is based on sentience from more than one zone. Since the baby gets no milk when he sucks his thumb, one might think that the thumb would thus tend to fall into the class of wrong nipples, however suitable for satisfying the zonal need to suck, but the thumb is uniquely different from any nipple by reason of its being in itself a source of zonal sentience. The thumb feels sucked. The recurrent multizonal sentience here concerned is in many ways significantly different from the recurrent multizonal sentience in which distance receptors participate with the contact receptors of the oral zone, of the fingers, or of the anus. The latter group of multizonal sentience provides experience for the growing personification of the good mother, as I have explained at some length, and for certain uncomfortable variants which contribute to the personification of the bad mother. The infant's appropriate activity, although it is often adequate for the evocation of the good mother, the good and satisfactory nipple, the good mother's satisfaction ensuring cooperation, is not uniformly effective. Sometimes it is, at least for a time, wholly ineffectual. Sometimes it miscarries badly, and the bad mother appears, approaches, and results in anxiety and, in some cases, in actual pain. But the infant's appropriate activity to secure the thumb in lips situation, once it has been patterned, is always adequate, unless it is opposed by anxiety. Of course, a certain amount of what we shall later discuss as trial and error learning is necessary for the infant to be reasonably sure of getting the thumb into the mouth, but, as the neuromuscular apparatus matures, it comes to be pretty dependable. It fails only when the infant is anxious. But in this case it is a failure which is not organized as such, but is instead part of the growing system of experience with anxiety, that is, the experience of being anxious. And when the infant is anxious, anxiety is so much more conspicuous than are the matters opposed by anxiety that failures of this kind are not organized as failures of the activity to create the thumb in lips situation. In this thumb in lips situation there are no failures organized as such in the infant's experience, and the uniform success of this performance is thus significantly distinguished in multizonal experience by its unvarying approximation to its foreseen achievement. This is in contrast to the activity with respect to producing the mother and getting food, being cleaned, being covered, and so on, which even though adequate and appropriate may on occasion fail. Needs are differentiated, so far as the infant is concerned, by their foreseen satisfaction. Foreseen satisfaction of hunger may, at least temporarily, miscarry rather badly. But foreseen satisfaction of the zonal need to suck when the thumb in lips situation is that which is appropriate is invariably followed by the achievement of the satisfaction. So here is an important distinction between this situation and all those previous situations which were obviously relevant and significant to the infant. By the time the infant is 6 months old, grasping, the kinesthetically sensed 32 transporting by the hand to the mouth, and the oral sucking and other manipulation of anything thus presented to the mouth, all these are well advanced, along with visual and other accompanying sentience in many cases. But in the infant's experience, of all that which is thus grasped, transported, and manipulated, only the parts of his own body which he can get into his mouth, generally his thumb, uniformly and invariably feel sucked and orally manipulated. Thus of all the things which are transported to the mouth, which in actual fact amounts to practically everything which can be moved, the thumb is the only one that feels sucked at the same time that the mouth feels sucking. Now it is true that the hand feels a variety of events connected with the oral manipulation of sundry objects transported to the mouth, but these manual experiences and their coincident oral experiences are of a relatively wide variety. The hand feels all sorts of things, a ball, a block, or the rods of the crib, let us say. The hand may feel the ball or the block, or something of that kind, at the same time that the mouth is feeling the ball or the block, but the feeling in the hand and the feeling in the mouth, so far as we have any reason to suppose at this time, are not particularly connected with an object. There is sentience from the hand, and this does add up in the course of time to a great deal of acquaintance with objects, and there is very vivid sentience from the lips and mouth, which also adds up to a great deal of acquaintance with objects. But there is no particular reason for thinking of these as being either necessarily or probably organized into any unitary conception of the particular object. This is entirely the contrary of the experience with the thumb and lips. All these feelings of the hand with objects other than the thumb which are presented to the mouth combine in the organization of sentience about living among portable objects, so to speak, but the invariant coincidence of the manual tactile sentience and the sundry oral elements of sentience is not present in these cases. There may be frequent occasions of fairly sustained coincidence of manual sentience from grasping a nursing bottle and oral sentience from manipulating its attached nipple, but the relation of felt oral and manual needs, and the foresight of satisfaction by activity to integrate the appropriate situation is by no means invariably successful. And this situation of nursing bottle and nipple, by the age of 6 months or shortly afterward, the infant can grasp and hold the bottle and keep the nipple in approximation to the mouth, does really depend on somebody's providing the nursing bottle, and on the bottle's remaining within reach if it is dropped, which events are by no means in variable concomitance with the infant's wanting the bottle. As a matter of fact, infants very commonly have to go to the same length to get the nursing bottle that they do to get the milk-giving nipple of the mother, that is, they have to cry, and by the age of 6 months they often cry plenty without anything happening. So while there is the invariant relationship of the foreseen satisfaction connected with the thumb and lips, there is anything but this invariant relationship connected with any situation in which there is something intermediate, as it were, between the hand and the lips. The thumb and lips is dependable, and is independent of evoking the good mother. The infant can bring it into being, as it were, without cooperation, in isolation from any of his personifications, whether of the good mother or the bad mother. While he cannot live by sucking his thumb, and cannot thus satisfy recurrent needs for food and water, he has matured and profited enough by the organization of his experience to be self-sufficient in respect to satisfying this particular oral zonal need which, as I have said before, generally exceeds in its available transformable energy that which is required for the necessary nursing behavior. The relatively invariant coincidence of felt need, foresight of satisfaction by adequate and appropriate activity, and independence of cooperation by an at least dimly prehended other person in securing the anticipated satisfaction, all these will come presently to be an important part of a master pattern of experience to which reference is made by the use of the word my, and more particularly my body, and, by the sophisticated, my mind or even my soul. Bear in mind that I am for the moment omitting experiences in which anxiety opposes, to the point of preventing, adequate and appropriate activity, which as I have said tends to bring about the organization of experience with being anxious, or experience while being anxious, or anxiety-colored experience, and therefore does not add to the organization of data about the need and its satisfaction. The thumb and lips situation is the first we have encountered in which two zonal needs are satisfied by one adequate and appropriate activity that the infant can perform without cooperation of a chronologically more mature person, in which there is no need for evoking the good mother and no danger, at this particular stage, of evoking the bad mother. It is the first situation in which there is an invariant coincidence of the felt need and the foresight of its satisfaction by certain activity which is always adequate and appropriate, with the satisfaction of the two zonal needs. This is a pattern of experience, or it is a kind of experience that will be organized in a pattern. This is an extremely important pattern, for it is the pattern which will evolve, with further experience throughout years and years, into a symbol, a very complex, meaningful, and rich sign, and this sign is the organization of data to which one refers as my body and which may include, in a certain less exact sense, practically anything to which my is applied seriously. I am not, of course, suggesting that the infant's experience in sucking his thumb and feeling it sucked immediately blossoms out into a considerable formulation of his body. But it is the point of departure for this formulation, it is the type of experience, or the type of activity sequence, which is more or less paradigmatic of experience which will presently be said to include my body. And for various reasons which will concern us later, it is this pattern, my body, which has so much to do with the very firmly entrenched feelings of independence, of autonomous entity, if you please, which have been a great handicap to the development of a grasp on interpersonal relations, and which are behind what I have for many years called the delusion of unique individuality. The importance of trying to see how this extraordinary pattern of experience characterized by my comes into being, why it has to be as it is, and how it appears as early as perhaps the 6th month of extrauterine life, is that it gives us some idea of how extremely troublesome it is to strip off, from this grand division of experience, the later elaborations which are vicious and misleading in complicating human interpersonal relations. Any important central development of experience that begins so early has roots which are extremely difficult to get at rationally or to formulate. To sum up briefly the beginnings of this experience, by mid-infancy the hands are exploring all reachable parts of the infant's life space and are encountering a variety of objects which fall into two grand divisions, the self-sentient and the non-self-sentient. The thumb is the classical example of what I mean by the self-sentient. It is discovered not by the hand but by the mouth, or rather by hand-mouth cooperation. The mouth feels the thumb, and the thumb feels the mouth, that is self-sentience. This, as I have said, is the point of departure for an enormous development. But the hands, not in connection with the mouth, proceed to contribute a great deal of sentience which is elaborated in this same general field, and the basis of elaboration is that some of the things which the hands encounter are not only felt by the hands but feel the hands, although many of the things that the hands encounter are felt by the hands but do not feel the hands. Prehension about the former, the self-sentient, becomes additional pre-information or information which will presently be organized as the conception of the body, and prehension about the latter, the non-self-sentient, will presently, but distinctly later, be part of the elaborate group of conceptions and misconceptions which is external reality, that which is outside the body. One might glibly say that the infant is now learning about his own body. But this objective language, by which one might describe in general terms what the infant is doing as something observed, is extremely misleading, so far as contributing to the study of development of personality is concerned. A great deal of what might be read into the infant's behavior cannot, for the best reasons on earth, be the case from the infant's standpoint. The influence of anxiety on the infant's acquaintance with his body. The infant's acquaintance with that which is infant, that which is self-sentient, which feels as well as is felt, does not proceed very far in most directions before it encounters very powerful influences brought to bear by the more mature persons making up the infant's objectively verifiable world. The reason for the infant's not even being free to get acquainted with his own body is a blend of two things, one of which we have touched on at some length before. First, the social responsibility carried by the mothering one to take her infant and turn out a decent, acceptable human being, and, second, a variety of beliefs entertained by the mothering one, some of which may be valid, that is, pretty good approximations to something inhering in the universe and, in particular, in the raising of infants. One of these bodies of social responsibility and belief soon begins to interfere with the thumb-in-mouth situation. The tendency of the manual zone is not only to grasp and transport to the mouth, but also to pull, and tinker, and so on. Because of this effect of the manual zone on things that it contacts, and because of the present eruption of teeth, it is believed, and, I have no doubt, correctly in some instances at least, that too much of this thumb-in-mouth or hand-in-mouth will result in an aesthetically unfortunate, and perhaps even digestively unfortunate, distortion of the teeth, such that if it is not interfered with, the baby will presently have what is called buck teeth. And this would necessitate expensive, tedious, and, to the child, very unwelcome orthodontic intervention for the sake of beauty. So it becomes to many mothering ones important to do something about the infant's initial venture in self-sufficiency, thumb-sucking. And as time passes, a varying degree of anxiety, identifiable to the infant as the undergoing of forbidding gestures and so on, is brought to bear to interfere with the infant's very important discovery that his body is, in a curious sense, invariably dependable. Thus the infant's activity in satisfying, by sucking his thumb, excess zonal needs pertaining to the mouth is apt to be brought under stern prohibition by the mothering one. So far as I know, this stern prohibition does not ever appear immediately, and even if it did, the infant would suck his thumb when the mother was not around. Thus the thumb in lips experience invariably takes places. We do not expect to find an infant who has not sucked his thumb. Nothing less than restraint apparatus to keep the hand away from the mouth would prevent an infant from doing so, and it is quite possible that the result of such very early restraint would be anything but a human being as we like to think of one. Thus there always occurs this discovery by the infant of what might presently be called by a variety of names such as self-sufficiency or, and this name is much more distressing to me, autoerotic perfection. But, as I have said, it is only a matter of time in most cases before this discovery by the infant becomes subject to strong pressure from the carrier of culture who is looking after the infant, lest there be evil effects from it. By the exploration of the hands, as I have said, many things besides the mouth are discovered, among them, the feet, the umbilicus, the anus, and the external genitals. So far as I have yet detected in my very casual contact with infant rearing, most mothering ones see nothing the matter with the infant's feeling of the umbilicus. By the time the infant has sufficient dexterity of the upper extremities to do so, the umbilicus will presumably be very nicely healed, and, therefore, there is no great risk of fatal infection. And since one of the deeply ingrained motor patterns seems to be a general motion of curling up, it is quite early that, for instance, a foot and a hand are brought into contact with each other, and that is all right from the mother's point of view. But an equally convenient kind of exploration, from a geometrical standpoint, namely, feeling of the perineal region, the anus, and the external genitals, is, in the estimation of the mothering one, a very different matter indeed. As I suggested before, there is a certain reason, probably ingrained in the organization of the human being, for keeping a certain distance from at least stale feces. Particularly in the northwestern European culture, if a culture area may be so described, the idea of the noxious character of the feces and even the noxious character of the anal region is very strikingly implanted. The hand manipulating the anus, as any mother knows, will shortly be the hand that is in the mouth, thanks to the great development of the doctrine of germs and to the doubts about physical and sexual purity and cleanliness, which are written into the so-called Christian underpinnings of Western culture. Built in turn on the Jewish foundations, many mothers feel that a finger conveying anything from the perineal region to the mouth would be disastrous. Thus any exploration of the fecal mass by the hands of the baby, or any tinkering around the area that is touched by the fecal mass, frequently is extremely repellent to the mothering one. And even if these things are not so regarded by the mothering one, she will know that they are so regarded by a large number of other people. Thus the sooner she can get her young to leave that part of the body alone, the better for their standing as potential members of the community in which they live. And, therefore, while in a good many cases there is some pretty strong forbidding of much sucking of the thumb, there is almost invariably pretty strong forbidding of any tampering with the expelled feces or the anal orifice itself. The social responsibilities and beliefs pertaining to the place of lust in life are somewhat different from those which apply to the expelled feces and the anal orifice itself, although they are all too frequently confused, that is, literally welded together. These beliefs and social responsibilities, the dangers to public decorum and personal standing in the community which presently will relate to what one does with and about one's genitals and other people's genitals, lead to the necessity for strong forbidding on the part of the mothering one of the infant's explorations of the external genitals by the hand. Thus anxiety, and all sorts of blended feelings in which anxiety is an element, can be evoked in the mothering one with regard to the culturally strong taboos about feces, and even dirt, insofar as it comes to have a more or less fecal connotation, and about handling, or even looking at, the external genitals. The extent to which anxiety in the mothering one, and blended emotions in which anxiety composes an important part, can attach to these two fields of activity is very widely variable. On the one hand, the mothering one's attitude can be what I would say is simply necessary for the infant's becoming a person suitable for life in his particular community, that is, a gradual discouragement of interest in the extruded fecal mass and in the sentient anus, which feels as well as is felt, and in the genitals, which similarly feel as well as are felt. The mother may discourage this from very clear consideration of the customs and beliefs and interests which are acceptable in the community and in the community, as she presumes it will develop by the time her young participate actively in it. On the other hand, the mothering one's attitude may be a state of practically sustained, very severe anxiety because baby handles his penis, let us say, or a state of sustained and severe anxiety over his getting his hands soiled with feces. This sometimes amounts to what a psychiatrist without previous acquaintance with the behavior would call frank, severe mental disorder, that is, major psychosis on the part of the mothering one. And this attitude can very successfully obliterate, by inducing intolerable anxiety in the infant, any possible chance of his catching on to what is happening. Thus the social responsibilities and beliefs of the mothering one are apt to interfere to a startling extent with the infant's very dependable, independent, appropriate, and adequate action for the satisfaction of purely zonal needs. This may lead to all sorts of efforts by the mothering one, forbidding gestures which get more and more unpleasant, if not actually the inculcating of pain or the use of incredible orthopedic interferences, which are apt to be enforced to segregate out these zones of ownness as belonging to that queer thing which we shall shortly discuss as the area of personality called not me. Thus the development of the pattern of experience which will presently be manifest as the very extensive symbol organization called my body gets a good many additions and limitations from the mothering one, who may be the embodiment of culture, prejudice, mental disorder, or what not. And so I believe it perfectly safe to say that no one can become a person with just a mature attitude toward his body, in other words, simply with that degree of information which can be acquired by the use of human abilities as they mature. The learning of facial expressions. Lest we lose track of a great deal that is going on by mid-infancy, that is, by the age of 6 to 8 months. I want to call attention to another very important type of interpersonal process which has been at work. And the interpersonal process involved in the learning of facial expressions is closely related to the experience of my body and might be called one of the vicissitudes of ownness. We are provided with muscular apparatus, fixed to the bones and cartilages of the head, which is capable of doing a great many useful and necessary things for the survival of the underlying animal and therefore of the person. Many of these muscular structures are immediately under a comparatively thin layer of covering, skin, and some fatty tissue, and so on. The effector aspect of these muscles, the nerve centers and the muscular tissue itself, is capable of a very striking manifestation of postural tonicity. A great many of the skeletal muscles are also capable of this postural tonicity, but in a much less refined fashion. This postural tonicity has no immediate reference to, shall I say, the simplest function. For instance, the simplest function of these muscles in my arm is to pull up my arm, and they are ordinarily, except when I am asleep or under general anesthetic, maintaining a posture so they can immediately pull, if properly innervated, that is, when I am resting my hand on my thigh, these muscles do not just go flabby and hang down, so to speak. Instead, they come to rest in a posture which permits me immediately to move my forearm when I tighten these muscles. We speak of that as a postural tension, and, in the case of the arm muscles and many others, this postural tension is essentially a sort of active resting condition, so that immediate results can be brought about if there are to be changes in geometry. With a good many of these effector structures around the face, the postural tensions are much more differentiated than in the case of the arm. And, while it is true that a person who is so mad that he could bite a 10-penny nail, as the expression has it, will be maintaining very high postural tension in his masseter or biting muscles, still these extreme examples of what we call emotional expression, or expressive postures, are not anywhere near easily equated with preparation, or resting preparedness for action, of these muscles. There is actually an enormous amount of change in the appearance of the surface of the face that can be brought about by shifting the pattern of postural tensions in a great many muscles in the face. By mid-infancy, solely because of contact with the mothering one and any other significant people, the infant has learned certain patterns of postural tension of the face that are right and wrong. Among the most important of all these learnings is the coordination of posture and change of posture, that is, the expressive movement of the face which is ordinarily called smiling. It might be thought, and in fact I am sure that for many years it has been taught, that we are born with instincts, or something of that general class, for smiling, and, I suppose, for expressing all sorts of things from respectful admiration to frank disgust. But that charmingly simple idea undergoes a little damage when we lift our eyes from our own community and bring them down on the very young in a strikingly alien culture area, such as, for example, Bali or one of the Micronesian islands in the period before the war and the diffusion of Western culture. In these places, oddly enough, some human beings seem not to have the instinct to smile in the sense that we know it, but instead an instinct to smile in a very different way, so different that you wouldn't recognize it as a smile until you noticed what the others did in a similar situation. The point is that man has an unending, a numerically enormous, number of possible resting states of the face, and a still more enormous number of transitions in resting states of these so-called expressive muscles. Thus a truly astounding number of so-called expressions is possible, and it is by the organization of initially prototaxic experience, later elaborated further into combinations of sentience from various zones, that the infant gradually picks out from this numerical multitude rough approximations to what the culture carriers esteem as expressions. That is literally the way that a great deal of our facial expression comes into being. Facial expressions are always a blend of both postural tensions and motion. That is to say, a fixed frown, for example, rapidly loses its capacity to communicate to anyone, and becomes recognized as a feature. But prescribed changes from certain momentarily fixed postural tones to certain other momentarily fixed postural tones has immense and dependable communicative capacity for those who know each other, that is, for denizens of the same or approximately the same culture. These expressions are learned, and this learning is by trial and error under the influence of anxiety or the absence of anxiety. Insofar as there is success, there is nothing forbidding, no discouraging disturbance of euphoria. Insofar as things fail, there is a disturbance of euphoria, again because of the social responsibility, and the expectation of the development of intelligence, and all sorts of things which the mothering one has about the infant. Thus people literally learn to express their emotions by trial and error approximations under the influence of anxiety. Now I am not talking here of how the infant looks very early in life when he is crying, but I am talking about how the infant looks when he is crying by the time he is 12 months old, by which time his crying shows a good deal of influence by the expectations, the use of minor forbidding gestures, the anxiety, and so on of the mothering one. The learning of phonemes. I am now going to touch briefly on another type of learning which manifests itself in mid-infancy, and which I shall presently discuss in more detail. Provided the underlying human animal has not had any genetic or pathological misfortunes, by the 6th to 8th month a form of learning appears which is a manifestation of human potentialities of simply overwhelming importance in subsequent life. This is not trial and error learning under the influence of anxiety, but it is trial and error learning by human example or by human model. Here it is not the anxiety-tinted or euphoria-protecting attitude of the mothering one which determines success, but it is the infant's already developed coordination of two zones of interaction. We have touched upon one development of coordination which does not have human example, namely, the getting of the thumb into the lips. That appears to be arranged by a rather astounding connection in the central nervous system in the human and certain closely related species, the mouth being an enormous source of data in the early acquaintance with reality. But the coordination of two zones that I am now referring to is a coordination in which, when we first mentioned it, we did not separate the zones. This was when we spoke of the infant's hearing his own crying. I am now talking about hearing as an independent zone of interaction. The delicate coordination of sound production with activities of the hearing zone is now proceeding by maturation, and the infant is now experimenting 34 in approximating sounds heard, needless to say, from others. There is no need for the infant to approximate sounds heard from himself. They are there. They always have been there. One of the first things we mentioned was the birth cry, which I suggested that the infant heard, but that was probably heard by bone conduction or anyway by solid conduction. But now I am talking about the long process of learning by trial and error from example, by which the infant begins to approximate sounds made by him to sounds heard by him. And this development, which originally appears in rather curious noises commonly called gurgling and cooing, proceeds in the next few months through babbling to the actual close approximation of those particular stations in the continuum of sound which are the phonemes out of which the speech of the people significant to the infant is constructed. Now this cannot occur if the infant cannot hear, and it could not occur if the infant were living in an utterly mute and silent environment. But, barring these circumstances, as early as the 8th month after birth the coordination of the ear receptor and the voice-producing apparatus is already beginning to manifest itself in what are literally the preliminaries to acquiring the capacity to make the right phonemal sounds, out of which all the stupendous structure of language will presently have its being. Chapter 9. Learning, the Organization of Experience. I now want to take up an area of very great importance which I have never gotten very well under control. It is undoubtedly a field which requires multidiscipline thinking, and some of the people who could perhaps add most valuably to such a multiple approach are, unhappily, people who feel that psychiatrists have no business in this neighborhood, a form of craft union antagonism which, I trust, will gradually fade into history. The topic I now wish to discuss is learning, that is, the organization of experience. So far, the processes of maturation of the underlying animal have not yet included any of the more or less epoch-marking developments which will later concern us, such as the acquisition of language, in contrast to the very few sounds that are identified by others as words, the need for compeers with whom to interact, and the other maturations that mark off the eras of personality development. But still there has been a truly astounding series of maturations of the underlying capabilities, and by the end of the 9th month the infant is manifesting pretty unmistakable evidence of processes which are of the pattern of, or are rudimentary instances of, a very great deal of that which is peculiarly the human way of life. Maturation has progressed, thereby bringing into being capabilities of the underlying human animal for becoming a human being, and experience has been organized in the opportunities which are provided both by the cooperation with the mothering one, and by the rather incidental physical environment of objects and the like. Thus by the end of the 9th month of infancy there are organizations of experience which are manifested in recall and foresight in many of the categories of behavior that make up the fully human type of living. Needless to say, these organizations are imperfectly developed. But the point is that they are manifested in patterns which make it highly probable that the rudiments of a large area of human living are already organized by the end of the 9th month. These organizations appear as growth of the dynamisms concerned, both with respect to the integration and maintenance of suitable situations, and with respect to the vector quality, the appropriateness and adequacy, of behavior in the resolution of the various situations, that is, with respect to the achievement of satisfaction as a goal. To say this a little differently, the close observation of situations, as early as the end of the 9th month, shows that there is considerable organization of experience which can be called the development of the appropriate dynamisms for integrating and maintaining situations, and for the choice, and I am using that word very broadly, of the appropriate and adequate energy transformations or activities for the achievement of the resolution of the situation, that is, for the satisfaction of the need which is involved. This growth may be considered to result from sundry learning processes which rest on the necessary basis of serial maturation of capacities of the underlying animal, coupled with the opportunity for manifesting the ability concerned. In most cases the opportunity still involves an element of cooperation with the mothering one, that is, it is interpersonal. First, one always has to have the maturation of the capability, and secondly, one must have appropriate and useful experience, so that the ability, the actually demonstrable transformations of energy in activity addressed to the goal, appears. An experience of the type that we can call learning processes has a very great deal to do with the latter. Learning by anxiety. I am now going to set up a heuristic classification of the processes of learning. The first of all learning is, I think, beyond doubt in immediate connection with anxiety. I have already tried to suggest, and will again and again suggest, that severe anxiety probably contributes no information. The effect of severe anxiety reminds one in some ways of a blow on the head, in that it simply wipes out what is immediately proximal to its occurrence. If you have a severe blow on the head, you are quite apt later to have an incurable, absolute amnesia covering the few moments before your head was struck. Anxiety has a similar effect of producing useless confusion, and a useless disturbance of the factors of sentience which immediately preceded its onset, a phenomenon which is so striking that in later life the great problem of psychotherapy is very often centered on this very matter of getting the patient to see just when anxiety intervened, because that area is disturbed in such a way that it is almost as if it had not been. Less severe anxiety does permit gradual realization of the situation in which it occurs, and there is unquestionably, even from very early in life, some learning of an inhibitory nature, that is, the transfer of attributes of my body to the not-me aspect of the universe. But regardless of all these refinements, the first greatly educative influence in living is doubtless anxiety, unqualified. Vastly more important, in fact perhaps astoundingly important in its relation to our coming to be human beings acceptable to the particular society which we inhabit, is the next process of learning, which is learning on the basis of the anxiety gradient, that is, learning to discriminate increasing from diminishing anxiety and to alter activity in the direction of the latter. As I have said before, this notion of gradients can perhaps be illustrated by the distribution of amoebae in the water near, let us say, a hot spring. The conduction of heat in the water will result in a temperature gradient from extremely high, utterly beyond the temperature limits of life, down to a temperature lower than that in which the amoebae live most successfully. There is a certain optimum temperature for the growth of the amoebae, and at that point the concentration of amoebae will be very high. But because of peculiarities in the amoebae, or peculiarities in physical space which can hold only a certain number of amoebae, the concentration of amoebae will grade off both ways. There will be some amoebae in a rapidly declining triangle, we might say, toward the hotter water, and there will be some, perhaps the more underprivileged amoebae, trailing off as a tail into the colder water. What attenuates the concentration of amoebae, particularly in the direction of the hot water, is their avoidance of temperatures which are intolerable to their processes, which is no more mysterious than anything else that goes on in any of the living. Since these amoebae are influenced by that particular manifestation of energy called heat, they rise to a maximum very rapidly at a certain distance from the hot water, and decline to a minimum rather more slowly in the direction of the cold water. Very early in human life there begins to be discrimination as to when euphoria is diminishing, that is, when one is getting more anxious, and this is really the discrimination of a gradient. The all-or-nothing character of anxiety and euphoria has disappeared very early in life. In fact, I doubt that it ever existed, and an immense amount of what is human behavior in any society is learned simply on the basis of this gradient from anxiety to euphoria. For example, the satisfaction of rubbing the anal region with the finger, let us say, might carry such rapidly increasing anxiety under certain circumstances, namely, in the presence of the mothering one, the social censor, that really quite early in life there might be learning about this. The infant might learn, first, that this is not to occur when the mothering one is around, which is, more or less, learning by pure anxiety, and secondly, that the peculiar circumstance of fiddling with this area through a blanket, even though the infant does not recognize the blanket as such, seems much less strikingly characterized by very rapidly mounting anxiety. And so, presently, direct manipulation of the anus may be restricted to periods of somnolence, or, if the impulse is quite strong, some mediate performance may be engaged in. Now, if I make myself at all clear, you will realize that I am indicating here the formulation for a type of process of really staggering importance. I have never found a satisfactory name for this process, and therefore still use the good old term of the most traditional psychoanalytic standing, sublimation, the long-circuiting of the resolution of situations, chiefly those pertaining to zonal needs, a long-circuiting which proves to be socially acceptable. However, in considering this stage of infancy, one should not think in terms of impulses, social acceptability, and so on, but should realize that the actually describable and intelligible factor is the anxiety gradient, and that learning by the anxiety gradient often includes irrational tricks that permit satisfaction without encouraging notable anxiety. Needless to say, this begins at a time when anything like consensually valid formulation is simply inconceivable. Thus the infant learns to chart a course by the anxiety gradient. Simple performances which would relax the tension of some needs have to be made more complicated in order that one may avoid becoming more anxious. Before he is very many months of age, the child will be showing full-fledged sublimation, in the sense of quite unwittingly having adopted some pattern of activity in the partial, and somewhat incomplete, satisfaction of a need which, however, avoids anxiety that stands in the way of the simplest completely satisfactory activity, whether it recurs in the second or the 52nd year of chronological age. Sublimation is, unwittingly, not a matter of conscious thought of a communicable sort, but rather the outcome of referential processes in the parataxic mode, in the service of avoiding or minimizing anxiety. This unwitting development, which is the pattern of sublimation, becomes an important element in learning to be human, that is, in learning to behave as one should behave in a given society. Other learning processes. The next important learning process is learning by trial and success of techniques for the relief of the tensions of needs. For example, in order to satisfy the zonal need to suck, the infant learns how to get the thumb into the proper position in the mouth. That is literally done by trial movements of the extremities, aided by a certain amount of visual sentience and a good deal of kinesthetic sentience. There are quite a number of misses and some hits, the hits being successes in getting the thumb into the mouth, and it is these successes that become stamped in as habits, although habit has many unfortunate connotations. In other words, the successes are the patterns of sentience and effector impulse which work. Thus, while unnumbered of the manipulative attempts of the infant's hands, for example, fail, which is, perhaps, in infancy not too astounding, some of them succeed. And again, diligent study of the infant shows that a success has a really remarkable fixing power. In other words, that which works, however wrongly designed, is very apt to become part of the activity resources of the person, which is true even in adult life. And so, second only to learning by the anxiety gradient is the learning of how to do things by trial and success. In late infancy and from then on through life, an important process of learning is by rewards and punishments. Probably this kind of learning exists earlier in infancy, but this is more difficult to be sure of, since there it would have to depend on empathic factors. The rewards which encourage learning in the very young probably begin with fondling, pleasure-giving manipulation of the child. They take in general the pattern of a change from relative indifference to the child to more or less active interest in and approval of whatever he seems to be doing. The need for audience response becomes conspicuous remarkably early in human life. The punishments are commonly the inflicting of pain, the refusal of contact or of attention, and of course, the inducing of anxiety, a very special punishment. I know of no reason why punishment should be undesirable as an educative influence excepting it be anxiety-laden. Pain has a very useful function in life, and loneliness and the foresight of enforced isolation, the fear of ostracism, is bound to be an important influence from early in the third stage of development. The next very important learning process is trial and error learning by human example, or from human example. I have already mentioned this in discussing facial postures. Smiling, as I have said, appears pretty early, while a number of other instances of this kind of learning can invariably be observed in late infancy, that is, very definitely under the age of 18 months, and probably by the age of 12 months. In this kind of learning, unlike the manipulative learning, the error is important. The success is, you might say, just too good to be important. When success is achieved, the problem is finished. Success in manipulation, on the other hand, has the effect of immediately stamping in a pattern of behavior. But the error in this particular way of learning from human example, is to be kept clearly in mind. It is what one observes as part of the content of consciousness, in those who are mature enough to communicate clearly their experience. Not only is this kind of learning probably exemplified in the patterning of facial expressions, but it is certainly the chief agency in the acquisition of language. The phonemes of any system of speech have simply nothing to do with any but cultural necessity. The child learns to approximate from among an indeterminately great variety of vocal sounds that he utters, the particular sound areas that are used by the significant people around him. In the same way, he picks up the patterns of tonal melody in their speech, often being able to reproduce the tonal, melodic, progressions of speaking well in advance of his use of any word. The only other very important process in learning that I know of is the very refined process which Spearman called the adduction, more or less the pulling out, of relations. This comes to be a highly complex capacity, rather strikingly, but by no means exclusively, restricted to the human. It is a capacity, of the most infinite complexity, of our nervous systems which enables us to get more and more to see relations which endure in nature and therefore are to a truly remarkable degree dependable. Spearman built up tests for superior intelligence which depended practically entirely on the capacity to adduce, or to grasp, an increasingly complex series of relations which characterize the world as known. The first instances of this sort of learning to live are purely matters of inference, but it is entirely reasonable to believe that some of the elementary mechanical geometric relations pertaining to parts of a very important preconceptual object, presently to be named my body, are prehended quite soon after birth. And this process of adducing relations can be observed in the infant in certain rudimentary aspects of his interpersonal relation with the mothering one before the use of words. Every important process in learning which I have been able to formulate is illustrated, at least in rudiment, before speech. I would like to emphasize again the fact that beyond any perchance, as early as or before the end of the 10th month in many instances, so much learning of sounds by trial and error, or from human example, appears that the baby sounds to a person at a little distance as if he were talking to himself. This is a truly amazing instance of human ability. I would like to remind you that in your dealings with friend and foe, stranger and intimate acquaintance, modifications and stresses in the tonal patterns of your remarks can do things which no words qua words could do. When you see how very early and how extremely important this form of learning is, and how basically important are the things which are learned, so long before communicable thought can take place, you may perhaps feel a little more impressed with the importance of the phase of infancy. Chapter 10. Beginnings of the Self-System. 3 aspects of interpersonal cooperation. We have got our human animal as far, in the process of becoming a person, as the latter part of infancy, and we find him being subjected more and more to the social responsibilities of the parent. As the infant comes to be recognized as educable, capable of learning, the mothering one modifies more and more the exhibition of tenderness, or the giving of tenderness, to the infant. The earlier feeling that the infant must have unqualified cooperation is now modified to the feeling that the infant should be learning certain things, and this implies a restriction, on the part of the mothering one, of her tender cooperation under certain circumstances. Successful training of the functional activity of the anal zone of interaction accentuates a new aspect of tenderness, namely, the additive role of tenderness as a sequel to what the mothering one regards as good behavior. Now this is, in effect, however it may be prehended by the infant, a reward, which, once the approved social ritual connected with defecating has worked out well, is added to the satisfaction of the anal zone. Here is tenderness taking on the attribute of a reward for having learned something, or for behaving right. Thus the mother, or the parent responsible for acculturation or socialization, now adds tenderness to her increasingly neutral behavior in a way that can be called rewarding. I think that very often the parent does this with no thought of rewarding the infant. Very often the rewarding tenderness merely arises from the pleasure of the mothering one in the skill which the infant has learned, the success which has attended a venture on the toilet chair, or something of that kind. But since tenderness in general is becoming more restricted by the parental necessity to train, these incidents of straightforward tenderness, following the satisfaction of a need like that to defecate, are really an addition, a case of getting something extra for good behavior, and this is, in its generic pattern, a reward. This type of learning can take place when the training procedure has been well adjusted to the learning capacity of the infant. The friendly response, the pleasure which the mother takes in something having worked out well, comes more and more to be something special in the very last months of infancy, whereas earlier, tenderness was universal when the mothering one was around, if she was a comfortable mothering one. Thus, to a certain extent, this type of learning can be called learning under the influence of reward, the reward being nothing more or less than tender behavior on the part of the acculturating or socializing mothering one. Training in the functional activity of the oral manual behavior, that is, conveying things by the hand to the mouth and so on, begins to accentuate the differentiation of anxiety-colored situations in contrast to approved situations. The training in this particular field is probably, in almost all cases, the area in which grades of anxiety first become of great importance in learning. As I have already stressed, behavior of a certain unsatisfactory type provokes increasing anxiety, and the infant learns to keep a distance from, or to veer away from, activities which are attended by increasing anxiety, just as the amoebae avoid high temperatures. This is the great way of learning in infancy, and later in childhood, by the grading of anxiety, so that the infant learns to chart his course by mild forbidding gestures, or by mild states of worry, concern, or disapproval mixed with some degree of anxiety on the part of the mothering one. The infant plays, one might say, the old game of getting hotter or colder, in charting a selection of behavioral units which are not attended by an increase in anxiety. Anxiety in its most severe form is a rare experience after infancy, in the more fortunate courses of personality development, and anxiety as it is a function in chronologically adult life, in a highly civilized community confronted by no particular crisis, is never very severe for most people. And yet it is necessary to appreciate that it is anxiety which is responsible for a great part of the inadequate, inefficient, unduly rigid, or otherwise unfortunate performances of people, that anxiety is responsible in a basic sense for a great deal of what comes to a psychiatrist for attention. Only when this is understood, can one realize that this business of whether one is getting more or less anxious is in a large sense the basic influence which determines interpersonal relations, that is, it is not the motor. It does not call interpersonal relations into being, but it more or less directs the course of their development. And even in late infancy there is a good deal of learning by the anxiety gradient, particularly where there is a mothering one who is untroubled, but still intensely interested in producing the right kind of child, and this learning is apt to first manifest itself when the baby is discouraged from putting the wrong things in the mouth, and the like. This kind of learning applies over a vast area of behavior. But in this discussion I am looking for where things are apt to start. Training of the manual exploratory function, which I have discussed in connection with the infant's getting his hands near the anus, or into the feces, or, perhaps, in contact with the external genitals, almost always begins the discrimination of situations which are marked by what we shall later discuss as uncanny emotion. This uncanny feeling can be described as the abrupt supervention of severe anxiety, with the arrest of anything like the learning process, and with only gradual informative recall of the noted circumstances which preceded the extremely unpleasant incident. Early in infancy, when situations approach the all-or-nothing character, the induction of anxiety is apt to be the sudden translation from a condition of moderate euphoria to one of very severe anxiety. And this severe anxiety, as I have said before, has a little bit the effect of a blow on the head, in that later one is not clear at all as to just what was going on at the time anxiety became intense. The educative effect is not by any means as simple and useful as is the educative effect in the other two situations which we have discussed, because the sudden occurrence of severe anxiety practically prohibits any clear prehension, or understanding, of the immediate situation. It does not, however, preclude recall, and as recall develops sufficiently so that one recalls what was about to occur when severe anxiety intervened, in other words, when one has a sense of what one's action was addressed to at the time when everything was disorganized by severe anxiety, then there come to be in all of us certain areas of uncanny taboo, which I think is a perfectly good way of characterizing those things which one stops doing, once one has caught himself doing them. This type of training is much less immediately useful, and, shall I say, is productive of much less healthy acquaintance with reality, than are the other two. Good me, bad me, and not me. Now here I have set up three aspects of interpersonal cooperation which are necessary for the infant's survival, and which dictate learning. That is, these aspects of interpersonal cooperation require acculturation or socialization of the infant. Infants are customarily exposed to all of these before the era of infancy is finished. From experience of these three sorts, with rewards, with the anxiety gradient, and with practically obliterative sudden severe anxiety, there comes an initial personification of three phases of what presently will be me, that which is invariably connected with the sentience of my body, and you will remember that my body as an organization of experience has come to be distinguished from everything else by its self-sentient character. These beginning personifications of three different kinds, which have in common elements of the prehended body, are organized in about mid-infancy, I can't say exactly when. I have already spoken of the infant's very early double personification of the actual mothering one as the good mother and the bad mother. Now, at this time, the beginning personifications of me are good me, bad me, and not me. So far as I can see, in practically every instance of being trained for life, in this or another culture, it is rather inevitable that there shall be this tripartite cleavage in personifications, which have as their central tie, the thing that binds them ultimately into one, that always keeps them in very close relation, their relatedness to the growing conception of my body. Good me is the beginning personification which organizes experience in which satisfactions have been enhanced by rewarding increments of tenderness, which come to the infant because the mothering one is pleased with the way things are going, therefore, and to that extent, she is free, and moves toward expressing tender appreciation of the infant. Good me, as it ultimately develops, is the ordinary topic of discussion about I. Bad me, on the other hand, is the beginning personification which organizes experience in which increasing degrees of anxiety are associated with behavior involving the mothering one in its more or less clearly prehended interpersonal setting. That is to say, bad me is based on this increasing gradient of anxiety and that, in turn, is dependent, at this stage of life, on the observation, if misinterpretation, of the infant's behavior by someone who can induce anxiety. The frequent coincidence of certain behavior on the part of the infant with increasing tenseness and increasingly evident forbidding on the part of the mother is the source of the type of experience which is organized as a rudimentary personification to which we may apply the term bad me. So far, the two personifications I have mentioned may sound like a sort of laboring of reality. However, these personifications are a part of the communicated thinking of the child a year or so later, and therefore it is not an unwarranted use of inference to presume that they exist at this earlier stage. When we come to the third of these beginning personifications, not me, we are in a different field, one which we know about only through certain very special circumstances. And these special circumstances are not outside the experience of any of us. The personification of not me is most conspicuously encountered by most of us in an occasional dream while we are asleep, but it is very emphatically encountered by people who are having a severe schizophrenic episode, in aspects that are to them most spectacularly real. As a matter of fact, it is always manifest, not every minute, but every day, in every life, in certain peculiar absences of phenomena where there should be phenomena, and in a good many people. I know not what proportion, it is very striking in its indirect manifestations, dissociated behavior, in which people do and say things of which they do not and could not have knowledge, things which may be quite meaningful to other people but are unknown to them. The special circumstances which we encounter in grave mental disorders may be, so far as you know, outside your experience, but they were not once upon a time. It is from the evidence of these special circumstances, including both those encountered in everybody and those encountered in grave disturbances of personality, all of which we shall presently touch upon, that I choose to set up this third beginning personification which is tangled up with the growing acquaintance of my body, the personification of not me. This is a very gradually evolving personification of an always relatively primitive character, that is, organized in unusually simple signs in the parataxic mode of experience, and made up of poorly grasped aspects of living which will presently be regarded as dreadful, and which still later will be differentiated into incidents which are attended by awe, horror, loathing, or dread. This rudimentary personification of not me evolves very gradually, since it comes from the experience of intense anxiety, a very poor method of education. Such a complex and relatively inefficient method of getting acquainted with reality would naturally lead to relatively slow evolution of an organization of experiences. Furthermore, these experiences are largely truncated, so that what they are really about is not clearly known. Thus organizations of these experiences marked by uncanny emotion, which means experiences which, when observed, have led to intense forbidding gestures on the part of the mother, and induced intense anxiety in the infant, are not nearly as clear and useful guides to anything as the other two types of organizations have been. Because experiences marked by uncanny emotion, which are organized in the personification of not me, cannot be clearly connected with cause and effect, cannot be dealt with in all the impressive ways by which we explain our referential processes later, they persist throughout life as relatively primitive, unelaborated, parataxic symbols. Now that does not mean that the not me component in adults is infantile, but it does mean that the not me component is, in all essential respects, practically beyond discussion in communicative terms. Not me is part of the very private mode of living. But, as I have said, it manifests itself at various times in the life of everyone after childhood, or of nearly everyone, I can't swear to the statistics, by the eruption of certain exceedingly unpleasant emotions in what are called nightmares. These three rudimentary personifications of me are, I believe, just as distinct as the two personifications of the objectively same mother were earlier. But while the personifications of me are getting underway, there is some change going on with respect to the personification of mother. In the latter part of infancy, there is some evidence that the rudimentary personality, as it were, is already fusing the previously disparate personifications of the good and the bad mother, and within a year and a half after the end of infancy we find evidence of this duplex personification of the mothering one as the good mother and the bad mother clearly manifested only in relatively obscure mental processes, such as these dreamings while asleep. But, as I have suggested, when we come to consider the question of the peculiarly inefficient and inappropriate interpersonal relations which constitute problems of mental disorder, there again we discover that the trend in organizing experience which began with this duplex affair has not in any sense utterly disappeared. The dynamism of the self-system. From the essential desirability of being good me, and from the increasing ability to be warned by slight increases of anxiety, that is, slight diminutions in euphoria, in situations involving the increasingly significant other person, there comes into being the start of an exceedingly important, as it were, secondary dynamism, which is purely the product of interpersonal experience arising from anxiety encountered in the pursuit of the satisfaction of general and zonal needs. This secondary dynamism I call the self-system. As a dynamism it is secondary in that it does not have any particular zones of interaction, any particular physiological apparatus, behind it, but it literally uses all zones of interaction and all physiological apparatus which is integrative and meaningful from the interpersonal standpoint. And we ordinarily find its ramifications spreading throughout interpersonal relations in every area where there is any chance that anxiety may be encountered. The essential desirability of being good me is just another way of commenting on the essential undesirability of being anxious. Since the beginning personification of good me is based on experience in which satisfactions are enhanced by tenderness, then naturally there is an essential desirability of living good me. And since sensory and other abilities of the infant are well matured by now, perhaps even space perception, one of the slowest to come along, is a little in evidence, it is only natural that along with this essential desirability there goes increasing ability to be warned by slight forbidding, in other words, by slight anxiety. Both these situations, for the purpose now under discussion, are situations involving another person, the mothering one, or the congeries of mothering ones, and she is becoming increasingly significant because, as I have already said, the manifestation of tender cooperation by her is now complicated by her attempting to teach, to socialize the infant, and this makes the relationship more complex, so that it requires better, more effective differentiation by the infant of forbidding gestures. And so on. For all these reasons, there comes into being in late infancy an organization of experience which will ultimately be of nothing less than stupendous importance in personality, and which comes entirely from the interpersonal relations in which the infant is now involved, and these interpersonal relations have their motives, or their motors, to use a less troublesome word, in the infant's general and zonal needs for satisfaction. But out of the social responsibility of the mothering one, which gets involved in the satisfaction of the infant's needs, there comes the organization in the infant of what might be said to be a dynamism directed at how to live with this significant other person. The self-system thus is an organization of educative experience called into being by the necessity to avoid or to minimize incidents of anxiety. 38 The functional activity of the self-system, I am now speaking of it from the general standpoint of a dynamism, is primarily directed to avoiding and minimizing this disjunctive tension of anxiety, and thus indirectly to protecting the infant from this evil eventuality in connection with the pursuit of satisfactions, the relief of general or of zonal tensions. Thus we may expect, at least until well along in life, that the components of the self-system will exist and manifest functional activity in relation to every general need that a person has, and to every zonal need that the excess supply of energy to the various zones of interaction gives rise to. How conspicuous the sector of the self-system connected with any particular general need or zonal need will be, or how frequent its manifestations, is purely a function of the past experience of the person concerned. I have said that the self-system begins in the organizing of experience with the mothering one's forbidding gestures, and that these forbidding gestures are refinements in the personification of the bad mother. This might seem to suggest that the self-system comes into being by the incorporation or introjection of the bad mother, or simply by the introjection of the mother. These terms, incorporation or introjection, have been used in this way, not in speaking of the self-system, but in speaking of the psychoanalytic superego, which is quite different from my conception of the self-system. But, if I have been at all adequate in discussing even what I have presented thus far, it will be clear that the use of such terms in connection with the development of the self-system is a rather reckless oversimplification, if not also a great magic verbal gesture the meaning of which cannot be made explicit. I have said that the self-system comes into being because the pursuit of general and zonal needs for satisfaction is increasingly interfered with by the good offices of the mothering one in attempting to train the young. And so the self-system, far from being anything like a function of or an identity with the mothering one, is an organization of experience for avoiding increasing degrees of anxiety which are connected with the educative process. But these degrees of anxiety cannot conceivably, in late infancy, and the situation is similar in most instances at any time in life, mean to the infant what the mothering one, the socializing person, believes she means, or what she actually represents, from the standpoint of the culture being inculcated in the infant. This idea that one can, in some way, take in another person to become a part of one's personality is one of the evils that comes from overlooking the fact that between a doubtless real external object and a doubtless real my mind there is a group of processes, the act of perceiving, understanding, and whatnot, which is intercalated, which is highly subject to past experience and increasingly subject to foresight of the neighboring future. Therefore, it would in fact be one of the great miracles of all time if our perception of another person were, in any greatly significant number of respects, accurate or exact. Thus I take some pains at this point to urge you to keep your mind free from the notion that I am dealing with something like the taking over of standards of value and the like from another person. Instead, I am talking about the organization of experience connected with relatively successful education in becoming a human being, which begins to be manifest late in infancy. When I talk about the self-system, I want it clearly understood that I am talking about a dynamism which comes to be enormously important in understanding interpersonal relations. This dynamism is an explanatory conception, it is not a thing, a region, or whatnot, such as superegos, egos, ids, and so on. 39 Among the things this conception explains is something that can be described as a quasi-entity, the personification of the self. The personification of the self is what you are talking about when you talk about yourself as I, and what you are often, if not invariably, referring to when you talk about me and my. But I would like to make it forever clear that the relation of personifications to that which is personified is always complex and sometimes multiple, and that personifications are not adequate descriptions of that which is personified. In my effort to make that clear, I have gradually been compelled, in my teaching, to push the beginnings of things further and further back in the history of the development of the person, to try to reach the point where the critical deviations from convenient ideas become more apparent. Thus I am now discussing the beginning of the terrifically important self-dynamism as the time when, Far from there being a personification of the self, there are only rudimentary personifications of good me and bad me, and the much more rudimentary personification of not me. These rudimentary personifications constitute anything but a personification of the self such as you all believe you manifest, and which you believe serves its purpose, when you talk about yourselves one to another in adult life. The necessary and unfortunate aspects of the self-system. The origin of the self-system can be said to rest on the irrational character of culture or, more specifically, society. Were it not for the fact that a great many prescribed ways of doing things have to be lived up to, in order that one shall maintain workable, profitable, satisfactory relations with his fellows, or, were the prescriptions for the types of behavior in carrying on relations with one's fellows perfectly rational, then, for all I know, there would not be evolved, in the course of becoming a person, anything like the sort of self-system that we always encounter. If the cultural prescriptions which characterize any particular society were better adapted to human life, the notions that have grown up about incorporating or introjecting a punitive, critical person would not have arisen. But even at that, I believe that a human being without a self-system is beyond imagination. It is highly probable that the type of education which we have discussed, even probably the inclusion of certain uncanny experience that tends to organize in the personification of not me, would be inevitable in the process of the human animal's becoming a human being. I say this because the enormous capacity of the human animal which underlies human personality is bound to lead to exceedingly intricate specializations, differentiations of living, function, and one thing and another, to maintain a workable, profitable, appropriate, and adequate type of relationship among the great numbers of people that can become involved in a growing society. The young have to be taught a vast amount before they begin to be significantly involved in society outside the home group. Therefore, the special secondary elaboration of the sundry types of learning, which I call the self-system, would, I believe, be a ubiquitous aspect of all really human beings in any case. But in an ideal culture, which has never been approximated and at the present moment looks as if it never will be, the proper function of the self-system would be conspicuously different from its actual function in the denizens of our civilization. In our civilization, no parental group actually reflects the essence of the social organization for which the young are being trained in living, and after childhood, when the family influence in acculturation and socialization begins to be attenuated and augmented by other influences, the discrete excerpts, you might say, of the culture which each family has produced as its children come into collision with other discrete excerpts of the culture, all of them more or less belonging to the same cultural system, but having very different accents and importances mixed up in them. As a result of this, the self-system in its actual functioning in life in civilized societies, as they now exist, is often very unfortunate. But do not overlook the fact that the self-system comes into being because of, and can be said to have as its goal, the securing of necessary satisfaction without incurring much anxiety. And however unfortunate the manifestations of the self-system in many contexts may seem, always keep in mind that, if one had no protection against very severe anxiety, one would do practically nothing, or, if one still had to do something, it would take an intolerably long time to get it done. So you see, however truly the self-system is the principal stumbling block to favorable changes in personality, a point which I shall develop later on, that does not alter the fact that it is also the principal influence that stands in the way of unfavorable changes in personality. And while the psychiatrist is skillful, in large measure, in his ability to formulate the self-system of another person with whom he is integrated, and to, shall I say, intuit the self-system aspects of his patient which tend to perpetuate the type of morbid living that the patient is showing, that still, in no sense, makes the self-system something merely to be regretted. In any event, it is always before us, whether we regret or praise it. This idea of the self-system is simply tremendously important in understanding the vicissitudes of interpersonal relations from here on. If we understand how the self-system begins, then perhaps we will be able to follow even the most difficult idea connected with its function. The self-system is a product of educative experience, part of which is of the character of reward, and a very important part of which has the graded anxiety element that we have spoken of. But quite early in life, anxiety is also a very conspicuous aspect of the self-dynamism function. This is another way of saying that experience functions in both recall and foresight. Since troublesome experience, organized in the self-system, has been experience connected with increasing grades of anxiety, it is not astounding that this element of recall, functioning on a broad scale, makes the intervention of the self-dynamism in living tantamount to the warning, or foresight, of anxiety. And warning of anxiety means noticeable anxiety, really a warning that anxiety will get worse. There are two things which I would like to mention briefly at this point. One is the infant's discovery of the unobtainable, his discovery of situations in which he is powerless, regardless of all the cooperation of the mothering one. The infant's crying for the full moon is an illustration of this. Now, even before the end of infancy, it is observable that these unattainable objects gradually come to be treated as if they did not exist, that is, they do not call out the expression of zonal needs. This is possibly the simplest example of a very important process manifested in living which I call selective inattention. The other thing I would like to mention is this, where the parental influence is peculiarly incongruous to the actual possibilities and needs of the infant, before speech has become anything except a source of marvel in the family, before it has any communicative function whatever, before alleged words have any meaning, there can be inculcated in this growing personification of bad me and not me disastrous distortions which will manifest themselves, barring very fortunate experience, in the whole subsequent development of personality. I shall soon discuss some typical distortions, one of the most vicious of which occurs in late infancy as the outcome of the mothering one's conviction that infants have wills which have to be guided, governed, broken, or shaped. And when, finally, we come to discuss concepts of mental disorders, we will have to pick up the manifestations of a few particularly typical distortions, in each subsequent stage from the time that they first occur. Chapter 11. The transition from infancy to childhood, the acquisition of speech as learning. The consistency and sanity of the parental efforts at education. In late infancy, there are increasing efforts by the parents, principally the mothering one, to perfect the socialization, or the beginning socialization, of the infant. In this socialization process, I wish to emphasize the element of frequency in the infant's experience, which is important in any relatively inadequate creature's learning of complex entities, or acquiring of complex patterns of behavior, and this is more and more the situation which the infant is really in. And along with the element of frequency, the element of consistency must be grasped as very important. Consistency may be considered a function of frequency, insofar as consistency means repetition of a particular pattern of events, just as inconsistency means a reduced frequency of a pattern of events or a greater variety of patterns of events. Many of the difficulties which show up from the end of the first year of life onward may prove to be the accumulating results of inconsistencies in the efforts of the acculturating parent to teach the infant what is what. The extent to which the parent fails to provide anything like an invariant pattern of events takes on very great significance at the time when the child is using speech as his outstanding acquisition, say, in the third year of life, but it is improbable that the parental influence which is strikingly inconsistent at that time was anything like wholly consistent at, say, the end of the first year of life. Therefore, it is rather difficult to say just when deviations in the consistency and frequency of interpersonal events begin to bear on the development of personality. Now, besides the elements of consistency or inconsistency, frequency or infrequency, in the interpersonal events to which the infant is subjected, there is also to be considered another element, which I call, in the absence of a better word, the sanity of the educational efforts. By sanity I mean the parental modification of these efforts in accordance with the infant's capacity for observation, analysis, and elaboration of experience at a given time. Let me mention a few negative examples which possibly will illustrate what I am driving at. One instance might be described as the doctrine of the will, which is a result of parental misinformation, all too easy to acquire and to retain in this civilization. Now I cannot at this time discuss in extenso the roots from which arises the illusion that we have a more or less all-powerful, or at least magically potent, will. But I do wish to invite your attention to the disastrous effects of treating a year-old baby as if he were being willfully troublesome. No matter what any of us may believe about the will, I think that most of us would not push the idea of the powerful will so far as to include the 12th month of life after birth. But some parents do, and become involved in all sorts of curious, if not subpsychotic, attempts to guide, direct, break, manage, and so on, the self-willed infant. My second example of, shall I say, insanity in the socializing influences brought to bear from the 12th month onward is one which is much less conspicuously based on unutterable misconceptions of personality development. This is the subjection of the infant to a person, to a mothering one, who regrets the fact that the infant must grow up, and in a good many ways encourages him to stay put. Thus she provides experience, rewards, and anxiety in a fashion that works against the process of maturation in her offspring, and will presently, unless something changes radically in their relationship, literally be trying to keep the child young. Another example of what I would consider a lack of sanity of educative effort is the idea that the infant must be clean and dry by, let us say, the age of 15 months, an achievement of which the mother is insufferably proud. I have encountered pretty dependable evidences of a history of early training of this kind in quite a number of gravely, in fact, quite hopelessly, disordered people. I believe that I am correct in saying that the only way one could get an infant of 15 months to be clean and dry would be by setting up terrific anxiety barriers to the development of anything like practical, useful, helpful feelings about the perineal area in the evolution of the concept my body and all its relationships to the concept me. In a very much more considerable number of disturbed, disordered personalities, I have uncovered another vicissitude of early training which can be regarded as not sane, and which I have already discussed. This is what I used to call the primitive genital phobia, where the parent is fearsomely upset by the infant's tinkering with the external genitals. Before the end of infancy, well before there is any speech behavior, all sorts of incredible orthopedic devices, marbles in the pajama back, bandages, and this and that, are sometimes used to prevent this supposedly dreadful component of the infant's manual exploratory performances. Insofar as such training occurs before the genital sentience is well integrated into experience, it can only be incredibly unrelated to anything that is any good to us in later life. Even insofar as it comes after the special sentience of the genitals, which you must remember is quite limited until the lust dynamism has matured, there too it represents, as it were, a hole punched in the totality of my body, and is responsible for certain peculiarities encountered in later life, such as desiring to be masturbated by somebody else but having a dreadful time if one masturbates oneself, and so forth. Such easily misunderstood intricacies of the later so-called sex life are the outcome of quite seriously deviated personality development beginning before childhood. Now these instances of insanity that I am laying before you may be generalized under a topic I have previously touched on, namely, the parental expectations about the infant, which are a part of the personification of the infant existing in the mothering one. Even in this realm of pure expectation on the part of the parents, a peculiar viciousness may appear as the infant approaches the end of infancy, by which time the infant has acquired, to a certain extent, expressive posturings of the face, the so-called expressions of pleasure and displeasure, and so on, and has lost much of the peculiar lineaments which are the rule at birth and a few months afterward. So it is that, in certain families and with certain mothering ones, the expectations about the infant now begin to take on color on the basis of whom the infant is alleged to look like, and whom the infant is now detected to be showing signs of taking after. And the person whom the infant is supposed to look like, or take after, may be either a real parent or relative or even a mythological ancestor. In certain situations, these fancied resemblances in looks or in behavioral rudiments are very much more important, in the formulation of behavior by the mothering one, than are the infant's looks or behavior as they might be observed by someone with scientific detachment. Where parental expectations bring about this kind of situation, certain accidental events actually begin to take precedence over, and thereby interfere with, certain learning processes that were already started, which I shall touch on presently. Overt and covert processes. I want now to develop further some points that I have not developed adequately as I went along. As I have discussed recall and foresight previously, the discussion has centered around the influence of past experience on living, if that past experience has recurred frequently enough, or has been otherwise sufficiently marked by importance, for it to be organized into signs. The function of organized experience in present behavior can be called, in part, the manifestation of sign processes in recall and foresight. Up to the 9th or 10th month the observer has nothing to work on other than inference, in convincing himself of the importance of this organized experience. It is not subject to clear, objective demonstration, but has to be inferred from what can be observed. Now at this point I wish to make a perduring distinction, a distinction that will be important from infancy to the end of living, between what can be observed by a participant observer, and what can never be so observed but must always be the result of inference from that which is observed. And this is the distinction between overt processes in interpersonal relations and covert processes. Point 40. A great deal that I have described thus far has concerned covert processes, and has been arrived at as a result of inference. As soon as speech behavior appears, it begins to be what it forever after will be, a wonderfully good index to the probability of the correctness of the inference. Moreover, in the latter months of infancy, there are better grounds for making certain inferences about the covert processes because of the beginning manifestation of the phenomenon of delayed behavior. I have spoken earlier of how the tension of anxiety acts in direct vector opposition to needs. It is now possible to observe in the young that needs themselves rather unmistakably manifest a certain hierarchical organization. Sometimes hunger takes precedence over something else that is going on, and behavior calculated to satisfy hunger, or behavior in the pursuit of the satisfaction of hunger, interrupts, as it were, something else that was going on, but, when the hunger is satisfied, instead of sleep supervening, the interrupted activity is resumed again, and has apparently been waiting in a sort of quiescent state until the more potent motivation worked itself out or was satisfied. Occasionally one will see, when the interrupted activity is resumed, that there has actually been some change in its situational pattern. It is to be inferred from this observation that something has certainly been going on in connection with the delayed or interrupted motivation, at the same time that the more potent motivation was moving on to satisfaction. Such inferred activity I call covert activity, in contradistinction to that which is clearly manifest. Thus by the end of infancy and on the threshold of childhood, one does see what can only, I think, be explained as the continuation of symbol operations behind a screen, one might say, the screen being the presenting activity, the energy transformation connected with the satisfaction of a stronger need. It is as if some sign processes had been going on during the period that behavior in the satisfaction of an intercurrent need was in progress, and the whole thing had progressed covertly. This sort of thing one can see in oneself very well, the most distinguished example being perhaps the phenomenon of how greatly puzzled one may be about some problem in the afternoon or evening, and how perfectly lucid one may be about the same problem early next morning after one has slept on it. Now these covered processes might be taken to be extremely private, and also not at all directly susceptible to the type of social patterning, of educative change, which most certainly applies to quite a substantial part of the overt behavior of the year-old infant. In origin, however, these covert processes have been derived from the organization of experiences which were essentially interpersonal, however little the personification of the other person may have developed in the infant. Perhaps the only time when it is not possible to recognize covert processes as interpersonal phenomena is when a kind of synthesis of interpersonal events has taken place, as might often happen in these processes, by which one has arrived at new conclusions by combining old experiences in a new fashion. When that has happened, there may seem to be no direct connection with specific interpersonal events. As I further develop the topic of the self-system and its function, it will become clear, I believe, that many covert processes which were all right at the age of, let us say, 12 months, have been rigidly excluded from the repertory of the older person, chiefly by dint of learning under the guidance of anxiety, and that any possibility of the appearance of these covert processes promptly brings out a degree of anxiety that is ordinarily sufficient to interfere with their appearance. The learning of gesture and language. Of the learning that goes on from the end of the first year, the immediately and vastly important congeries is the acquisition of overt behavior, which belongs to what might well be called two grand divisions of interpersonal communicative behavior, namely, those of gesture and of language. In order to suggest the great importance of the gestural performance of speech, I might point out that it is only in quite restricted fields of living, for example, when a scientist is being a good scientist, that language behavior is stripped of gestural components. Most people would find such rigidly defined language behavior rather more soporific than communicative. The learning of gestures, by which I include the learning of facial expressions, is manifested by the infant, certainly well before the 12th month, in the learning of the rudiments, one might say, of verbal pantomime. And this learning is, in good measure, learning by trial and error approximation to human example. Quite recently I observed the most amazing instance of this, in my exceedingly limited experience. My most recent full-time nurse was delivered, now about 11 months ago, of a robust infant whom I saw for the first time, after my fashion of interest in infants, within the last month. During this visit I was utterly amazed to notice that under our conversation the infant was carrying on a very interesting conversation of his own. I discovered that what had caught my attention was the beautiful tonal pattern. Only perhaps 50% of the sounds were, I would say, good phonemal stations in the English language, but the melody, the pattern of tone, was speech. It was what our speech would be like if speech were not articulate. In other words, before this infant was 12 months old, he had, by trial and error learning from what he heard, he was being raised in a very vocal home, gotten the melodic progression of speech very nicely within his competence, so that there was nothing obviously infantile in it. It was so startlingly like speech that I could distinguish it only by careful listening, and only after I listened for a while could I tell that it included many things that would never be English words. Here was an example of the very early acquisition of a very large part of the gestural aspects of speech. I might suggest that the acquisition of mannerisms through trial and error learning by human example is by no means confined to early life. The number of chronologic adults who are big chunks of mimicry, particularly regarding the gestural aspects of speech, is amazing. Psychiatrists often find that patients begin to sound like them, even though the phonemes they use, if analyzed, would prove to be quite different. The tonal gesture, melody, and so on, come to resemble theirs. In one instance, I could no longer tell which of two people was speaking to me on the telephone, although they once were quite easily identified by what came over the telephone. As a particular instance, I have one old friend who, for some reason that I have never felt free to investigate, fairly early in his professional career acquired the habit of turning on his smile for a moment as if a switch were operating it, and then suddenly switching it off. I have watched among some of his colleagues the acquisition, well along in professional life, of certain degrees of skill at this flashlight smile. Thus I suggest to you that what begins here in the very last stage of infancy doesn't stop then. Even before the era of childhood, learning of the gestural aspects of speech, and so on, is already manifest, and this business of picking up more and more of the nonverbal, but nonetheless communicative, aspects of speech behavior is well established by that time and continues to be one of our manifest abilities, even if unnoted, for a very long period thereafter. In other words, before speech itself is actually possible, that is, literally during what I consider infancy, a great deal of learning can not only be incorporated into speech behavior, but is actually quite clearly manifest in those infants who are not especially handicapped by anxiety. The first thing which the infant unquestionably picks out from the verbal performances of the mother is the progression of tones and silences, and remember that silence is as much a part of speech as sound is. This progression is more or less the rhythmic tonal pattern to which all domestic animals are apt to show quite specific sensitivity. I trust that I have given some little notion of how early the various components appear that finally add themselves up to language behavior, the remarkably early abilities to catch on to vocal melodies and grosser sound patterns, and to perfect, by trial and error learning from the human examples around one, the refined little patterns or sub-patterns of sound which make up the phonemal stations used by the language of the home. The roles of reward and indifference in the learning of language. Now I want to invite your attention to effects that the responses of the mother and other significant persons have on these abilities. Quite early, I suppose by the 8th or 9th month, the infant is spacing things like this so that it comes out da-da-da and presently da-da-da. This means that the element of melodic repetition, the rhythmic tonal business, is already being caught onto by the infant. In this process some things like da-da happen to be said at an appropriate time, so that an enthusiastic parent is apt to wonder if it isn't an attempt to say mama or papa or something else, and there is a certain amount of response. If by any chance mama is said, that is considered proof that the child has learned to call mother something, which I think is almost infinitely improbable, and there is a strong tender response. I think this is about all there is to it, although I am sure it won't endear me to parents. Thus out of the infant's mere repetitive syllabic experimentation, those experiments which happen to come somewhere near what is supposed to be appropriate baby talk get themselves stamped in, and so meet with much response, reiteration, and attention from the mothering one. When the learning has progressed to the point where different syllabic forms, different combinations of phonemes, and some vague attempts to imitate what is heard get said, there actually appears the beginning of the extremely rich development of sounds, tonal patterns, rhythms, and whatnot that make up the various great and small languages of the world, including the baby's private language. It is at this time, when the baby is saying things other than mere dadas and kakas and mamas, that the element of learning by reward enters in, so that the child's satisfaction in making vocal noises and hitting, by trial and error, on things that he has heard is now augmented by the tenderness of the mothering one. In addition, there comes in another great teaching influence, which I have not previously stressed, teaching by, of all things, indifference. Although it has been there all the time, it takes on particular significance only when the element of teaching by the reward of additional tenderness becomes a conspicuous part of the infant's life. This teaching by indifference is the paradigm of one of the most powerful influences to which man is subjected in later life, which I will, at the cost of getting entirely off the beam, mention as the fear of ostracism. The very important element in the development of the baby's language is that while a lot of his vocal inventions receive reward, a great many of them do not provoke any response in the mother, and, needless to say, the busier she is and the less imagination she has, the greater will be the proportion of vocal inventions which receive no response. These latter are good only for what little zonal satisfaction there may have been in the hearing of them, and so they tend to drop out, for they don't accomplish anything, they get no special returns. Therefore, perhaps to an extraordinary extent, from the 12th to the 18th month, the vocal efforts which in the presence of the mothering one do not happen to hit the right area fail of frequent repetition. As interpersonal relations grow, this element of socialization under the influence of indifference, which is a case neither of reward by tenderness nor of anxiety, but just a case where nothing happens, becomes pretty powerful. Autistic language. In the stage where this learning is well underway, the baby develops a language, not the mother's language, not English. I am assuming that it is an English-speaking home, but the baby's own language. It is pertinent to note Edward Sapire's statement that the elements of language, the symbols that ticket off experience, must be associated with whole groups, delimited classes, of experience rather than with the single experiences themselves. And it is under this interpretation of language, which incidentally is the only interpretation that I have ever heard that made any sense, that we find the baby developing a language in which there is a certain amount of consensus that a particular sound refers to a particular class of events, that is, to a particular class of experience. For example, let us suppose that when the mother brings the nursing bottle or the bowl of food or whatever year-olds use, the baby, by sheer accident, were to say ha. Now, under certain circumstances, which I cannot possibly discuss, a situation might be set up so that the next time this happens he again would say ha, whereupon the mother would become much impressed by the probability that ha refers to food. And very quickly ha, a perfectly good word, does refer to food. It doesn't happen to be very useful in talking to Aunt Mary, who is a rare visitor in the house, but she can be told about it. The point is that it is in a sense a perfectly good language, and such language grows rather rapidly, but it has exceedingly little widespread communicative power. It is what we will later come to name autistic. It is rather dangerous to describe it as the baby's private language, for its evolution is not private at all. Certain sound combinations have come, through the influence of the mother, to mean certain types of events. Needless to say, if there are nurses and the like running around the place, this baby language will not have even approximate communicative power to any one of them. In any case, the communicative power of this language is limited because it is all a language of nouns. Incidentally, when it comes to verbs, the learning is much more deliberate, in the sense that the mothering one tries to teach their use. I have discussed the baby's inventing words by establishing connections between a particular enunciated tonal pattern and a particular event or object, and the baby's learning to approximate particular words taught it by the mothering one. Now here are two classes of words that are being built into the baby's vocabulary, so to speak, both of which are autistic, in that only rarely is there a clear relation between a word and the really significant denotation of that same word in language used for communicative purposes among adults. Furthermore, in many instances the mother has satisfied some need that I do not understand very well by exposing the infant for a long time, even before the appearance of an autistic language, to sundry distortions of the communicative speech of the society in which she lives, which are called baby talk. Some of this baby talk has taught the infant the significant approving and forbidding melody patterns of speech. Some of it is imagined to be of educative value because it is supposed to be the sort of speech that the baby can himself manage. However, I am afraid that there is very seldom any correlation between the amount of baby talk the baby hears and his abilities for learning words. Language as syntaxic experience. Insofar as there happens to be a coincidence between the dictionary meanings of words and the infant's prehension and organization of experiences and activities by nouns and verbs, to that extent the language of the very young is beginning to manifest what I shall henceforth discuss as experience in the syntaxic mode. In fact, the first unquestionable organization of experience in the syntaxic mode is in the realm of the two great genera of communicative behavior, gesture, and speech. And since the syntaxic, as we will later show it, is closely related to such things as the illusion of volition, I should stress that syntaxic symbols are best illustrated by words that have been consensually validated. A consensus has been reached when the infant or child has learned the precisely right word for a situation, a word which means not only what it is thought to mean by the mothering one, but also means that to the infant. Incidentally, an enormous amount of difficulty all through life arises from the fact that communicative behavior miscarries because words do not carry meaning, but evoke meaning. And if a word evokes in the hearer something quite different from that which it was expected to evoke, communication is not a success. As I have indicated, the first instances of experience in the syntaxic mode appear between, let us say, the 12th and the 18th month of extrauterine life, when verbal signs, words, symbols, are organized which are actually communicative. Of course, a vast deal of what goes on during this period of life is not in the syntaxic mode. There is uncommunicative action by the mother, and wholly uncommunicative behavior as far as the infant's zonal satisfactions are concerned, and there is even the beginning of his avoidance of forbidding gestures, which is the initial manifestation of the infant's self-system. Reverie, nonverbal referential processes. As the baby's true autistic language develops, which I endeavored to illustrate with my example of HA meaning food, we begin to observe evidences of something generically identical with the great body of processes later called reverie. And reverie shows at this early stage somewhat of the relationship of the covert and overt, in that the baby carries on, with or without an audience, a certain amount of exercise in his language, first audibly, that is, overtly. Gradually, the language becomes more and more covert, by which I do not mean that he tends to be more and more silent. But his behavior begins to show the process of delay, even with respect to vocalization, so that we are able to presume that there is a change, as it were, from audible to perhaps silent speech. I hope, however, that you will be more or less magically protected from translating my remarks into Watsonian psychology and from assuming that I mean a gradual transition from overt to implicit laryngeal behavior. As a matter of fact, I think that speech is very much more a function of the ears than it is of the larynx, and I imply absolutely nothing about moving muscular tensions, and so on, when I talk about the internalization, if you please, or the becoming covered of processes which have been overt. Certainly we all know that the reverse can be true and that quite often processes which for a long time have been covered can manifest themselves overtly. As I have said, even in the first half of the second year of life, there is some evidence of what can properly be called the reverie process, which will continue throughout life. The infant is now provided with a baby language, an autistic language, since it has arisen out of coincidences, and so on, in the actual experience of the infant, and has only to a very limited extent been subjected to precise language teaching. In the second year of life, such reverie processes as go on must be presumed to be in this purely autistic language. So far as language process is concerned, reverie continues all through life to be only infrequently and in special circumstances of a type that, if it were expressed, would be clearly meaningful and communicative to a hearer. Only those reverie processes which are in preparation for the expression of something, for the communication of something, take on the attributes which we at least hope our spoken and written thoughts will show. Reverie continues to be relatively untroubled by grammatical rules, the necessity for making complete sentences, and so on. Incidentally, there are people who seem completely staggered when one talks about nonverbal referential processes, that is, wordless thinking. These people simply seem to have no ability to grasp the idea that a great deal of covered living that is not objectively observable but only inferable, can go on without the use of words. The brute fact is, as I see it, that most of living goes on that way. That does not in any sense reduce the enormous importance of the communicative tools, words, and gestures. It is probable that, up to the age of, let us say, 3 or 4, words, mostly still of the child's special language, are used very much as pictures might be used in a book. They decorate, concentrate, or illuminate referential processes which are not verbal but which are the manifestation of experience in the parataxic mode organized at various times earlier, such as the identification of good and useless nipples, and so on, that I have already talked about. The symbolic and the non-symbolic. I would like at this point to take up a type of abstract separation of things, supposed to be helpful in thought, which has developed considerable hold in the field of social psychological theory, namely, the separation of all activity, overt or covert, into the symbolic and the non-symbolic. I once thought it could be usefully added to this presentation of psychiatric theory, but now I think that it is not relevant. The distinction between the covert and the overt is self-evident when once made, and as long as one is dealing only with the first 18 or 20 months of life, it is quite easy to make this second abstraction of symbolic and non-symbolic, which can then be projected into later life. The idea is roughly this: the infant behaves non-symbolically when he is taking nourishment from the breast, and the child behaves symbolically when he calls an inanimate toy kitty. Now, I have no inclination whatever to argue the fact that there are activities provided for by the organization of central nervous and muscular tissue, and so on, at birth, such as the elaborate apparatus which actually makes sucking a fact and swallowing a fact. Perhaps the first time that anything happens it is non-symbolic. But from the very beginning the cooperation of older people is necessary for infantile survival, and from the very beginning the potent influence of anxiety permits the organization of experience, prevents the organization of experience, or gradually shoes the direction of experience into approved channels. Thus it is quite obvious that a great deal of what goes on by the time one is a year old, even if it is inborn, is very highly symbolic. I have emphasized from the beginning that recall and foresight are conspicuous even, according to Jennings, at the level of the amoeba. Wherever the phenomenon of recall and foresight is clearly manifested in the human being so that something can be extracted in the way of communication about it, one finds this very definite anticipation of some achievement connected with it. I am afraid that, for practical purposes, all human behavior so purely and unquestionably manifests the organization of experience into what are in effect signs, whether signals or symbols, that an attempt to discriminate intelligibly in human behavior between what is symbolic and what is non-symbolic is far more misleading than it is helpful. Therefore, without denying that there may be purely non-symbolic performances in human beings, I would say that for the purposes of psychiatric theory I am concerned exclusively with covert and overt symbolic activity, that is, with activity influenced by the organization into signs of previous experience in terms of satisfaction, or in terms of avoiding or minimizing anxiety. Chapter 12. Childhood. The role of language in the fusion of personifications. We shall now more or less depart from our prolonged stay in infancy. In my discussion of language behavior, I hope it was made clear that the infant's success in the field of language behavior carries a very, very high premium so far as favorable, tender response of the significant elder figures is concerned. The extraordinary value that comes to invest verbal behavior, especially as it manifests itself in the school years, is one of the important factors which make it difficult for us to be aware of reverie processes that are in a relatively simple parataxic mode of experience, or even of some reverie processes that are in highly developed forms of the parataxic mode. Verbal behavior takes to itself, in the case of all those who are not born deaf mutes, qualities bordering on the really magical. For instance, a good many of us, even though we are properly invested with the degree of doctor of this or that, show quite often and quite clearly that we depend on really magical potencies in certain of our verbal behaviors. And in psychiatric practice, we encounter chronological adults whose unearthly dependence on the potency of verbal behavior is, quite clearly, the outstanding characteristic of their difficulty with others. Now, among the things brought about in the very early phases of childhood largely by the peculiar power of language behavior is a fusion of personifications. So far as awareness is concerned, this fusion is final and absolute, but, so far as personality is concerned, it need not be anything like so complete. I am speaking now of what has, up to this stage, been the double personification of the mothering one, or the collection of mothering ones, the personifications of the good mother and of the bad or evil mother. Thanks in no small part to the incredible power which verbal behavior seems to exercise in interpersonal situations, and to the great energy devoted by the more mature people around the very young child to equip him with this most important of all human tools, language, it becomes quite impossible for the child to carry forward any striking surviving evidence of his earliest impression of two mothers, one who gives tenderness and cooperation in the satisfaction of needs, and one who carries anxiety and interferes with the satisfaction of needs. Although this dichotomy pertaining to one real person can go on at the lower strata, you might say, of personality, it can scarcely survive very long the high-pressure acculturation which makes one person mama, and possibly another person sister, or something like that. Thus, no matter how thoroughly organized the two separate personifications of the good mother and the bad mother were, their individuality is lost or fused into a later personification, in the process of learning language. But this fusion is not to be taken to be comprehensive. In other words, all the attributes organized in infancy in the personification of the bad mother are not necessarily or probably present in the personification of mother as it begins to be conspicuous in childhood, and it is scarcely possible under any circumstances that all the attributes of the good mother of infancy can be fused into the childhood personification of mother. Under certain circumstances, we see evidence which makes this last statement practically beyond doubt, that is, in later life the person seeks, and can quite clearly be proven to be seeking, someone who will fit fairly closely the personification of the good mother, in aspects which are not shown in the personification of the real mother. The peculiarly complex way in which personifications of one stage of personality enter into personifications at a later stage of personality, although very seldom totally, is, to a considerable extent, due to the unique power of vocal verbal behavior, and to the very high premium that is put on the acquisition of verbal behavior in childhood and the succeeding developmental eras, as long as one is in organized educational situations. The theorem of escape. I want now to carry further the development of the self-system, which I began to outline a while back, and to present what I have formulated as the theorem of escape. The self-system, unlike any of the other dynamisms posited to organize knowledge about interpersonal relations, is extraordinarily resistant to change by experience. This can be expressed in the theorem that the self-system from its nature its communal environmental factors, organization, and functional activity, tends to escape influence by experience which is incongruous with its current organization and functional activity. This peculiarity of the self-system must be grasped if one is either to comprehend personality in terms of this system of psychiatry, or to engage in the types of therapeutic intervention which this system implies. When last I touched on the self-system, I spoke of its being of purely experiential origin, and I said that, unlike the dynamisms of needs, it did not rest on peculiarities of the physico-chemical communal existence of the underlying human animal. The self-system is derived wholly from the interpersonal aspects of the necessary environment of the human being. It is organized because of the extremely unpalatable, extremely uncomfortable experience of anxiety, and it is organized in such a way as to avoid or minimize existent or foreseen anxiety. But I want to repeat that the character of situations which provoke anxiety is never completely to be grasped. It is quite clear that since anxiety in the mother makes the infant anxious, we cannot expect the infant to understand very much about what caused anxiety. What is perhaps a little harder to see is that, in chronological adults, there is this same fringe of the simply undiscoverable about circumstances which cause anxiety. As we get older we like to feel that we can name or explain things, and this conceals from us, in part, this never completely to be graspable character of situations which provoke anxiety. There is an old story about how sick the patient feels when he has a bad pain and how much more comfortable he feels when the doctor says, "Oh, it is only appendicitis." That is a small instance of how much better we feel when we have a verbal tag by which, it seems, a novel set of facts is made familiar, if only to somebody else. So it is with a great many of the things that we recurrently do inefficiently and inappropriately. We feel much better, more worthy, if we can rattle off a string of words, which is often about as effective as the traditional woman's explanation of the mysterious, "I did it because actually." In a very long psychiatric career I would say that I have come to have more and more affection for the rationalization which ends with "just because." The more words that follow, the harder it is to figure out how much is personal verbalism, rationalization, as it is called, and how much is an important clue to something that one ought to see. Thus, however much we as adults may be able to talk about situations which provoke anxiety, we almost never grasp the character of such situations. Certainly the child never grasps them. Hence all additions to the self-dynamism are either imperfect observations of the circumstances that have caused anxiety, and of the successful interventions of the self-system to minimize or avoid repetition of these circumstances, or certain definite inventions by which more complex operations are built out of simpler ones. New things are made by recombining the old, a concept which I shall discuss shortly. Furthermore, the culture itself is based on no single great general principle that can be grasped even by a genius, but is based instead on many contradictory principles. And it is in education for life in the culture that we have all experienced a great deal of our anxiety. Whereas any recurrent experience will quite soon be added to, and will modify, the manifestations of any dynamism in the satisfaction of needs, the particular structure and functional activity of the self-system is such that a person can go through a whole series of consistent failures of what we call security operations, which is the typical performance when the self-dynamism is the central motor of activity, without learning much of anything. In fact, the chances are that self-system activity will come in more readily at the faint hint of anxiety-provoking situations, but still without showing the type of profit from failures that would appear in connection with the satisfaction of more biologically conditioned needs. We can see, when we study this curious insensitivity to experience, that the patterns of experience which are not profitable are all characterized by not being understandable or analyzable in terms of the tendencies already incorporated in the self-system. Needless to say, the lifelong tendency of the self-system to escape profit from experience is not absolute. But I want to emphasize this general tendency of the self-system. I have gone to the trouble of formulating a theorem about it in order to emphasize that we are being perfectly irrational and simply unpleasant if we expect another person to profit quickly from his experience, as long as his self-system is involved, although this is a very reasonable anticipation in all fields in which the self-system is not involved. This does not make the self-system rigidly incapable of change in central characteristics from infancy onward, quite the contrary. Because of the general effect on personality which accompanies every newly matured need or capacity in the early stages of each developmental phase, the functional activity of the self-system invariably does change somewhat in direction and characteristics, and it is at those times that the self-system is peculiarly open to fortunate change. The self-system, so far as I know, can, in any personality system, be changed by experience, but the experience, or rather the setup in which such change can be expected, often has to be very elaborate and very considerably prolonged. The resistance of the self-system to change as a result of experience is in large part the reason why, in therapy, we find it profitable to think in terms of complexly organized, rather prolonged, therapeutic operations by which we gradually build up a series of situations which requires the self-system to expand, that is, to take an experience which had previously, because of selective inattention or otherwise, had no material effect on the patient's susceptibility to anxiety, in particular, interpersonal situations. Sublimation. To return to our discussion of very early childhood, I now invite attention to what happens with regard to the young child's activity concerned with the pursuit of the satisfaction of needs, activity which by now is both covert and overt. These needs are by now not only those clearly concerned with the necessary communality with the physico-chemical world, needs for food, water, oxygen, and the elimination of waste products, but also include an ever-increasing complement of zonal needs. This latter category includes the need to manifest every capability that matures, what we see as the child's pleasure in manifesting any ability that he has achieved. The refinements of behavior patterns and of covert processes, which were earlier a matter of inference but which now become objectively verifiable, arise from the maturation of new capacities and from past experience, and these refinements can in some cases now be categorized as improved information about reality, as it is commonly shorthanded. All this leads to the invention of new patterns from old, and to the learning of data from interpersonal situations with the acculturating adults, in the fashions I have described already. Among these inventions there is one pattern of behavior change, a refinement of behavior patterns and covert processes, which is, according to my definition, of very broad significance. As usual, I have been too lazy or inefficient to find a term for this pattern of behavior change, or referential process change, and so I will again, with the same discontent that I have experienced for at least 10 years, say that I am talking about my variant on sublimation. As I have already indicated, when I talk about sublimation I am not discussing exactly what Freud had in mind when he set up the terms. My thinking about sublimation makes it a very much more inclusive process than a study of classical psychoanalysis might suggest. The manifestations of what I shall continue to call sublimation, for want of a better term, appear in late infancy, become conspicuous in childhood, and become very conspicuous indeed in the succeeding period. Since this is the label of a very important manifestation of changes in behavior and referential pattern, let me make a somewhat precise statement about it. Sublimation is the unwitting substitution, for a behavior pattern which encounters anxiety or collides with the self-system, of a socially more acceptable activity pattern which satisfies part of the motivational system that caused trouble. In more fortunate circumstances, simple processes occurring in sleep take care of the rest of the unsatisfied need. Now this is the first time that I have laid particular stress on the unwitting. I hope that I have prepared the way for it by my discussion of covert living in all of us. In the infant, these covert processes which can be inferred to go on certainly cannot be conceived to be within the infant's awareness, his clear recognition or grasp. As I have already suggested, I believe that in both the more distinguished and the more commonplace performances of each of us in our living, all but the last step, or all but the last few steps, usually goes on quite exterior to anything properly called the content of consciousness, or awareness. Thus by unwitting, or unnoted, I refer to the great congeries of covered referential processes which must have occurred, but whose occurrence is completely unknown to the person concerned, and is only to be inferred from the evidence of what the person does know and does notice, in other words, from what occurs within his so-called field of consciousness. To use the term sublimation in the sense that I use it, one must keep track of the fact that it occurs exterior to the field of conscious content. The reason for that is intricate but nonetheless important, and will perhaps be made clear when we come to discuss particular patterns of so-called mental disorder. What happens in the kind of sublimation that I am now trying to describe is that a need collides with anxiety at the behest of the social censor or acculturating person. A notable example of this, although, of course, no example is perfect, is the very young child who wants to put his thumb in his mouth but his thumb is soiled with, say, feces. If we find that this very young child, when his fingers are soiled in this particular way, always or very frequently picks out a particular toy and sucks it, then we may actually feel with reasonable certainty that there has been a substitution of the experience of sucking this toy, in place of the experience of putting this particular type of soiled thumb in the mouth. When something like this happens in late infancy, we can scarcely presume that it is the result of much thinking on the part of the infant, and for this reason it seems to be a peculiarly good instance by which to call attention to the way sublimation occurs all through life. The person never figures it out. It occurs and is continued, but it is unwitting. And what occurs, and what is continued, is a partial satisfaction of the needs, and this partial satisfaction has been substituted for the satisfaction of the need which has collided with anxiety, which is being prohibited by forbidding gestures of the significant people around. What has been substituted, what appears in lieu of this particular need-satisfying behavior, will be something which is not disapproved, or not so much disapproved, something which is not a target of self-system activity, however primitive this activity may be. This sublimation, or peculiar substitution of goal may be, and in fact is, in a notable proportion of all instances, almost completely satisfying, so that there is very little left over, unsatisfied need. In my illustration, in which the finger soiled with feces is not to be gotten anywhere near the mouth, the substitution of a toy cannot satisfy the need concerned, because that need includes the combination of sucking satisfaction and being sucked satisfaction, whereas the toy is insensate. Now what becomes of the excess need which is not satisfied by these long-circuited, socially approved techniques? In many instances the excess need can be discharged by covert operations. In the adult who leads a fairly busy life, the great time for covert operations of that kind is during sleep, although it doesn't have to be, it very commonly is. In childhood this covert satisfaction does not have to be pushed into sleep, and in later childhood the unsatisfied components of some forbidden activity in the satisfaction of needs can be found to be faithfully reflected in expressed fantasy performances. The point is that the excess of need which is not satisfied by the sublimation is discharged by covert or overt symbolic performances which do not collide particularly with social censure, that is, which are not particularly associated with anxiety. Needless to say, there are some patterns of behavior and covert process in the pursuit of satisfactions that can scarcely be subjected to this process. When we discuss adolescence, we will discover that this is true of lust, at least in my view. Certain zonal needs which form part of the lust pattern may be sublimated, but if one depends on such processes for handling the whole thing, trouble is right around the corner, if not already present. A great deal of what is called learning is made up of the refinement of behavior, and the change of covert referential processes, which are accomplished by this relatively simple process of sublimation, by combining activity in partial satisfaction of a need with other patterns of action, perhaps purely in the pursuit of security, perhaps partly in the pursuit of other satisfactions, so that anxiety is successfully avoided. But, while this sort of thing makes up an important part of learning, one cannot expect that the person who learned it will know all about how it was learned. When the so-called substitution is undertaken clearly within awareness, the educative process very rarely works effectively, if it works at all. I hear every now and then that the young child should be given every opportunity to understand just why certain things are required. If this were necessary, we might possibly reach maturity anywhere from 60 to 140 years of age, and I doubt that many people would put up with the tedium. So it is that a very important part of education for living in an essentially irrational culture is found in this type of refinement of behavior and covert process which occurs exterior to awareness, but which has the pattern of giving up immediate, direct, and complete satisfaction of a need, and of utilizing instead some partially satisfying, socially approved pattern, discharging any excess need in sleep or in some other way. The disintegration of behavior patterns. In less successful child training projects, that is, in family groups that are not estimable in the skill, ingenuity, and understanding with which they try to discharge their social responsibilities, the first instances of the disintegration of behavior patterns and patterns of covered process under the force of anxiety occur quite early in childhood. This, which is somewhat different from sublimation, gets somewhere near the area of the not-me personification which I spoke of earlier. I am now considering a situation in which a pattern of behavior in the pursuit of satisfaction, and the exercise of recall and foresight in connection with this satisfaction, are stopped by the mothering one, then, depending on the character of the need, which in turn depends somewhat on the evolutionary stage of the personality concerned, either there is a great deal of trouble, in the sense that the behavior is, in fact, not abandoned by the child, and more anxiety piles up in the personality, so that one might say the whole of living is rather disorganized, or this particular pattern of behavior and covered process is disintegrated. But what is disintegrated does not, in that process, cease to be. It does not, like a coin in the magician's palm, vanish without a trace. And what becomes of patterns of behavior and covered process which have been disintegrated by frontal application of anxiety, which come into complete collision with the self-system so far as it is developed? Since the recombining of activities in this very simple pattern of sublimation presumably has not come off this time, there may be a recombining of activities in more complex patterns of activity, a number of which are best revealed in the mental disorders which we shall presently consider, or there may be regression, so-called, to earlier patterns. Now the conception of regression is often utilized as a pure verbalism, that is, psychiatrists often use the term to brush aside mysteries which they do not grasp at all. I do not want anyone to think, when I use the term regression, that it is some great abstruse whatnot that can be used to sound intelligent about the mysterious. And the notion that regression is something rare, something highly morbid, and so on, can be dismissed on the strength of one very easy observation, that in the course of the life of any child, you can observe, practically at 24-hour intervals, the collapse, when the child gets thoroughly tired, of patterns of behavior which are not very well stamped in. Quite commonly before sleep, the child resumes earlier patterns of behavior that are no longer shown in the more alert periods of his life. When the patterns of motivational systems are, however, well established, then such diurnal disintegration is either very much less conspicuous or not in evidence at all. For example, a child who has otherwise entirely desisted from sucking his thumb quite commonly resumes sucking his thumb just before falling asleep. The zonal needs which were concerned in sucking the thumb have in various ways been refined, expanded, and so on, but with the supervention of the state called fatigue, the more complex, more recently evolved patterns of satisfaction-giving behavior, and incidentally security-protecting behavior, fall apart, as it were, and an earlier stage of direct satisfaction of the particular zonal need concerned reappears. Now that is genuinely an example of regression of behavior pattern, and from it, I believe, you can deduce the limits to which this particular conception can rationally be pushed. The theorem of reciprocal emotion. I want next to take up the vicissitudes in early childhood of the group of personifications which are presently to be fused in the personification of the self, namely, the personifications called good me and bad me, and the vestigial, vague personification of not me. Since at this time there is a steady increase of the socializing influence by the more adult environment, the experiences which can be incorporated into the personification of bad me grow through these earlier stages of development, and the naturalness of good me becomes much more open to exception. In connection with the vicissitudes of the personifications which presently will culminate in the personified self, I would like to refer to a formulation which carries forward, and greatly modifies, the initial theorem of tenderness. My initial theorem stated, approximately, that the evidence of needs, as manifested by the infant, calls out tender cooperative behavior on the part of the mothering one. This is true of the period of the infant's complete dependence, but in childhood the social responsibility of the mothering one begins to interfere with it. Thus from early childhood onward another general statement might be applied to interpersonal relations, which, for want of a better name, I once called the theorem of reciprocal emotion, or reciprocal motivational patterns. Integration in an interpersonal situation is a reciprocal process in which 1. Complementary needs are resolved, or aggravated, 2. Reciprocal patterns of activity are developed, or disintegrated, and 3. Foresight of satisfaction, or rebuff, of similar needs is facilitated. When I state here that complementary needs are resolved or aggravated, you will observe that this is a change from the theorem of tenderness, in which the complementary needs were definitely resolved. But for the more general purpose, that is, in interpersonal situations from early childhood onward, we find that while there are complementary needs, the fact that a person needs tenderness may bring tenderness, or it may bring a denial of tenderness, or frank anxiety which aggravates the need for tenderness. The second part of my theorem is that reciprocal patterns of activity are developed or disintegrated. We saw, when we discussed the infant, that there was a steady growth on the part of the infant of nursing behavior, and so on, and on the mothering one's part there was certain cooperation with this extending pattern of nursing behavior. But from the more general standpoint, just the reverse may be true. Previous patterns of cooperative activity in an interpersonal situation may now be disintegrated, because the mother supposes that the growth of the infant permits of his being educated away from things that she tolerated earlier. And the third part of my theorem is that the foresight of satisfaction, or rebuff, of similar needs is facilitated. The facilitation of the foresight of satisfaction is a particular instance of the continued improvement of behavior in the pursuit of satisfactions, which takes place when the interpersonal situations encourage such improvement. And the facilitation of foresight of rebuff is an instance where self-system processes are called out to interfere. What is foreseen is not the satisfaction of needs, but the forbidding gestures and the anxiety which will attend the direct manifestation of the needs. So far as the positive aspect of this theorem manifests itself, complementary needs are resolved in the interpersonal relations one lives through, reciprocal patterns of activity are developed, refined, made more perfect, and there is foresight of how satisfaction can be gained more quickly, or continued longer, by improved performance. Now all of that gives rise to experience which is naturally entirely congruous with the personification of good me, and is manifested, as we can sometimes observe from the vocal and other expressions of young children, as their happiness and pride, to miscall it in traditional terms, in the use of their abilities. But with the increase of pressure toward socialization of the young, naturally the negative side of this reciprocal process appears. Needs are aggravated because they are thwarted, and patterns of activity have to be sublimated or disintegrated, and in certain cases rebuff. The probability of unfavorable outcome of behavior is clearly foreseen as a part of the process of getting rid of those patterns. Further developments in the self-system. Now all the experiences which arise from these situations tend naturally to fit into the personification of bad me. And in addition, thanks to the general pattern of childhood training in this culture at least, certain peculiar additions to the self-system are cultivated. You recall that all that is the self-system arises in interpersonal relations, and from the elaboration of experience in interpersonal relations. And the peculiar additions I refer to are the development of a presumably biological reaction which we call disgust, which represents an elaboration of something that is always present, the capacity to empty the stomach in a reverse direction, and a still further elaboration of part of the experience of being disgusted in what is called the emotion of shame. To go on with the growth of the still tripartite personifications of what will later be the personified self, good me, bad me, and not me, I should like to discuss how a variety of elements in the teaching of language interfere with the more satisfactory development of the personified self. This interference occurs when the behavior of the acculturating older people teaches the young child that certain vocal processes can have a propitiatory effect with respect to items of bad behavior which otherwise are strongly associated with anxiety, that is, which are generally so forbidden that they would be as much as possible sublimated, or they would be disintegrated. To some extent, I suppose, every one of us in our very early formative years, perhaps all through childhood, and certainly later in the juvenile period, had opportunities to learn that certain combinations of words and gestures would minimize, if not remove, the danger of anxiety which we could clearly foresee in connection with certain behavior, since we had already learned that this behavior endangered our feeling of interpersonal security, that is, was definitely disapproved. Now, insofar as a verbal statement by a child is taken by the acculturating adults to have a superior quality of reality to other of his behavioral acts, the child is being trained to be incapable of dealing with life. That is just all there is to it. Yet in a good many homes, the following kind of statement is a conspicuous ingredient in the alleged education of the young: "Willie, I told you not to do that. Now say you are sorry." This is a classical instance of what I mean by propitiatory gesture. If Willie dutifully says he is sorry, that is supposed to markedly mitigate the situation, although it is something that Willie is almost absolutely incapable of understanding, if, in fact, anyone can understand it. The effect of this sort of thing is that it interferes with and delays the fusion of good, bad, indifferent, and unknown aspects into the personified self, and it continues, beyond a reasonable term, the maintenance of the tripartite personification with respect to my body. And so you will hear these same children telling you later on, "Oh, I didn't do that, it was my hand," or "Oh, Mama, I've been bad," and so on, which are not particularly fortunate evidences of education. During childhood, something striking comes to happen to one of the components of the generic need for tenderness, which characterizes the infant from very early. This component I have referred to, in theoretic explanation of certain later idiosyncrasies, as the need for physical contact. In childhood, an elaboration of this need is manifested, first, as a need for participants and, later, as a need for an audience. Late infants and young children like most emphatically to play with mother, to engage in certain exercises with mother which satisfy certain zonal muscular needs, and so on. And at a later stage they have a definite preference for putting on their performances in the presence of the tenderness-giving, approval-giving elder person. But if there are too many demands of other kinds on the mother, or if she has too many other children or is too ignorant of what it is all about, or if there are a variety of other circumstances, including mental disorder on her part, or crazy ideas about the child's will or spirit or whatnot, then, quite frequently, the child encounters such consistent rebuff of his expressed needs for tenderness that his behavior and covered processes concerned with the expression of the need for tenderness have to be subjected to change. Quite a bit of this can fit into the conception of sublimation, because the more fortunate of these children discover that when sublimations occur, tenderness is again forthcoming, and everything is fine. But a good many of them do not have that experience, and are literally compelled to disintegrate the behavior patterns and covert operations which would manifest themselves as the need for tenderness, because they foresee, on the best grounds possible, namely, frequency of occurrence, the rebuff of any need for tenderness that they manifest. In that case, after a certain time, a pattern of behavior develops which is as if bad me had become the central part of the picture. There is literally the substitution of malevolent, mischievous is usually the word mother uses to tell Aunt Agatha about it, behavior when there is a need for tenderness. I shall discuss this development further, because it is very important in understanding many of the difficulties we have with our patients and others in later life.